Little Phoenix looked at Yi Futian, unhappy, and gritted her teeth. This be asterisk starred. Before, he was reluctant to give her even one fruit when she asked him, but now, he had given 2 fruits to the woman who just came. This was ridiculous. And this woman was not even that beautiful. Wan Shui and Luoyu were speculating about the relationship between the two. Xinjing called her his sister, but she didn't seem like his sister in any way. Path companion? Not really. So, what was their relationship? Others also stared at Yi Futian. He tossed out the 2 fruits just like that. Did he have any more on him? That gesture was generous enough. Yaya sat cross-legged, digesting the power of the fruits of the way. Within her body, a powerful sword will and life will flowed back and forth until the sword will became more magnanimous. The infinite sword will wrapped around her. It seemed to engrave the true will of swordsmanship into the meridians and skeletons of her body, and transform them. Yi Futian looked down at Yaya. Once upon a time at the Battle of the Demon Realm, Yaya guarded him at all costs and suffered grave injury, but she also gained a lot. After returning to the Nirvana realm, it had deepened another layer of comprehension in her cultivation. Her swordsmanship had become more mature and powerful than before, and she had a greater comprehension of swordsmanship. This allowed her to perfect her own attack techniques, such as the sword matrix of the void, making it even more excellent. Now that she had just eaten 2 fruits of the way, it would allow her to advance to the next level in the Nirvana plane. How many fruits do you have? Yaya was still cultivating when a voice was heard. The person who spoke was Luo Yuming of the divine capital of Xiling. Obviously, he had some thoughts about Yi Futian. They had not bothered with Yi Futian and the others from Taishan Mountain before, because they were busy seizing this time to raid all the fruits of the way here. But now, almost all the fruit was gone, and all sorts of opportunities had been taken away. Perhaps only here at the Divine Tree of Comprehension could there be a possibility to meditate the Great Path. But the people above had already made their arrangements, and they were unable to force their way in. Since this was the case, they had no choice but to settle for the second option. Yi Futian looked up at Luo Yuming. There was a bit of coldness in his eyes. He didn't want to haggle with the other, but it seemed that Luo Yuming had plans for the fruits of the way that were in his possession. Quite a lot. Yi Futian smiled at Luo Yuming and said. Yi Futian's answer stunned not only Luo Yuming but the people all around them. A lot? And he admitted it so blatantly? Was he looking for trouble? Wan Shui and Luo Yu also expressed a look of surprise. This guy really was a totally different person from the Xinjing on Taishan Mountain. The others were also somewhat moved as they turned their attention to Yi Futian. Is that so? Luo Yuming took a step forward, and the demonic will on his body was tossing and rolling. He smiled cruelly at Yi Futian. After these people from Taishan Mountain had fought each other, they were still so arrogant, unaware of their impending death. If so, why not give them to me? Luo Yuming stepped forward and spat with a creepy and eerie tone. Sure, come and get it, Yi Futian replied. When Luo Yuming saw that Yi Futian was so confident, in turn, he was a little doubtful. At this level of cultivation, his intelligence should be higher, not lower, right? Then, where did Yi Futian's boldness come from? This stopped Luo Yuming in his tracks, and he seemed to be second-guessing his own judgment. Unless he was emboldened because of Wan Shui and the others? He looked at Wan Shui and the others and saw that Wan Shui was standing right behind Yi Futian at the moment, which made him even more suspicious. Aren't you going to come and get it? Yi Futian looked at him, and continued. Previously, Luo Yuming was not too concerned with Yi Futian, but now that he was being so bold, he was suspicious and dared not act lightly. Of course, Luo Yuming said, and with the will of the way roaring, the cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling around him also released great and strong will. A sense of death rushed directly toward Yi Futian and the others. Even Luo Yuming's eyes released a terrible will of death that rushed directly into Yi Futian's eyes. However, where the dead air entered, it was drowned out by the majestic will of life and had no effect on him at all. In the old days, when the divine capital of Xiling entered Taishan Mountain, You wanted to experience the cultivation of the disciples of Taishan Mountain. At the time, I had just arrived at Taishan Mountain as a musician. Now that I have learned a few things from Taishan Mountain, I will enlighten you today." The moment he finished, a tremendous sense of will erupted fiercely from him. In an instant, the sky above him shrieked, the sword she wailed, and countless divine swords were beginning to form. Not only that, but streams of sword will went toward the void, flowing between heaven and earth. Looking up, the currents of sword will were visible to the naked eye, flowed through every space, as if omnipresent. Many looked at the battle here and felt the magnificent will erupt from Futian. Many showed a peculiar look. Was this might that was released by someone of the unblemished realm? Even someone of the Nirvana plane would not be able to surpass this by much. Furthermore, Futian's vitality was booming. His entire body was shining brightly, dazzling with divine light. At this moment, he was like a divine sword that had been unsheathed. This strong? Jun Mu and the others were confounded. What was going on? Didn't Futian cultivate music at the string pavilion and then went to Sword Abyss to watch the swordplay by the swordsman? Why was his swordsmanship this strong? In front of Futian, the endless flowing sword will now condensed into a real, sharp sword. At this moment, Futian closed his eyes as if he no longer needed to see with his eyes. He no longer needed to use movements to control the sword. Psst! A sharp shrieking sound was heard. It was extremely harsh and made many feel very uncomfortable. The currents of sword will flowing between heaven and earth formed a terrible sword river of true will, roaring and howling toward the cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling. In this instant, all the cultivators of Xiling felt an unparalleled power of slaughter. It was as if everyone was inside this sword river and could not escape. People all around felt the strength of this sword will, and many evaded and gave way to the battlefield to avoid being affected. Futian's body gradually levitated in the air. He sat there in midair with a sword in front of him. As his mind moved, the sword struck. Between heaven and earth, a real sword river appeared, sweeping through the void. The infinite sword will was unleashed at the same moment, cutting through the void. Those Saint Plain cultivators from the divine capital of Xiling were all of a powerful existence, which is why they were given a space to come here. But at this time, under this strike, they all felt inconsequential. The violent demonic might exploded, and darkness shrouded the world. But wherever the sword she passed, everything turned into nothingness, and all was wiped out. The murderous sword river traversed this space, and sounds of muffled groans could be heard. Many of the cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling stiffened and stood in place, blood trailing down the corner of their mouths, and their faces were pale as sand. And that brilliant sword strike took direct aim at Luo Yuming across the space. Luo Yuming's face changed because he could already sense how strong this strike was going to be. A terrifying demonic might erupted, and behind him, a body akin to a death demon appeared, and with it, numerous death spears were launched. However, under that sword will, there was no way for the spears to gain an upper hand, as they were immediately shattered and pulverized. In this instant, he seemed to have returned to the same scenario that day on Taishan Mountain. Boom! A great palm print of the demon god smashed out, and Luo Yuming rapidly retreated leverage its momentum. But Futian was still sitting upon the void with his eyes closed, and as the sword chimed, he was clearly controlling the sword remotely. The dazzling divine sword was going forward without resistance, headed directly for Luo Yuming. Boom, 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 the sword penetrated everything, and no matter where Luo Yuming retreated, the sword was still right there. Even the currents of the sword will between the heaven and the earth drowned his body, bisecting the void as if to bury him within the sword. Luo Yuming's face paled. Suddenly a terrifying might of pressure exploded from his body, and an implement now appeared in his hand, emitting the intention of a demonic emperor. Is he looking for death? When people saw this, they exclaimed secretly in their hearts. Sure enough, a destructive divine light of the great path suddenly spilled down from the sky above. It smashed down on that Renhuang implement. The same destructive divine light of the great path also attacked Luo Yuming at the same time, and he was hit instantly. His body fell weakly downward as he kept vomiting massive amounts of blood. The divine palace gave an allotted quota to the top principalities of the higher heavens realms so that their disciples could come to prove themselves and compete for the opportunity of the great path. It was not an occasion for them to show off with divine implements. Anyone who dared to resort to a Renhuang-level implement would be immediately detected and dealt with, hence the scene that had just played out. It was a wretched affair. Luo Yoming's body fell heavily to the ground. The sword will was chilling, and Yi Futian's sword pointed to his forehead. It was as if with a turn of Yi Futian's mind, hundreds and thousands of swords would descend. "It's you!" Luo Yuming stared at the sword pointing at him. This was déjà vu, similar to what happened on Taishan Mountain before. This was the same sword as on Taishan Mountain. Actually, it was a more mature sword, except the sword on Taishan Mountain had taken the advantage of the character of the Wei. The sword was still pointing at him, and Yi Futian didn't respond. Jun Mu's face instantly became extremely disturbed, but he was not alone. It was the same for several other disciples of Taishan Mountain who followed him. It was the same sword. That extremely radiant sword on Taishan Mountain, at this time, was blooming here. How could it be him? Many people felt a little surreal. Li Jin, Chen Yu, and Ma Yi had seen Yi Futian first come to Taishan Mountain. They had watched Yi Futian practice music in Guqing Valley. However, how could he be capable of such a radiant strike by the sword? It was the second level of the fleeting divine sword, the cleave of all things. The allotment of space. When their thoughts turned to this, they realized that Lord Taishan had known all along, and that was why he had sent Yi Futian to accompany them. "How many positions do you think this sword deserves?" Yi Futian's eyes opened. He didn't bother with Luo Yuming, but instead, he looked up at the divine tree of comprehension. For the divine tree of comprehension, his goal was not simply one space. In the sky above, in front of the divine tree of comprehension, all eyes were gazing down at Yi Futian. This sword strike, indeed, qualified him to meditate before the divine tree and obtain the fruit of the way. However, Yi Futian had come late. Lu Qingyao's eyes were indifferent. A ray of cold air drifted out from her, and a young man not far from her looked at her and asked, "Is this the person who robbed Junior Sister's spring of life?" Lu Qingyao nodded, and swiftly, several disciples of the divine palace stared at that figure. This time, a number of outstanding figures had converged from each of the top principalities. Gai Shi of the Golden Divine Nation was extraordinary in strength, and was extremely arrogant. He was unwilling to enter the divine palace to cultivate, but his combat power was not any less than its direct disciples. Of all the direct disciples here, none had the confidence that they would overcome Gai Shi. Qin Zhang was of the Sky-Burying God clan. His attack power was equally as powerful, and he was unmatched. And now, this swordsman, who came from Taishan Mountain, seemed to be very strong. Moreover, he claimed to be a musician of Taishan Mountain. Yet, his one sword strike was able to thrash all the cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling, including the son of old demon Luo Yuming. And what was really wild was this man dared to raid the disciple of the divine palace, and filch the fountain of life and the fruits of the way on their home territory. It was truly unimaginable. Gai Shi and his cohort also looked at Yi Futian. On the day of the Battle of Taishan Mountain, Gai Shi had been present, and witnessed the sword that defeated the disciples of the divine capital of Xiling, which caused great embarrassment to the cultivators of divine capital of Xiling. At the time, many thought that there had been a Renhuang secretly aiding, but now it appeared that it was the young man before them, that inconspicuous musician Xinjing. Furthermore, his sword method of the fleeting divine sword had far exceeded that of Wan Shui. Therefore, was it possible that he was the disciple hidden by Lord Taishan? Lord Taishan claimed that he would not accept any more direct disciples. He had been unwilling to accept Gai Shi as a disciple, but now it seemed to all be an excuse. It was likely that Lord Taishan had already had a disciple but had not publicized it. So, was this the reason why Lord Taishan was unwilling to accept him? If it was a competition of swords, then Xinjing, indeed, was more suitable than him. But the truth was that Guy sure was overthinking the matter. While it seemed to be logical, but, in fact, except for the grand event on Taishan Mountain that day, Yi Futian had never seen Lord Taishan. So, how could he be his disciple? Lord Taishan left a space for him merely because he knew that the sword back then was from him. However, this man's swordsmanship was superb. He had incredible strength. Although he was only in the unblemished plane, his whole body was radiant, and the will of the way in him was glorious. It was as if he had ingested several fruits of the way, which boosted the body's vitality and essence. The will that was flowing out of him was no less than that of the nirvana plane. But even so, it was still difficult to force his way through by force. "There is no place for you here." In front of the divine tree, the young man next to Lu Qingyao said quietly. Suddenly several disciples of the divine palace expressed a look of sympathy. Even though he had demonstrated tyrannical prowess, there was still no place for Yi Futian. If he said no, then, naturally, there would be none. Yi Futian looked up at the sky and the divine tree of comprehension. There was no place for him. He stepped into the void and said with a smile, "What if I insist?" "Then try, and you will know." The young man from the divine palace continued, his tone indifferent but firm as if there was no room for doubts. Insist? Perhaps, if he had reached Nirvana plane, he would have a chance at a fight, but for now, as someone of the unblemished plane, he was not qualified to ask this question. Yi Futian glanced at the sky above, then walked toward Luo Yuming. He looked at the cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling. He said, "Hand over the fruits of the way that you have." Luo Yuming regarded him with an extremely somber countenance. A sword was circling Yi Futian. The sound of the sword chiming hurt their ears as the sword moved forward. It was now circling Luo Yuming, who was heavily injured. "If I had to do it myself, it would cost you much more than just some fruits of the way," Yi Futian said again. If they wanted his fruits, then they would have to pay the price. It would not be so cheap. Luo Yuming was not weak, and with the cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling, they should have robbed him of the fruits right away. Furthermore, as the son of old demon Luo, no one dared to fight Luo Yuming for it, and only he should be the one controlling the fruits. "You sure you want them?" Luo Yuming stared at Yi Futian. There were hints of demonic will in his pupils. Pissed. The sword came down, and a terrible storm of sword chi went directly toward Luo Yuming. His face was extremely gloomy as he stretched out his palm, and 3 fruit of the way appeared suddenly. He tossed them toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian caught them and put them away. He smiled and looked at Luo Yuming, saying, "Judging from your strength, there ought to be more than 3. The divine capital of Xiling had 10 spaces, and with an average of 1 fruit of the way per person, they would need to raid no less than 10 fruits of the way to share them evenly. Even if not everyone received a fruit, 3 fruits of the way was simply too few. Based on Luo Yuming's character, he would definitely kill and plunder. From their entry into Taishan Mountain, intending to forcibly interrupt Lord Taishuan's breakthrough, their overbearing stance was more than obvious. Therefore, they could not possibly have so few fruits in their possession. "It seems that I have to check myself." Yi Futian walked forward. Luo Yuming's face was gloomy. He said, "Xinjing, I will remember your name." As he finished speaking, he waved his palm. One after the other, fruits of the way flew toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian stretched his hand and took them with a flick of his sleeve. He was able to take them in one swooping motion. There were 5 of them in total. As he expected, Luo Yuming had taken 8 fruits. He first handed over 3, wanting to hide the other 5. "Then you better remember it well." Yi Futian turned around with a smile, without pursuing the matter further. With 8, he was already somewhat satisfied. In addition to the other fruits he had plundered before and the divine tree of comprehension above, the harvest this time was bountiful. "He means business." The people all around couldn't help but twitch a bit. In this land of trial, many didn't even get so much as 1 fruit, and others had been robbed of theirs. Yi Futian took care of the divine capital of Xiling and took 8 fruits of the way. Coupled with what he already had, it was no wonder that he could afford to be so generous. He had given 2 fruits of the way to the woman in front of him. Junmu's face was becoming even more disturbed. The more outstanding Yi Futian was, the more it accentuated his pettiness from before. He could see that the eyes of the people around him had changed already. They were thinking that Xinjing had gotten so many fruits that perhaps even Wan Shui and Lu Yu would all be able to partake. And they had, up until now, only procured 2 fruits by Junmu, which was simply not enough for everyone. These 2 fruits of the way probably wouldn't even be enough for Junmu himself. It was likely that he would never hand them over but had saved them for himself. After he finished this, Yi Futian looked up and stepped forward, facing Wan Shui. He said, "If I gift you a song, would you dare fight me?" Wan Shui was stupefied. Was Yi Futian asking him to fight? Glancing at the figures above, there was Li Sun of the Divine Sword Li family, who had defeated him before, as well as Qin Zhang of the Sky-Burying God clan. There was also Gai Shi of the Golden Divine Kingdom and several direct disciples of the Divine Palace. Every one of them was of a genius-level existence, and they was not people he could contend with by himself. He knew this very well. But Yi Futian wanted him to fight. Clearly, Yi Futian wanted to enhance his swordsmanship with his music. Seeing Yi Futian's eyes, Wan Shui's enthusiasm was piqued once again, as it had been when he first entered the Sea of the Path. He replied, "What is there to be afraid of?" He stretched out his hand. The sword moved about on his body, and the spirit of the sword appeared instantly. The palm of his hand went over the spirit of the sword, and drops of blood dripped down. A breath of terror flowed over the spirit of the sword, and the breath upon his body was madly rushing toward the spirit of the sword. Above the firmament, the sword rolled in waves, and there seemed to be infinite sword chi being born. "Sword, come!" Wan Shou shouted, and in an instant, infinite sword poured into his body. It poured into the spirit of the sword, forged a dazzling divine sword. His body was bright all over, sharper than ever. The man and sword were now one. Behind Wan Shui, Yi Futian sat cross-legged, playing the guqin with both hands. When the music sounded, many felt their hair stand on end. Their bodies tensed up, and their hearts beat faster. Above the sky, wind and clouds were moving. Infinite melody integrated into Wan Shui's mind, and the music and the sword became one. At this moment, Wan Shui had a feeling that though he knew that he would lose, he was unafraid. Though the great path was imperfect, he would still break the shackles and compete with heaven and earth. At this moment, he wanted to howl into the sky. The sound of guqin complemented his mood at the moment perfectly, and it also completed the sword. "Thanks." Wan Shui raised his head to look into the void and took a step forward. This expression of gratitude was naturally for Yi Futian. No matter victory or defeat, it was enough that he had this song to enhance this sword. "This is impossible." Junmu couldn't help but make a sound. His face changed rapidly, and he even appeared a little pale. His eyes fixed on Yi Futian. This was absolutely impossible. The hearts of Li Jin and Qin Yu were also beating violently. They felt a little unreal when they regarded Yi Futian. They had cultivated in Taishan Mountain for many years and spent many years in String Valley, but they had never seen anyone from Taishan Mountain perform this song, never in Yi Futian. How could he possibly know it? This song actually matched the music played by Lord Taishan that day. Although it was far from the artistic conception conveyed by Lord Taishan, it possessed quite some sophistication. This was the lost sound of the Great Path, the song of the lost divine. Was Xinjing a direct disciple of Lord Taishan? Li Jin couldn't help but ask herself if this was also the reason for Junmu's unrequited love affair. Yi Futian's knowledge of the song of the lost divine could only have one explanation. On Taishan Mountain, only the String Emperor had cultivated the song of the lost divine, and would not easily pass it on to ordinary disciples. Unless but Lord Taishan made it clear that he would not accept disciples any more. Once upon a time, her master, the Taishan Hierophant, had wanted to send her to Lord Taishan as an apprentice, but this had ultimately been refused by Lord Taishan. Not only the disciples of Taishan Mountain were full of suspicion, but everyone else thought so, too, such as Gai Shi. Today, At this place of trial, someone actually performed the lost sound of the great path. A song of swordsmanship. Wan Shuyi's sword broke through the air. At this time, he had completely entered a state of ecstasy and total selflessness. When the way had been revealed, death was no longer fearsome. At this moment, he had the illusion that the way was upon him. Li Sun of the divine swordly family emitted a dazzling sword light from his pupils. He took a step out, and countless divine swords fell down, slamming at Wan Shuyi. Wan Shuyi waved his sword, and the sword countered the great path. Li Sun's swords were torn and smashed instantly. A glimmer of the sky opened up, straight through the firmament. Li Sun's expression changed rapidly, the spirit of the sword condensed and manifested. An infinite sword will descended from the sky. The divine sword of doomsday was born and fell straight down. "Open!" Li Sun shouted, and with it, the sword descended. At the same time, Wan Shuyi's sword approached, and the two swords collided. In an instant, a violent storm of swordsmanship raged and swept wildly in all directions. Li Sun's sword was the sword of doomsday, meant to destroy all existence. Wan Shuyi's sword was the sword of reversal. The song of the lost sound of the great path signified the imperfection of the great path, and the only remedy was the sword. The sound of Guqin could still be heard in the void, as countless notes merged into the sword, forming a reverse current of swordsmanship, which caused the sword river to reverse its course and flood toward Li Sun. Buzz! Everyone saw Li Sun's sword retreating, knocked back into the void while Wan Shuyi was surrounded by infinite sword will. He took a step and reached for the sword and pointed it toward the sky. Instantly, a devastating storm of sword chi circled upward, intending to shatter the sky. Li Sun's expression was terrible. He had been defeated once before already. Futian and Wan Shuyi teamed up and defeated him. Now, this piece of music was even more powerful than the one performed previously, and Wan Shuyi's sword was, likewise, stronger. But at this moment, someone else made a move. Qin Zhang's palm pressed downward, and a force that could suppress the heavens came down. With it, stone tablets appeared between heaven and earth, and each tablet contained inscriptions composed of signs and symbols, camouflaging the will of the great path. Qin Zhang squeezed his palm, and suddenly, the many stone tablets revolved around Wan Shuyi's body. At the same time, the infinite will of the great path that was hidden within the inscription of the tablets shot toward Wan Shuyi, like golden flashes of lightning. Boom, boom! Under the endless will of the inscriptions, Wan Shuyi seemed to be trapped in it. Many stone tablets loomed over him, seemed to try to bury him. The sky-burying god clan claimed to be able to bury the great path of all heavens, arrogant beyond compare. Qin Zhang, as the genius existence of the sky-burying god clan, was super powerful. He was nearly at the peak, not far from Erhuang. One could only imagine his prowess. The great path was buried in it. Countless golden lightning shot toward Wan Shuyi, wrapping around his sword and destroying his will. But the melody of the music was still the same, as the music became more and more urgent. Wan Shuyi swiped his palm across the sword in front of him, and there was blood on the sword, releasing a brilliant bloody light. At this moment, Wan Shuyi closed his eyes. He wanted to forget about his sword, and immersed himself in the swordsmanship within the music, for that was the true great path. A momentous force came slaughtering toward him. Wan Shuyi unleashed the sword strike, and the sword opened up the sky. In an instant, the sword light diffused, and silence filled the surrounding space. Everything seemed to be standing still. In the next moment, the crowd saw the stone tablets shattering bit by bit, disintegrating, and turning into dust in the void. "Senior brother Wan!" Below, Liu Yu was shocked to witness this scene. Her heart beat wildly, and her eyes were fixed on the sword above the sky, what seemed to be a strike that was quite unremarkable. "Fleeting," Liu Yu murmured under her breath. This was the fleeting divine sword. As time passed, all things withered away. Even if it was just a hint of fleeting, it was still so mighty, so powerful that it simply smashed Qin Zhang's overbearing attack, leaving no room for doubt. However, senior brother Wan hadn't even truly mastered the second level of the divine sword, cleave of all things, so how could he have released fleeting? Was it because of the music? The lost sound of the great path, the song of the lost divine. The song had allowed Wan Shui to experience the way. It was a true experience at that. Since he had already experienced the feel of it, then he would most certainly get to that place someday in the future. Could the song of the lost divine really be this magical? She had heard her father saying that Lord Taishian had comprehended the way from music, and realized many abilities, including the ultimate swordsmanship, the fleeting divine sword, and many other methods. All were from his own cultivation and integrated with his comprehension of the lost sound of the great path, which finally formed his own method. The stone tablets were shattered, and Wan Shui continued upward. Another sword strike was unleashed, and even that divine tree of comprehension let out some noises. The other cultivators changed their expressions when they saw what he was doing. More golden divine lightning came down from above. It was absolutely domineering. A figure seemed to directly stop the great path of insight. Instead, he stepped out and came to the sky above Wan Shui. It was Gai Shir of the divine golden nation. One after another, golden spears penetrated the void, moving toward Wan Shui. The heaven and earth cried out as if on the verge of destruction. The endless golden spears came down murderously. But under the fleeting divine sword, everything was annihilated into nothingness. But there was an even more disturbing scene above the dome. An ancient golden god stood in the sky and merges one with Gai Shir, so that he seemed to have been transformed into an ancient god. He was even more dominating and incomparable. The ancient god held out his hand, and the countless golden spears above the sky gathered into one. They transformed into a substantial golden divine spear and aimed straight down below. There seemed to be endless golden lightning around the golden spear, and this blow seemed capable of destroying and shattering the world. Wan Shui still didn't retreat. The sword went straight for the golden spear. The fleeting divine sword collided with the long spear of celestial divinity. Countless golden lightning drowned and pulverized it, but the sword also retreated. How strong! The crowd looked at the golden spear of Gai Shir, whose attack was extremely overbearing. It caused the formation of a destructive vortex of a storm in the space where they were. Wake up! In the void, the disciple of Divine Palace, Bai Xiu, squeezed his palm in midair. Instantly, Wan Shui felt very uncomfortable. It was as if all his senses were isolated. However, Wan Shui still did not retreat. He dragged his sword toward the void, his eyes still closed, moving toward the sky above step by step. The sound of Guqin was so pure in his ears that, at this moment, no matter the outcome, whether it was winning or losing, he would be able to accept either. Boom! Gai Shir moved again. The golden divine spear passed through heaven and earth as other cultivators also attacked in unison. But Wan Shui still moved forward and unleashed the last strike. The crowd saw a sword light, brilliant like fireworks. The glory of that instant was so dazzling that it moved and shocked everyone who beheld it. The moment the sword light fell, everything withered, and many methods of attack around him were pulverized into dust. Even that golden spear was breaking inch by inch. It shattered until it became nothing. One sword breaks all methods. Anyone who stared at this scene was trembling and speechless. Wan Shui was actually able to unleash such a sword strike. Ahem! A light cough was heard, and there was blood trailing down from the corner of Wan Shui's mouth. His breath was weakening rapidly. He was clearly unable to fight any longer. In fact, in his previous battle with Li Sun, he had served the sword's spirit with blood, and even more so in this battle. He had exhausted the strength of his body to the extreme, thus making that final instant of glory possible. Although he could fight no longer, Wan Shui's eyes revealed a smile. This was swordsmanship. He finally understood. "I've been enlightened," Wan Shui said to those in the void, then turned to leave and did not continue to fight. The others also did not pursue the fighter and did not take advantage of him. They were all top figures from all places. Though they were not friendly toward Wan Shui, they would not make their move at a time like this to do something beneath their honor. Wan Shui ought to be proud of this battle, even though he had the accompaniment of the music. Wan Shuyi returned to Yi Futian's side, bowed, and smiled. Much thanks to you. Brother Wan has advised me many times before. I'm only doing what I should, Yi Futian said. He took out a fruit of the way and handed it to Wan Shuyi. Eat. Fruit of life. Wan Shuyi looked up at Yi Futian. You really need it now, Yi Futian said. As for what Xiaqing Yuan needed, he would have to get it from above. Smiling, Wan Shuyi didn't refuse, but took the fruit directly and swallowed it. The feeling of his weakened breath rapidly recovering was indescribably buoyant. Little Phoenix was a little jealous seeing all this. What about her? She couldn't compete with the women, but not even men? This guy must be jealous of her beauty and talent, afraid that she would kick him aside if she had taken the fruit of the way. Jun Mu and the others lamented when they saw Wan Shuyi taking the fruit, and several others around him felt regretful. Yi Futian did not promise them anything and even made it clear that he would not share his fruits with them. But at this time, he gifted a song of swordsmanship to Wan Shuyi and gave him the fruit to eat, all of which was to aid Wan Shuyi in his transformation. After this trip, Wan Shuyi's strength would reach to a whole new level. When did you learn to? Luo Yu looked at Yi Futian, halting in her question. She wanted to know about the Song of the Lost Divine. Didn't Lord Taishian played it once? Yi Futian said with a smile. That day on Taishian Mountain? But it was just the one time, Luo Yu said. Because I was good at other well-known songs, I connected with the song that Lord Taishian performed. I had some foundation that I could leverage. In reality, it was far from being the lost sound of the Great Path, Yi Futian said. If it were the complete lost sound of the Great Path, with his assistance, Wan Shuyi's sword would have had no problem dealing with those people above. Luo Yu was a little speechless upon hearing Yi Futian's response. Could it be that she was wrong? Yi Futian was not a disciple who was secretly accepted by Lord Taishian. But talent such as this was, frankly, a little too frightening. Yi Futian glanced at Luo Yu, then stepped forward. Inside his body, the ancient tree of the world was swaying. Many wills of the way had now turned to swordsmanship. In one turn of the mind, great changes had taken place within the Great Path, and only the sword remained eternal. He walked under the divine tree of comprehension, looked up at the sky, and said, Since none of you will relinquish your space, I guess I have to take it myself. As his words fell, he walked forward toward the mountain. Delusional. The look of the cultivators from Divine Palace was one of great indifference. This man was extremely proud. Even the disciples of the Divine Palace were never being taken seriously by him. He had even robbed Lu Qingyao, a direct disciple. The speaker was Bai Xiu. As he looked down at Yi Futian, his eyes seemed to be apparitional, like an invisible wool flowing between the sky and the earth. When those eyes gazed upon him, Yi Futian felt his life spirit seemed to have been locked onto. Bai Xiu, a disciple of the Divine Palace, was an expert of the attack on spiritual soul, and his master was Lord Underworld. Likewise, Yi Futian also glanced at the void. His pupils became extremely terrifying, even emitting a demonic breath. Those pupils seemed to penetrate all the nothingness. They directly penetrated into Bai Xiu's eyes, causing the slight change in Bai Xiu's expression. Whoever makes a move, that's the position I want, Yi Futian said, continuing upward, toward no one in particular, but everyone above. Each major cultivator had already occupied a position in front of the divine tree of comprehension, and had no intention to make room for anyone else. Whoever attempted to go up would be crushed by all the cultivators there. Everyone also saw what happened just now, and that everyone above had attacked together. Now Yi Futian claimed that whoever made a move, that would be the space he wanted. This was no longer aimed at any one of them, but to anyone who dared to make a move. That could be everyone who was currently up there. What a pompous attitude. In front of the divine tree, everyone looked indifferent as their eyes pierced Yi Futian. Whether it was the top characters or disciples of the Divine Palace, they had never seen anyone so arrogant. Even in the Divine Palace, there was no disciple who dared act so presumptuously. But Yi Futian stepped up and was indeed by himself, walking toward the top. The wind howled desolately, and the will of the way flowed, all blowing on him, causing his white robe to flutter rapidly. Watching his back as he walked away from the crowd, everyone could feel a sense of haughty loneliness. One man alone, walking toward the divine tree. Bai Xiu's eyes were terrifying. A mysterious airflow was surging, enveloping the world. At this moment, even the people watching the battle from below felt the pressure of the spiritual soul. In the sky above, a ghostly face appeared faintly until it blended in with the sky and became one. A pair of terrifying eyes looked down, and many people felt that their spiritual souls were trembling. Lord Underworld did not have many direct disciples, but every one of them was very dangerous in their own right. This kind of attack on the spiritual soul was extremely perilous, as it could directly target the spiritual power of cultivators. It was truly threatening. Clearly, Bai Xiu also felt that Yi Futian was an expert of spiritual power because his countenance was particularly grave. Those ghostly eyes locked onto the other spiritual soul, rushing into Yi Futian's eyes. But it was ultimately useless. Yi Futian's eyes were equally terrible, and the sword will everywhere on his body could directly destroy the power he released. Stretching out his palm and swiping downward, suddenly, a great handprint appeared in the void. It was directly aimed at Yi Futian's spiritual soul. Hand of the Underworld. Many ordinary disciples from the Divine Palace trembled as they saw this scene in front of them. Bai Xiu's strength was so great that even some whose cultivation was stronger than his lost because they could not resist the power of attack on their spiritual souls. It was still unknown if Yi Futian could contend with Lord Underworld's disciple, Bai Xiu. The others made no move and were just watching Bai Xiu. They wanted to see just how far this arrogant swordsman from Taishan Mountain, who wanted to fight everyone, could go. Yi Futian's perception was so powerful that he naturally perceived an immense great hand of the underworld grabbing toward him silently. It was not directed at the flesh but at the spiritual soul. This attack was similar to celestial soul attraction. But after Yi Futian had cultivated the celestial soul attraction, he further combined the celestial soul attraction with his method. He was confident that it would be way stronger than the other's power from the underworld. Bang! Yi Futian continued to march upward, and the momentous power from his body rolled out. The veins inside his body seemed to be transformed into veins of swords. In the world of the spiritual soul, the ancient tree of life took on the shape of sword. Sword spirit chimed in his life palace, clamoring to rush out. Above Yi Futian's body, there were countless currents of swordsmanship flowing, following his footsteps. They went up against the trend. The whistling sword gave a sense of suffocation between heaven and earth. A pressure of might descended invisibly. The great hand of the underworld slammed down, but it was penetrated by the countless airflow of swordsmanship. In an instant, the great hand of the underworld continued to collapse and shatter, turning into nothingness under the sword will. Buzz! Yi Futian took a step. His pupil was as sharp as a sword. It aimed at Bai Xiu's eyes. He said, "Since you made a move, give up your position." As his voice fell, he pointed his finger up. A sword opened a glimmer of the sky, penetrating the void. It moved toward Bai Xiu, full of murderous intent. This sword could extinguish the soul. Bai Xiu's expression changed. He was extremely good at the spiritual soul attack, so he was slightly lacking in other areas. However, the spiritual soul attack did not seem to be able to suppress Yi Futian, and the opponent's counterattack power, like him, contained the spirit attack power. Poof! The sword penetrated the void, and Bai Xiu's body seemed to have been pierced through, but there was no blood. The figure gradually disappeared into a shadow. Bai Xiu appeared next to it. Both seemed a bit surreal. The eye of the underworld. Bai Xiu's eyes suddenly turned a dark blood red, and in a flash, the sky changed color. It was as if a god of the underworld appeared. Yi Futian seemed to have fallen into it completely, and had entered another space. All he could see was a pair of bloody eyes, the eyes of the underworld. Refine. Bai Xiu's eyes ignited a fire of the underworld, and in a moment, the fire of the way was burning. The space Yi Futian was in was wrapped up in the fire of the underworld. It was an attempt to melt his spiritual soul. The heart of the people below trembled, for Yi Futian was in trouble. Although Bai Xiu was young in age, no one expected that he had already cultivated his master's art to such a fearsome state. The eye of underworld and the fire of the underworld. Being shrouded by this force, Yi Futian felt greatly uncomfortable. His eyes were cold and indifferent, his hands outstretched. Suddenly, an infinite number of swords appeared around him. His eyes closed, and the sword will grew stronger. The roaring storm of sword chi flooded the space instantly. Finally, he opened his eyes to look up at the sky. It was a pair of sword eyes, directly piercing the void. His palm pointing to the void, and hundreds of thousands of swords unleashed at the same time. The great path reversed course, the constellation of stars changed position, and in a flash, the swordsmanship broke through the shrouding of the eyes of the underworld and rolled toward the sky. Furthermore, the sword in the sky above resonated with the great path, shattering everything into nothingness, and aiming toward Bai Xiu in the sky above. Fleeing divine sword! Seeing this scene, Wan Shui and Luo Yu were both shocked to their cores. Yi Futian had already mastered the essence of the third level of the fleeting divine sword, fleeting years. The song he played just now not only enlightened him but also allowed Yi Futian himself to comprehend the fleeting divine sword. This attack had already encompassed the heart of the fleeting years. Although it had not created the divine wheel of the great path and was thus unable to release the true might of fleeting years, even so, the destructive scene of the storm of swordsmanship annihilating the void was still awesome to behold. Many were worried about Bai Xiu. When the sword slammed toward him, Bai Xiu was wrapped inside the sword storm, and a brilliant divine light was shining and blooming there. With a wet sound, Bai Xiu groaned, and his face had gone pale. He spat up blood. His body was also knocked back, struck far away from the sky above the divine tree of comprehension. His breath was greatly weakened, and even rays of dark currents now appeared on his face. Only Bai Xiu himself could know just how powerful this sword strike was. It was not simply the fleeting divine sword, but it also contained within it sword will that was meant to destroy the spiritual soul. All the direct disciples were defeated. Everyone below who had seen the two of them dueling in the air was greatly shaken in their hearts. Xinjing was truly powerful. He was the strongest person from Taishan Mountain. It seemed that this time, Taishan Mountain was also about to produce a top, prominent figure. Lu Qingyao was not surprised to see this. She had suffered badly at Yi Futian's hands, so Bai Xiu's defeat did not surprise her. However, Yi Futian's spiritual power was so impressive that the fruit of life had probably added even more to enhance his spiritual soul. His position is mine, Yi Futian said while he continued moving upward, full of pride and confidence, showing that he was unafraid of confrontation. Allow me to experience your sword, Li Sun said. Twice he was defeated by Wan Shui. Even though it was the power of the music that helped to augment its power, he had already felt frustrated and questioned his own swordsmanship, so he wanted to try again. The divine sword of Doomsday was born, and Li Sun took a step forward. He moved out of his position and unleashed an amazing sword strike from the firmament. He destroyed everything in its path. I oblige you. Yi Futian stepped up and unleashed a strike of his own. The two swords collided, and countless currents of swordsmanship rolled in the direction of the other, immense and endless. The space, likewise, made an incredibly sharp and harsh sound, which made everyone's scalps crawl. Many who were below felt suffocated. If they were between the two swords, they probably would be torn to pieces. The sword chi inside Yi Futian's body was majestic, flowing ceaselessly. Though the two appeared to be in a stalemate, Yi Fu's momentum was gaining, and Li Sun was getting weaker. As a muffled sound came out, the sword was clearly broken. Li Sun's body seemed to be penetrated by the sword will and flew backward. 2 positions, Yi Futian said, continuing to move forward. He was not moving fast and even looked a little slow as he moved toward the sky above. That lonely but proud figure seemed to dare to make enemies with the geniuses of the upper heavens realm. How powerful! The people underneath exclaimed secretly. Previously, all the cultivators wanted to force their way but couldn't, and they were all kicked off. Now, only Yi Futian was walking alone up there. Jun Mu watched him with some jealousy. What other cultivators on Taishan Mountain would know the name of Jumu'u any longer? This Xinjing seemed to have become the symbol of Taishan Mountain. And even if there was no Xinjing, there was still Wan Shui. What would become of Jumu'u? Moreover, whatever occurred before had only tainted his name. Other cultivators from Taishan Mountain also felt a little dreamy. The disciples of Taishan Mountain were powerless, and now, a musician was going up there alone, contemptuous of the disciples of the Divine Palace, who were also the top geniuses of the upper heavens realm. No matter who made the move, they would now need to make way. Perhaps this could be considered as peerless. Lord Taishuan's breakthrough was known throughout the upper heavens. Only such a magnetic personality could match the reputation of Taishan Mountain today, Wan Shui said under his breath. The fight on that day on Taishan Mountain and the flight today both provoked many thoughts in him. The disciples of Taishan Mountain were all too weak and were unable to do justice to the name of Lord Taishan. Only a few direct disciples of the Hierophant himself could match their reputation. As for the third generation, there was literally no one who could be a proper representative. Upon the mountain of the way, before the divine tree of comprehension, all eyes were fastened on Futian. After the successive defeats of Bai Xiu and Li Sun, if they allowed this man to force his way onto the mountain of the way in such a fashion, then none of them on the mountain right now would ever be able to lift their heads after this day. When Futian uttered those pompous words, he was destined not to have the opportunity to go near the divine tree of comprehension. Watching that figure move up step by step, an invisible storm of the great path rose between heaven and earth, and several different breaths came descending down, oppressing Futian's body. It seemed that if he continued to force his way up the mountain, then those above would all join hands to stop him. A terrible hurricane gathered around Changfeng Lai of the Changfeng family, while there was a starry river coursing over Qin Zhang of the sky-burying god clan. As to the absolute genius of the golden divine nation, Gai Shi, his entire body radiated golden divine light as he looked down at Futian. Whoever tried to stop him, whoever would need to vacate their position. A cultivator of unblemished realm, even if he had really inherited it from Lord Taishan, what of it? It was true that the Song of the Lost Divine and Fleeting Divine Sword were both great treasures of Taishan Mountain, but they, too, were in control of the powerful methods of their own influential families. Gai Shi, who was known as the future leader of the Golden Divine Nation, as well as the most genius existence of his generation of talents, was standing here, so how could he allow Futian to make these wild claims and make his way up this mountain? At this time, Gai Shi had no other doubts and firmly believed that Futian was a secret disciple of Lord Taishan, that this was the first time he tried to prove himself to the outside world. Even before he came along, Lord Taishan had already made a choice. Moreover, the person chosen by Lord Taishan did not disappoint. This Xinjing was indeed extraordinary, whether it was his talent in swordsmanship or music. Furthermore, Xinjing was incredibly patient in keeping all this to himself. Everyone on Taishan Mountain thought that was just a mere musician, not even the disciples knew. Judging from that, he was quite a frightening character. It was just that now, as things stood where they were, there was no choice but to continue one way or the other. Boom! The glory of stars shone brightly, and the stone tablets of the great path stones condensed and manifested, appearing all around Futian. The bright divine light that was released from those tablets shrouded Futian. An audible rustling sharp sound started, and Futian continued upward, ignoring the oppressive force of the great path. But that the stone tablet of the great path circulated around Futian's body. As the other closed his palm, in an instant, an infinite number of stone tablets enveloped Futian's body and sealed off heaven and earth. Dark clouds shrouded the sky and became invisible to the eyes. Just a sharp sound was heard as Futian raised his finger, pointing to the sky. Immediately a devastating storm was raised, annihilating those bombarding stone tablets of the great path. Qin Zhang's two hands were forming the seal, and violent booming sounds came out loudly. Stone tablets that were even greater than before now descended, coming from all directions. In an instant this space turned into a starry world. It was as if they had been transported to another element. What was even more terrifying was that every stone tablet contained the will of the way, and the will in these stone tablets bloomed and radiated toward Yi Futian at the same time. Yi Futian seemed to be in an absolute starry world. He felt like he was being imprisoned inside. Boom! Each stone table was releasing a superbly powerful light of destruction that wanted to obliterate all existence in its path. Countless lights of destruction were simultaneously falling down, with him as the center. It was as if he was in the very center of the storm. There was nowhere to run, and nowhere to hide. At this time, looking from the outside and below, everyone could see that the storm of the great path surrounding Yi Futian had vaguely turned into one giant ancient character, Barry. In this whole destructive space of the great path, it was just like that giant word Barry indicated. Everything in that space was to be destroyed and buried. As one of the top forces in the upper heavens realm, the prowess of the sky-burying god clan was terrifying. The will from the stone tablets was constantly smashing down on him. Yi Futian's body seemed to have turned golden, radiant and dazzling without compare. But when that will of the great path rushed inside his body, Yi Futian clearly felt that the power inside his body seemed to be buried and imprisoned. There was a power of the way that could block all other will. This was the power that sealed the great path. Yi Futian looked internally, and he seemed to see that there was a character that had been engraved upon his body. It was the spell of entombment. From inside to outside, this character was everywhere, wrapping him up in it, layer by layer. It was completely buried and destroyed. The will of the great path is the same. Whoever can suppress the other depends on who's stronger, everyone said in their hearts. An extreme divine light of the great path erupted from Yi Futian's body as if urging all his power forth. His body screamed, the blood in his veins roiling. The force of the fruit of the way that he swallowed before now burst out violently and with great force, turning into the same power of the great path, the path of destruction. This power of the great path roared madly within the body, destroying the shackles inside. At the same time, Yi Futian's sword's spirit shone through. He held the sword in his right hand, pointing to the sky. He unleashed the fleeting divine sword. All things passed away like time. All that was around now dissipated and perished at a rapid rate. Boom, boom, boom! The stone tablets were smashed and exploded directly as the people below looked at Yi Futian. Although there was only one sword, this sword seemed like thousands of swords striking all at once. Still can't be taken? Many people secretly said as they watched Yi Futian continue walking up the mountain of the way. Even Qin Zong of the sky-burying god clan was useless, and could not crush Yi Futian. But at this time, there was a stunning golden divine light shining and blooming above the sky. Many were watching the battlefield of the two previously, ignoring what was above. In another direction, a golden ancient god appeared. This golden ancient god was radiant all over, like a golden statue, or a golden god of war. Divine light of the great path between heaven and earth all gathered towards his body, endless and infinite, creating an incomparable body of the golden ancient god. The golden ancient god clan. Everyone recalled the myth of the golden divine nation. It was rumored that the royal family of the golden divine nation claimed to be the descendants of the ancient god clan. They were born differently from all the others and were of the most supreme bloodline of the human race. Golden divine blood flowed in their bodies, so they were born with unparalleled power. In this era, it was said that a cultivator from the golden divine nation was the divine general of Danwang the Great. How glorious at this time! Infinite golden divine light created a golden divine spear. This divine spear was cast by gold. Just one look, and one could feel the domineering power. Gai Shirshir stood above the void, looking down at Yi Futian, who was below. Before, many people believed that Gai Shirshir was probably the strongest among all who were present. Although those direct disciples of the Divine Palace were also extremely outstanding, ultimately, they were not the most outstanding from the Divine Palace. Those who were of the most genius existence were qualified to obtain the fruits of the way, thus receiving better treatment. But Gai Shirshir was truly the unparalleled character of this generation of golden divine nation. By comparison, Luo Yuming, the son of old demon Luo of the divine capital of Xiling, could hardly be compared with him. Many people agreed that Guy Sure was one of the strongest people on this trip, and perhaps may even be the strongest of them all. Now, even he would have to fight Yi Futian? They heard that Guy Sure went to Taishan Mountain and had intended to be a disciple of Lord Taishan, but was refused. And Yi Futian, very possibly, could be a secret heir of Lord Taishan. When Yi Futian broke Qin Zhang's attack, that was when Guy Sure made his move. That peerless divine general took the golden divine spear and lanced to the space below. In an instant, countless golden spears fell down simultaneously, tearing up the void. Everything was about to be smashed away. The golden divine spear aimed straight toward Yi Futian without any frills. Golden divine light appeared between heaven and earth. At this time, Yi Futian felt an extremely powerful oppressive force, watching the golden divine spear coming toward him, unstoppable. The attack was boundlessly domineering, and the technique of the attack was befitting of its name. Above Yi Futian's body, an incomparably strong breath erupted, the will of the Wei rumbled and roiled, all gathering within the sword. The sword unleashed and went for the golden spear. Boom! There was a loud boom, and there seemed to be countless golden lightning directly rushing into Yi Futian's body. The golden divine light raged within his body, wreaking havoc. Yi Futian's body was knocked back by the force, and for the first time, he could not continue to move forward but stumbled backward instead. He looked up at the indomitable figure in the void, while also feeling its power inside his body. Entirely too strong. Is this guy sure? Everyone looked at the invincible figure in the void, as he was blocking the top along with Qin Zhang. It seemed that Xinjing would not have a chance to break through this heavy defense. Who else do you want to try and vacate? Guy Sure looked down at Yi Futian below and asked. As the golden god of war, who could block him and ask him to give up his position? He wanted to see just how Yi Futian would try and achieve that. Yi Futian looked up at the sky above. Guy Sure's reputation was well deserved. This man's attack power was very strong, but it was better this way. Just unblemished, after all. Guy Sure looked down at Yi Futian below, the divine light blooming. The sky turned to gold. Qin Zhang continued to attack as countless stone tablets surrounded Yi Futian's body, pressuring downward. The will of the Wei exploded and locked onto Yi Futian's body. At the same time, Guy Sure's golden divine spear once again smashed down with unstoppable force. The two top characters in the upper heavens realm moved in unison. Was this an attempt to kill Yi Futian? But it seemed that they would need to at least consider the reaction of Taishan Mountain. Yi Futian's body went up against the resistance. He deliberately did not avoid it, but directly moved to confront and destroy the will within the stone tablets. His sword went straight for the divine spear. Bang! The power of the golden divine spear directly penetrated through the body. Turbulence raged inside Yi Futian, and a golden divine light flowed through the veins in his body, tearing and smashing. At the same time, there was an incredibly abundant breath of life that was repairing the power inside of him. Yi Futian seemed to have completely ignored his injuries as he moved again toward Guy Sure. Yaya saw Yi Futian's movements, and a disturbed look flashed in her eyes. What was he going to do? Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of a certain possibility, as her face suddenly turned pale. She looked at Yi Futian coldly. This B***** was too crazy. Both of their attacks collided again. Yi Futian's sword had the advantage, but Guy Sure's golden divine spear had no frills. It was purely dominant. The divine spear contained not only a mighty power but also the might of the space. The descendants of the ancient gods possessed golden divine blood, which was used to form the divine spear. His attack power was known as the divine god's spear. The violent storm of sword chi continued to burst and shatter, destroying all things with the divine god's spear. The great path was about to be penetrated as Yi Futian's body seemed to be tumbling and screaming inside. It was like all his nerves and veins were bursting and crushing. There was a loud bang, and his body was knocked back again. His body whirled and shuttled through the void, but he was still moving forward. You'll die. Lu Qingyao chided coldly as an ultimate chill descended over everything. Everything was frozen shut. With Yi Futian's body as the center, all flows in this world seemed to have slowed down as a terrible ice-cold might now try to invade Yi Futian. Previously, Yi Futian had injured her and robbed her of her fruit of the way. Clearly, she had forgiven nor forgotten either. Frost covering his body, Yi Futian's speed seemed to slow down. Qin Zhang glanced at him and made a grabbing motion in the air. Many stone tablets projected the divine radiance of the great path, shrouding Yi Futian within it. The word "bury" once again appeared as the tablets moving forward, locking Futian in that wool of the way and burying him. The people below felt shocked when they saw what was happening before them. Though Xinjing's talent and strength were incredibly strong, he still seemed to have underestimated these top and excellent opponents. Gai Shi and Qin Zhang both were absolutely capable of becoming direct disciples. It was said that Gai Shi was just unwilling to cultivate at the Divine Palace, which Qin Zhang might very well join later. Not to mention, there were also Chang Fenglai, Lu Qingyao, and the others. He ignored all these top characters and tried to force his way to the front of the divine tree of comprehension. It never would have been an easy thing. As tough as he was, he still couldn't get up there. At this time, endless golden divine light raged upon the sky and fell on the divine spear. The figure that was transformed into the golden ancient god took the divine spear in his hand and pointed to the sky below. When he saw Yi Futian's sword had broken Qin Zhang's destructive method, the golden light from his eyes was extremely cold. It didn't matter that Lord Taixian refused him as a disciple. He didn't need anyone's help in cultivation, but he would never admit that he was any less than anyone in the upper heavens realm. Xinjing is in danger. When many people saw this, they exclaimed in their hearts. Gai Shi had gathered the momentum of the great path. Its might dominated the world. When this divine spear smashed down, it would be a disaster for Yi Futian. Luo Yue's expression also changed. Wan Shuyi's body now permeated with sword will. He stepped into the void, intending to join the battle. Don't interfere. Next to him, Yaya glanced at Wan Shuyi and said. Looking into Yaya's eyes, Wan Shuyi was stunned momentarily. Don't interfere? This is the divine god's spear. Its attack power is superior. There are not many other methods that could match the divine god's spear, Wan Shuyi said. And Gai Shi himself was a descendant of the ancient gods. Golden blood flowed in his body, and he had cultivated with the divine god's spear for many years, so the two were moving in great harmony. If the divine god's spear and the fleeing divine sword were of a certain level, Gai Shi's mastery of the divine god's spear was definitely not any lesser than Yi Futian's comprehension of the fleeting divine sword. He had been immersed in it since a young age, and it perfectly complemented his method. With his natural suitability for its cultivation and his current realm of nirvana, it was not hard to imagine the extent of its prowess. Now, Yi Futian had been repeatedly hindered, with several powerful cultivators teamed up against him. Obviously, Gai Shi's counterattack would be merciless and deadly. If no one were to lend him a helping hand, Yi Futian would most certainly be in danger. Trust him. Yaya's tone was still very cold, but there was absolute confidence in this cold indifference. Looking at those eyes, Wan Shuyi started to think that perhaps she knew that Xinjing possessed more strength. Yaya was different from Wan Shuyi. Wan Shou had only seen one side of Yi Futian, but Yaya had been with Yi Futian for many years. She knew Yi Futian too well and had already guessed what Yi Futian was about to do. Despite what might appear to be crazy antics, if he made that choice, it must be that he was sure of his judgment. In that case, she would choose to trust him, so she didn't get involved. Wan Shuyi retracted his sword will and did not proceed to make a move, his eyes focused on the sky above. On this trip, Yi Futian had been kind to him, so if Yi Futian were really in a jam, he would pledge his sword no matter the cost. Pissed. Sharp and shrilling sounds came out from the void, but in the next moment, there seemed to be immense pressure from the sky. A god was descending, divine spear in hand, cleaving open heaven and earth, and the divine spear made of gold directly moved toward Yi Futian. Countless golden divine lights flooded this void, piercing Yi Futian's eyes and body. His sword swung out, and the endless sword will was about to bloom but was destroyed immediately. A dull groan was heard as countless golden divine lights rushed into Yi Futian's body, seemingly penetrating his body. He looked up at the figure that was trying to slaughter him. Gai Shi of the Gold Divine Nation had incarnated into the battle form of Divine God with an immense and domineering spirit. His eyes radiated of golden glory that others dared not look directly at. The light pierced his dark eyes, sharp beyond compare. This spear was meant to destroy. Endless power of destruction rushed into Yi Futian's body. At this time, Yi Futian's insides were turning into a roaring sea of the way. The great path roared and raged. Veins and nerves were broken, the blood inside his body was roiling, and even all of his internal organs were tumbling and on the verge of destruction. His breath seemed to be weakening rapidly. He seemed about to be wiped out under such a violent blow. Yi Futian's eyes revealed nothing but endless tranquility. The space below was infinitely silent. Everyone was looking at the scene in the void. Would Yi Futian be incapacitated? A coldness flashed through Junmu's eyes. Even though he had been dazzling for a moment, he was too conceited, after all. If he could have kept a low profile and been patient like he was at Taishian Mountain, he might have had the chance to grow. But unfortunately, in a place of trial like this at the Divine Palace, with all those domineering characters, no mercy would be shown him in such direct confrontations. This blow was enough to destroy Yi Futian's talent. Although the place where the two collided was still ravaged by endless will of the way, the two figures seemed to have stopped, their bodies motionless. Cracks now appeared in their swords as if they might break at any time. Yi Futian's body was still rumbled, but a vigorous will of life now wrapped around his body, and Yi Futian's eyes actually showed a smile. Seeing this smile, Gai Shi frowned. How could he smile? However, the next moment, he seemed to detect something and vaguely felt that something was wrong. Yi Futian's weakened breath was actually increasing against the odds, and there was a violent will of the great path in his body that roared. The blood in his veins tossed and turned, and a divine will now swept out as his breath rapidly climbed, becoming stronger and stronger. He soon had returned to the peak and was still increasing in strength. The people below also felt it, and countless eyes fastened on Yi Futian. How could this be possible, and was he leveraging the situation for a breakthrough? In the realm of Saint Plane, the level of unblemished was already an indicator of perfection without fault, hence unblemished, so why was there still a nirvana above it? Nirvana was actually a transitional state. From Saint to Renhuang, to enter Renhuang, one must first achieve nirvana. Therefore, this realm was extremely difficult to achieve. This was a threshold that had blocked countless other cultivators. Nirvana was but a heart that was not bound. The great path formed naturally, and everything inside the body was rebuilt. The mind was, at this point, transformed, and the divine wheel of the great path had been made to make way for the Renhuang realm. This realm was the transformation of the Saint Plane. It was the preparation before stepping into Renhuang realm. Yi Futian had devoured several fruits of the way successively. He had cultivated for several years, and his will of the way was strong enough to reach this level. His state of mind had been stable. Now he was dedicated to seek the great path, and nothing could stop him from entering the way. All he needed was an opportunity. This trip was such an opportunity, and this battle was his opportunity, so he wanted to use the power of these people to forcibly reshape himself. This was actually somewhat risky, but he had swallowed the life spring water and taken the fruit of life. Even if he failed, he could bear the consequences, therefore, he was unafraid. At this moment, he was rebuilding the meridians of the great path. The reshaped meridians in his body seemed to leave engraved marks, and the same was on his bones. The vitality of all his internal organs was even more robust and vigorous as the breath inside his body continued to become stronger, reaching for higher limits. In the Life Palace, the ancient tree of the world was swaying. It was as if the world of the Life Palace had become broader, and the will of way stronger. The sword howled in the sky. Above the firmament, infinite sword will flowed around Yi Futian, entering his body, invading his sword's spirit. The cracks on the sword were repaired, becoming straight as a terrifying storm of sword chi surged upwards. It wrapped around the sky and took aim at the body of the divine god. Millions of sword will penetrated the godlike body, trying to tear it apart. Guy Shir slammed into the void. The golden divine spear vibrated, and the two bodies separated. Guy Shir reappeared above the sky, looking down at Yi Futian below. By his power, Yi Futian had broken into nirvana. He actually became the instrument that made Yi Futian. 10,000 swords now returned, and the sword will seem to flow within the vast expanse. Yi Futian looked at the few people in the void, including Guy Shir, and smiled. Many thanks to you. At this time, the breath from his body had already crossed unblemished and entered nirvana. He was one step closer to Renhuang. You did it! Yaya looked at Yi Futian, a rare smile revealed in her eyes. Yi Futian had also stepped into nirvana. That young man, who once wanted her to call him brother, at the Tombkeeper village, grew one step at a time and was now in the same realm as her. He would chase that legendary realm with her. He broke through the barrier of the realm in this manner? Wan Shuyi looked on speechlessly at the scene in the void. How magnificent this was, and was this still that humble musician he knew? If he had failed, what kind of painful ending would it be? At least, he would not dare, and not many others would not take such risks. It was really insane. He forcibly entered the mountain of the way while in unblemished plain, and now has passed the trial and achieved nirvana. To him, this mountain is probably not high enough. Luo Yu murmured next to him. Wan Shui also looked at that mountain, and said with a smile, Indeed, this mountain is not high enough for him. Those on the mountain of the way, who else could stop him? His mountain should be higher. Yi Futian looked down below. He was extremely calm. He glanced at the divine tree of comprehension and said, It seems that all the positions are mine. Nirvana! Guy Shir murmured. But even so, what of it? In his eyes, the golden divine light was still there, breathtaking. He had a brilliant talent that was ranked first in this generation of the golden divine nation. No one could overtake him. The golden divine nation had great hopes for him to surpass Renhuang and achieve even a higher and more supreme realm. Many people believed that in the future, Guy Shir would inherit the golden divine nation and become its master. Of course, he would not dwell on these matters. Power to him was as fleeting as the clouds. What he wanted was the ultimate strength, so that, at a certain level, everything would come easily. To enter nirvana. Can you withstand the spear of the gods? Guy Shir surveyed the space below. At this moment, the figure akin to the divine god stepped out. He held a golden divine spear in his palm, radiating endless divine light. Feeling the war intent upon Guy Shir, the other strong cultivators were also equally aggressive. Although their hearts were not quite at peace, they were not too concerned. Even if Yi Futian broke through the realm, he would be at the same level as them, so there was nothing to fear. Boom! A dull bang sounded between heaven and earth as the golden divine light pierced the sky. The divine god's spear jabbed down again straight at Yi Futian. Those who had attacked before now released the might of the way at the same time, intending to take down Yi Futian directly and end the fight. Although they were still unafraid, Yi Futian was already extremely tyrannical while in the realm of unblemished. Now that he had proved himself worthy of nirvana, he would only be getting stronger. There might be a chance to be chased out in front of the divine tree. Yi Futian glanced up at the sky above, and all swords became one. They turned into one sword and drove toward the golden divine spear that fell from the void. The two collided and made a dull sound. Countless air currents of swordsmanship flowed from that sword and rolled upward, destroying all might of the way. Around Yi Futian's body, there was a storm of swordsmanship as if using the sword method of the fleeting divine sword in defense rather than attack. For a time, the stars around his body were in the turbulence of the swordsmanship, and all the invading methods were broken, unable to approach him by even half a step. Junior sister Luo Yu watched closely. Wan Shuyi released his divine will as he stared at the sky above, wanting to perceive Yi Futian's sword clearly. The fleeting years in the divine will from Lord Taishian was too strong and distant from them. Its realm was too high. Hence, it was difficult to understand. It required the ability to comprehend to capture its essence. However, Yi Futian was in the same realm as them, but his comprehension of swordsmanship was far superior. Now that he was releasing the sword method in front of them, naturally, they were giving it their full attention. Futian's swordsmanship could teach them a lot, and they should take this opportunity to learn. Luo Yue's expression was grave and nodded seriously, staring at the void above like Wan Shui. Even back when they were in the realm of ruin at Taishan City, Futian had left a deep impression on her. Today, it was even more so. The divine sword in the air collided with the golden divine spear. The sword will of the great path flowed, and his body was wrapped up by the sword screen. Futian looked up at the mountain of the way and said, "If you guys don't want to come down, I have to invite you down here." As his voice fell, around his body, there was a sword breaking through the air. It escaped into the space of the void in an instant. Then there was the second sword, the third, and many, many more. Countless divine swords shuttled through in the void, and everyone looked up. It was filled with the shadows of swords. Did he want to bury the sky with swords? What a strong divine will! Yaya also looked up at the scene in the void, and her heart was greatly shaken. Of course, she did not doubt Futian's strength. He had been improving ever since those years at the Holy Ji Palace, constantly surpassing people who were stronger than him. Knives sharpened knives. Along with his opponents, his world became broader, stronger. He would never fall behind. The realm of Nirvana was the focal point of the divine path, but it was also the foundation on which the divine wheel of the great path was based. Futian broke through to the realm of Nirvana, which meant that his heart and his mind could both accommodate a wider world, such as his controlling countless divine swords in space, where each sword had its own trajectory of the great path and brewed swordsmanship within. Even for her, with her foundation firmly rooted in Nirvana realm, it was still difficult to achieve. "The sword of Taishan Mountain, the fleeting divine sword, pleased to meet you." As Futian's voice fell, countless divine swords descended. In this instant, everyone who was on the divine tree at the top of the mountain saw the currents of swordsmanship coming toward them, closing in for the kill. They looked up and watched the coming swords with incredibly unpleasant countenances. He was controlling the swords through the air and releasing the fleeing divine sword. The temperature around Lu Qingyao's body dropped again, and frost covered the world. It intended to stop all the forces in the surrounding space, but when the sword passed, it left a sword mark, and this was only the first sword mark. A squealing noise came out, and sword marks crisscrossed, appearing around her body. The swordsmanship penetrated her methods, and more sword marks came through the void, cutting through all methods. This was the cleave of all things. However, this sword had not stopped its attack. Gradually, the entire space was about to be annihilated and smashed, burying everything. Wherever the sword passed, everything turned to dust. Lu Qingyao's face was pale. She was furiously resisting this force, but proud as she might be, she felt a sense of powerlessness as the destructive sword she left a bloodstain on her, turning her white robe red. Not only was Lu Qingyao being attacked by the fleeting divine sword, but Chang Fenglai of the Changfeng family, Qin Zhang of the Sky-Burying God clan, and the disciples of the divine palace were all attacked mercilessly by the swordsmanship. Before, he was forcing his way onto the mountain. This time, Futian was putting everyone under his sword at the same time. At this moment, all the strong cultivators were experiencing the swordsmanship of Taishan Mountain at the same time. The fleeting divine sword. Fleeting years! Wan Shi stared into the void. This sword had already surpassed the limit of cleave of all things and entered the level of fleeting years. As the sword was unleashed, none of the cultivators had time to care for the others. They were busy defending against his sword. Piss! Lu Qingyao was the weakest of them all. Before, in the battle fighting for the life spring, she was already defeated. Now, how could she be Futian's opponent when he had stepped into the Nirvana realm? Under the fleeting divine sword, she couldn't bear such an attack. As blood stained her white clothing, this direct disciple of the divine palace, like a withered flower, shook in the rain and wind under his swordsmanship. Finally, with a soft groan, she was unable to fight any longer. As swords descended and landed around her body, Each and every one of these swords had the chance to kill her. How awful! Many were sympathetic in their hearts. Yi Futian was seriously ruthless. He showed no mercy at all. This sword strike was brutal. Lu Qingyao was a direct disciple. Such a devastating loss under the divine sword was truly embarrassing for her. Of course, it was not just her. Even Chang Fenlai and Qin Zhang also felt great pressure. Though Yi Futian was controlling the sword remotely, it seemed that the attack each person suffered was released directly by him. In front of Qin Zhang, countless stone tablets appeared, and the will of the way inside the tablets suppressed the heavens. Still, there were infinite divine swords flowing between heaven and earth, continuously pulverizing the stone tablets around him until he was completely vanquished. It's already done. When the people below saw this, they could feel that Yi Futian's fleeting divine sword was now perfected. While he was still fighting with Gai Shi in person, his sword everywhere launching attacks on everyone, challenging all the cultivators with his raw strength alone. He had just entered Nirvana realm. Could he already be invincible in Nirvana? These were people who had already stood at the top level of Nirvana. Li Sun and Bai Xiu both withdrew early, unable to fight anymore. Under the long river of his swordsmanship, it was hard for the others to continue. There were golden divine lights all around Gai Shi's body, and that godlike figure regarded Yi Futian below. While fighting with him, he didn't concentrate on the fight at hand but was also attacking all the other cultivators. It was incredibly arrogant and fully demonstrated his conceit. However, the strength of this swordsmanship. Even he had to recognize and acknowledge this prowess. This musician from Taishan Mountain seemed to have received the true arts of Lord Taishan, and his swordsmanship was the first among this generation on Taishan Mountain. He was far ahead of all the others. Bang! The golden spear in his hand burst and shattered inch by inch, and the golden divine light shot through the void. Gai Shi's expression was still extremely dominant. Seeing the sword will roll towards him, the golden divine blood inside him roiled and howled, and the divine god's body that was formed from gold was releasing a dazzling divine light, which was able to counter the sword will. Gai Shi was forming the seal with both of his hands, and a curious sound seemed to be heard from above the sky, and there seemed to be the sound of the great path that chimed non-stop in the sky. Above the sky, indomitable ancient gods appeared with mighty power. They descended at the same time, appearing around Gai Shi. Suddenly, in the sky above Yi Futian, a divine mansion seemed to hover there. Summon the ancient golden god! Everyone looked up in the sky, their hearts trembling violently. How strong! Gai Shi was truly deserving of his reputation. This superb genius from the golden divine nation showed unparalleled combat power, which had not been fully unleashed before. Until this moment, Yi Futian finally forced out his full strength. Yi Futian's sword had already defeated several people. The other genius talents in the void were unable to contend with Yi Futian's sword, but Gai Shi now wanted to launch a counterattack to suppress Yi Futian. In comparison, their levels were revealed instantly. The ancient golden god descended from heaven. It is the sigh of the divine god. Wan Shui focused on the void. His expression changed slightly. This method was the supreme way of the golden divine nation and was the highest form of magic. It was rumored to be an inheritance left over from the times of the ancient gods. Under the sigh of the gods, even the gods would perish, and it was extremely difficult to cultivate. Had Gai Shi completed the cultivation of the sigh of the divine god? Unexpectedly, Gai Shi is already at such a powerful level. Others also exclaimed. Today, they were actually witnessing a showdown here. Even among future direct disciples of the Divine Palace, these two were the stuff of legends. Yi Futian also felt the mighty power of the will of the way that came from the void at this time. The god of the great path appeared, and the pressure of might descended to suppress all. The breath that erupted out from Gai Shi, at this moment, was many times greater than before and seemed to be another transformation. Gai Shi's strength has already set him apart from all the other direct disciples, and they are no longer on the same level. Yi Futian remarked to himself as he felt this power. Ultimately, Gai Shir should be at the same level as those who automatically received the quota for the fruits of the way, like the Crown Prince Etienne of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Etienne was certainly not stronger than Gai Shir. The momentum inside Yi Futian's body was getting more magnificent, and above his body, a stronger sword will swept out and flowed to the sword of heaven and earth. Bang! There was a violent noise that came from the void. Chang Fenlie's body was penetrated by the sword. He was bloody all over, his breath was weak, and Qin Zan, likewise, was also injured gravely by the sword. In front of the divine tree of comprehension, all the genius talents fell one after another under Yi Futian's sword. At that moment, the most powerful direct disciple in front of the divine tree of comprehension was the one who had previously let Lu Qinyao go up. His power was extraordinary. He had resisted the fleeting divine sword for the longest time, but in the end, he had been similarly unable to block the killing sword. Yi Futian was still down below. His sword will filled the sky as it flowed all through the vast area. Everyone except for Gai Shir of the Golden Divine Nation had already fallen, and they had no more power to fight. Some of them had directly tried to seize the fruit of the way, but they had been pierced by Yi Futian's sword, leaving shocking sword slashes on their bodies. They had been wounded internally, but they would recover in a short time. The sword will completely cover the divine tree of comprehension, leaving the people below him as shocked as could be. He was trying to take the whole tree for himself, and not let anyone else take from it. Even the top figures were not allowed to, not even the personal disciples of the divine palace. "He is so arrogant," they all said to themselves. But Yi Futian had the right to be. The power he had displayed had been simply frightening, and now, there was only one person still capable of fighting. If Gai Shir could not beat him, then no one could. Figures of imposing deities appeared up in the sky. It was as if the gods were truly coming down from the heavens and crushing everything below them. A burst of pressure from the great path covered Yi Futian. The gods seemed to be singing, making it seem like this area of the sky would be crushed by golden power. Gai Shir's aura surged. At that moment, there were few at the nirvana level who could match him. His law body was so powerful that even a forged Renhuang body would probably not be as good. The sword will was suppressed. Gai Shir held a golden divine spear. And it was not just him, but all of the figures of gods gripped divine spears as well. They chanted, and destruction followed. It seemed that there was no one in the world who could stop Gai Shir. Even Yi Futian, with his incomparable talent, would have to bow before the chanting of these gods. The golden light seemed to form a celestial curtain. It covered Yi Futian when it fell, making it so that he could not escape. The endless golden light seemed to be formed of golden spears that spanned the sky. At the same time, Gai Shir finally moved. The gods thrust their spears downwards. Their chanting rang out. Everything was destroyed wherever the sound went, and nothing was left. "His will is so strong, even a nirvana-level cultivator would not be able to withstand a single attack." Although the people watching the battle from below were outside the range of the attack, they could still feel the killing power and shocking will within it. It was far beyond the limits of what they could withstand. There were even nirvana-level cultivators within them, but they thought that even they would be killed by that attack. They would die from a single strike. That swordsman from Taishan Mountain had Lord Taishuan's fleeting divine sword. Could he the chanting of the gods and the attack from their spears? Yi Futian stood in the air, his body resonating with the great path. His world tree swayed, and the will that he had previously absorbed burst forth violently, integrating itself into his sword. A huge divine furnace seemed to appear within him, refining all the will of the great path. But those watching could not see it very clearly, due to the golden light enveloping him. Gai Shir was no weaker than Yin Tianyu, the prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. At that moment, Yi Futian was feeling the pressure of the twin attacks of the gods chanting and their spears. The gods chanting was particularly difficult to bear as it increased the power of Gai Shir's aura and the heavenly great path by several orders of magnitude. He had to take this seriously. He reached out, seeming to hold up the very sky with his hands. Suddenly, brilliant, flashing divine swords appeared in his hand. Each one contained sky-breaking sword will. When he saw the spears coming towards him, he formed a sword's seal. His divine spiritual sorcery flowed, and his swords slashed out. The sword's shrieks pierced everyone's ears and then became softer until there was no sound at all. It seemed as if they had gone beyond the limits of sound. The spears collided with the fleeting divine swords, but all the people watching from below could see was a flash of destructive light. Everything was shattered into dust, and the great path flowed backward. They saw the divine spears that had been formed of golden radiance, and the swords that had been formed out of spiritual sorcery shatter into nothingness and disappeared. Was their power evenly matched? Time seemed to stop as everyone's eyes were on the battlefield. Something was wrong. The battle had not stopped yet. Everyone's hearts were pounding as they gazed fixedly into the sky. Although the swords had been destroyed, the burst of sword will was still there. The great path was flowing in reverse, and the river of stars was rotating. Everything had been turned to dust under the destructive power of the river of the great path. But the dust was moving towards Guy Shirshur and trying to swallow him up. Guy Shirshur was a proud man. When he saw that his attack had been destroyed and the energy from his opponent's attack was still sweeping towards him, his face turned dark. Brilliant golden light flashed from him as the power spread towards him. A shrill sound rang out as it swept over Guy Shirshur's body, and then disappeared into nothingness. The fighting will that Guy Shirshur had used as armor had already been destroyed, and now blood was flowing from his golden body. But the blood was glowing with golden light as if it was the ichor of a god. Golden blood! Everyone's hearts trembled fiercely. It seemed that the legends were true. The people of the golden divine nation were descendants of the old gods, and golden blood flowed through the old gods' veins. And now, they were seeing that golden blood with their own eyes. What was frightening was that Guy Shirshur had already started to forge his body of the great path. His bones, veins, and organs were all transforming. But even so, he had still been wounded in this battle. The two figures were standing in the air. One of them had an arrogant expression on his face, his white robes flapping in the wind. He looked up into the sky. The mountain was covered with people that he had wounded in this battle. None of them could withstand his swords. The other person's golden robes were stained with blood. Golden light still shone from his eyes, but it was not as brilliant and imposing as before. He had the bold manner of someone who was unparalleled in heaven and earth, but at this moment, he seemed a little dazed. Guy Shirshur had not thought that he would ever be defeated before he entered the Divine Palace. He had thought that his opponent would be one of the people from the Divine Palace. Previously, he had not given a second thought to Futian. Even if his opponent had reached the Nirvana level, he still would have been confident in his victory. He had the blood of the golden old gods and the chanting of the gods. How could he lose? But his spears were not as sharp as his opponent's swords. The one whom Lord Taishian had chosen had beaten him. Futian swept his gaze over Guy Shirshur and then stepped forward, shooting towards the mountain like a beam of sword light. He paid no more mind to Guy Shirshur. Everyone was speechless as they saw Futian head towards the mountain. This man had crushed the proud son of heaven of the higher heavens realm, and then had ascended to the peak of the mountain of the way. Who would have thought that a musician from Taishian Mountain would be the one to defeat all opponents? Even the proud cultivators from all over the higher heavens realm could not compete with him, not even the disciples of the Divine Palace. Perhaps only those few personal disciples of the Divine Palace who had not come were qualified to fight him. But based on his battle with Guy Shirshur, there would probably even be very few of them who could withstand the fleeting divine sword. There were probably incredibly few people who were powerful enough to fight him. Wait for me to finish my cultivation, then you can fight again. Futian swept his gaze over all the people he had defeated. They were all speechless. They were all losers. What could they say? This tree can accommodate many cultivators. You can't take up all those places by yourself, even if you take all the fruit of the way. The wounded Lu Qingao had used her life will to heal her injuries. She looked at Futian as she spoke. She wanted to stay here in order to understand more. Previously, none of you were willing to save a place for me, answered Yi Futian. He looked down at Yaya and Wan Shui and said, Come on up. Yaya nodded and flashed up into the air. Wan Shui, Luoyu, and the others came up as well, heading towards the divine tree of comprehension. Seeing that Wan Shui and Luoyu were getting a chance to cultivate at the divine tree of comprehension, Jun Mu and the others felt conflicted. Li Jin felt a little bit regretful. Who would have thought that the musician from Taishan Mountain, Xinjing, would have the strength to crush all the proud sons of heaven from the higher heavens realm? You are cultivators of Taishan Mountain, so you may come up as well, said Yi Futian to Li Jin and Qin Yu. The two of them were stunned. They looked up at Yi Futian in the air. When they saw his eyes, they felt a little bit ashamed. Yi Futian nodded at Ma Yi. Brother Ma Yi, he said. Ma Wai suddenly lowered his head, feeling ashamed as well. They flashed over to the divine tree of comprehension. Li Jin looked at Yi Futian and said, Why are you doing this? The little bit of friction between us is no need for enmity. We all came here from Taishan Mountain. There are plenty of places for all of us, so this is no great matter, answered Yi Futian. The great path itself flowed through saints, making them one with heaven and earth. These little misunderstandings were not worth remembering. When one set their heart on the heavenly great path, none of the pettiness of the mortal world should remain. We were too narrow-minded, said Li Jin with a bow towards Yi Futian. She felt that ever since Yi Futian had come to Taishan Mountain, she had always been skeptical of his being able to get into String Palace. These narrow-minded thoughts had indeed affected their cultivation. This was probably why her Guqin and the people from Sword Abyss's swords were not as good as Yi Futian's. If you could disregard our previous transgressions, we would blush from shame, said Jun Mu as he took a step forward. He wanted to come up as well. Whoosh! A burst of sword will descended suddenly, stopping Jun Mu in his tracks. He looked up into the air. I'm sorry, there is no place for you here, said Yi Futian coldly. Cultivators had big hearts, but there were some things that they could not forgive. Jun Mu's face darkened. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he cast a cold glance at Yi Futian and then turned and left. Jun Mu will hate you for that, Wan Shui transmitted to Yi Futian. But Yi Futian did not care. What could a Nirvana-level cultivator do to him? Let us cultivate. Yi Futian looked at the giant tree before him. He walked forward towards the center of the tree, making Wan Shui look surprised. There were many pieces of fruit on the tree, and all were full of the essence of heaven and earth. They could produce will in people that would resonate with the great path. That was why, in the past, so many people had plucked this fruit in order to aid their comprehension. So why was Yi Futian walking towards the center of the tree? Yi Futian walked up to the towering tree and looked up at it. He could feel many different types of will in this place. The tree made him think of the world tree within him, his life spirit, that could also hold all kinds of will of the great path. Could there be some kind of connection between them? It was probably just a coincidence. The world tree was his life spirit, and this tree was a divine thing in the middle of the sea of the path. It bore fruit of the way that could be used to comprehend the great path. He swept his gaze over the trunk of the mighty tree. As his eyes traveled downward, he saw that it seemed to be rooted in the mountain of the way. Its countless roots stretched out in all directions. This is the divine tree of comprehension. We can use it to comprehend the will of the great path much more efficiently, Yi Futian said to himself. He sat down cross-legged beneath the tree and did not bother to form a resonance with any of the pieces of fruit on it. He closed his eyes and cast away all distracting thoughts. He did not think about anything in the outside world, but sank deep within himself, immersing himself in a mystical plane. He seemed to forget himself. Although his eyes were shut tightly, he could see more clearly than if his eyes had been open. His divine spirit covered a boundless area, and there was nowhere where he was not present. He could sense everything. A crisp wind blew by, seeming to contain the way within it. He sensed a fiery piece of fruit of the way. His divine spirit entered into it, and in a flash, he could feel blazing flames burning in the sky. It seemed that these flames reached up to the heavens, and they burned his divine spirit. He also felt a piece of lightning fruit. He suddenly felt like he was in a world of lightning, and he was bathed in the great path of thunder. He felt many other kinds of will. Every piece of fruit on the tree contained a frightening amount of the will of the great path. The people from Futian Mountain were all there as well. They could sense the will contained within the fruit of the way. They sat there, sensing the world around them quietly. Will flowed over all of their bodies, except for Futian's. Below them, everyone was looking up into the air. Many of them had their eyes closed, and were using their other senses. Although Futian had expelled the people who had been here previously, he had not forced them to leave. They could still sense the will of the tree from below the mountain, and thus it was still beneficial to their cultivation. Futian sat there quietly as if he could sense the world more clearly now. As time passed, Futian sank deeper into himself, until he felt like he had turned into a tree himself. The tree had worked its way into his very veins. The world tree was spreading through him, and different kinds of will flowed on every one of its trunks. The will of the great path was very potent there, and it burned like the sun in the sky. Brilliant light gradually began to shine from him, and a powerful force began to spread out from his body. The will resonated with the divine tree of comprehension, and suddenly lines of will were flowing from the tree towards him. They penetrated him. With a thought, Futian formed sword will within himself. All of the will of the divine tree of comprehension within him turned into sword will that flowed to every part of his body. To become a Renhuang, one had to forge a Renhuang body, comprehend a Renhuang soul, and form a wheel of the great path. As Futian thought of this, endless sword will flowed through his veins, and even into his bones and organs. Outside, sword will was also flowing down from the divine tree of comprehension and over Futian's body. His entire body was soon covered in sword will. Below, some people looked up at him. There was so much sword will. Was Futian trying to forge a body of swordsmanship? Futian was bathed in sword will. The current of sword will was growing stronger and stronger as it went into him until it formed a closed loop. It would not flow out of him. It seemed like all of this powerful sword will was locked up within him. When one formed a law body and a law soul, one was on the inside, and the other was on the outside. The law body was internal, and the law soul was external. Once the two had been forged, they would resonate, and only then could one form forge the wheel of the great path, know everything under heaven, shine with the sun and the moon, and have one's every movement be in accordance with the way. This was a place to prove one's worthiness. It gave people a much better chance to become a Renhuang. Everything that Futian did here was something that many people would fight to have a chance to do. Wan Shui and Luoyu seemed to feel something. They opened their eyes and saw that endless sword will was falling from the divine tree of comprehension and entering Futian's body. This distressed them greatly. This genius was truly unpredictable. Futian's need for will was terrifying, but the will contained within the divine tree of comprehension seemed to be endless. As time passed, Futian's body seemed to be translating into a body of swordsmanship. Everything about him seemed to be made of sword will, both inside and out. Can he really comprehend this much, even without using any of the fruit of the way? Everyone asked themselves. This Futian was frighteningly talented. After a while, Futian had completely transformed into a sword that was sitting there with his eyes closed. Xinjing seems to be forming a law body, said the people who were watching him from below. This is a rare opportunity, so naturally he must seize it. Let us also continue to comprehend the way, said someone, and he closed his eyes. After a few days, Futian's body was like the blazing sun. The air around him seemed to be burning. He shone in all directions, making a look of surprise come over everyone's faces. But most of them were immersed in their own cultivation, and so they did not pay him too much heed. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, Futian and all the others had been cultivating at the Mountain of the Way for more than 2 months. During this whole time, Futian had not risen once. He was completely immersed in a state of self-forgetfulness. He could sense that there was far more to this tree than even he could see. At this moment, he was in a mystical state, and he could sense that the tree connected the whole mountain together. Its roots reached to every corner of the mountain. And it was not just the mountain of the way. They reached to the entire mountain range. This tree's roots connected the entire area. The tree was truly massive. All of the trees in the area were really one. At that moment, a brilliant light shone from the palace at the peak of the mountain. Everyone looked up at it. Some of them did not understand, but the disciples of the divine palace knew that the time had come. The dawn light of the great path spread out, covering the entire area and enveloping the mountain of the way within it. Futian ceased his cultivation and opened his eyes. He looked towards the palace and saw that it was as mystical as an illusion. It gave off a sense of unreality. He guessed that it was probably an image of the divine palace. A burst of marvelous energy descended. A voice rang through the air. "Time is up. Prepare to leave," came the faint voice from the palace. Futian stood up immediately. With a single thought, all of his swords shot through the air, cutting down all the giant pieces of fruit on the tree, then bringing them to him. When they saw this, the people of Taishan Mountain stopped cultivating and looked at Futian. They were already perfectly satisfied with the amount of what they had been able to comprehend, and it was all thanks to the fact that Futian had not blamed them for their transgressions against him. They may have had vain hopes to get more of the fruit, but now, Futian had taken them all. They felt a bit disappointed by this, but it was only right and proper. The fruit on this tree was incredibly valuable. It was said that a single piece of fruit was enough to support a cultivator in forging a law body and forming a wheel of the great path. If you used one when you were at the peak of the Nirvana plane, it could help you break through to the next level. He could not lightly give up any of this fruit, even for the sake of his friendship with Taishan Mountain. Little Phoenix looked piteously at Futian. Was he really so heartless? "We have been here cultivating for so long that I will give you 2 more pieces of fruit to help you reach Nirvana." Futian waved his hand, and 2 pieces of fruit flew over to Little Phoenix, a flame fruit and a life fruit. Both were ones she had gotten before and had not come from the divine tree of comprehension. "So petty," whispered Little Phoenix as she took them. "If you don't want them, give them back." Futian stared at her. Feng Yang put the fruit in her mouth as quickly as possible. Give them back? How could she do that? Everyone watching envied Little Phoenix a little bit. Futian had not even thought of them. He had already done everything he needed to do. If they were not happy with him, was there anything they could really say? The light that covered the area grew brighter and brighter. There was a roar in the sky as another powerful beam of light shot out from the palace, swallowing up all the cultivators. In the next instant, everyone could feel the stars revolving as the scene before their eyes changed completely. Futian was stunned. He looked around him and saw the endless sea of the path. Everyone was there. The mountain, the tree, and the whole land had disappeared abruptly. It was like it had all been a dream that had never happened. There was a crashing sound in front of them, and a huge demonic beast broke through the waves, then floated on the surface of the water. It was the black turtle that had brought them here before. He looked at everyone and said, "Come with me." On saying this, he turned and continued on through the sea. Everyone formed boats and followed him. Along the way, Futian could feel many eyes on him. Men of talent always aroused the envy of others. Moreover, he now had all the fruit of the divine tree. It was obvious that he would attract a lot of attention. If they were not in the Sea of the Way, but rather at the divine palace, he would probably have a fight on his hands right about now. Once they had left, there were no more rules to entangle them. People could even use Renhuang implements. And everyone there was extraordinarily powerful and had some impressive ritual implements. "Are we going to the divine palace?" Futian asked Wan Shui. Wan Shui nodded. "Yes. Don't you want to go and see such a legendary place?" Futian looked off into the distance. Far away, he could faintly see a celestial palace. It was just like before. It seemed both like a reflection in the water and real at the same time. "We will be there soon." Ahead of them, the black turtle sped up, flying over the waves. He was heading towards the place that Futian was looking at. Everyone else saw it as well. Other than the disciples of the divine palace, Everyone else was curious. They all had their own expectations about it. Of course I do, answered Yi Futian with a smile at Wan Shui. He wanted to take a trip to the Divine Palace. As they got closer, they could already see a mystical island rising out of the Sea of the Way. This was the place where the premier holy land for cultivating in the higher heavens realm, the Shanshu Divine Palace, was. As everyone got closer, they realized that the mystical island that rose up out of the Sea of the Way was quite vast. Everyone was looking forward with solemn expressions on their faces as the boats flew across the water. We are here, they all thought to themselves. The black turtle slowly sank back down to the depths of the sea. Everyone's figures flashed as they shot through the air and landed on the island. Yi Futian and the others landed on the island as well. The air around them was thick with the aura of the Great Path, and the vast island was covered with will. There were several figures waiting on the shore. They were a few messengers who had come to welcome them. When they saw the cultivators coming, one of them said, "Those of you who passed the Sea of the Way entrance examination should familiarize yourselves with the Divine Palace. A bell will ring tomorrow, and when it does, you should all join together. Someone will be there to lead you in your cultivation. Those others among you who are part of the quota may stay in the Divine Palace to cultivate if you wish. If you do not wish to do this, you may leave whenever you want." Previously, many people had fought for the right to be part of the quota to go to the land of proving the way, and thus had undergone a test at the Divine Palace. Those who were successful were already considered disciples of the Divine Palace. As for the people from the other top forces and the geniuses from throughout the higher heavens realm, if they wished to stay and become an ordinary disciple of the Divine Palace, it would naturally be quite easy. As for whether or not they could become a personal disciple, that would depend on their performance at the palace. "For the time being, you all may do as you please," continued the messenger, and upon saying so, they all turned and left, surprising all of those who had just arrived. Was the Divine Palace really so casual? "Does this mean that they don't care about us?" someone whispered. The Divine Palace truly did things in a unique way. "Aren't they worried that we will cause a disturbance?" someone asked. "Once you enter the Divine Palace, you are not forbidden from going anywhere, but that is because you are expected to take responsibility for whatever happens wherever you go. The Divine Palace is not responsible for whether you live or die," transmitted one of the personal disciples of the Divine Palace coldly. This was the Divine Palace, and there were not too many rules. As long as the place you wanted to go was somewhere that you were able to get to, you were allowed to go there. If something happened to you, the Divine Palace would not care. "This sounds like the Divine Palace, all right. They are very willful," whispered Luo Yu. "Do you think that our actions here can escape the notice of the people of the Divine Palace?" said Yi Futian with a smile. Luo Yu nodded and said, "You are right." There were many people of high levels in the Divine Palace. Their thoughts covered the entire place. No matter what they did, there was no way they could hide it from these high-level figures. The messengers who had come to greet them had left, and the disciples of the Divine Palace flashed away one by one as well, each returning to their places of cultivation. "Let's go," said Yi Futian. They stepped forward into the Divine Palace. There were many mountains of the way all over the island, and there were celestial figures flying towards the mountains. All of them were of the saint level, or higher. As they went inward, they saw that there were places for cultivation in between the rolling mountains. There were palaces on the tops of mountains and in the valleys. As for cavern residences and blessed places, they seemed endless. The air was thick with will. These places were all places where the people of the Divine Palace could cultivate. Those temples and palaces were naturally places where the great figures of the palace could teach the way, and the cavern residences and blessed places were places where the disciples could train. Yi Futian discovered that many people were following him. In addition to the disciples of Taishian Mountain, many of the other people were staring at him. At that moment, he had many of the incredible, precious pieces of fruit of the way. He was an easy target for people's greed. It was absolutely impossible that none of these powerful saints wanted to rob him of them. Moreover, it seemed that the Divine Palace would place no restraints on them doing so. "They seem to be following you," Wan Shui transmitted to Yi Futian. Let them, replied Yi Futian. He naturally knew what they were thinking. If they tried to steal his fruit of the way, he would not be polite at all. He stopped and said to everyone, "We are in the Divine Palace now. Everyone should go and see if you can find a chance to reach the Great Path. I will wander around here as well. There is no need for us to go together, so we should split up." The previous events had made the others from Taishan Mountain look at him as their leader. They were all following him, which made him a bit uncomfortable. Moreover, if a huge battle broke out, the disciples of Taishan Mountain were all of a lower level, and it would be hard for them to defend themselves, so it was better not to let them get involved. "But you..." Li Jin looked all around them. She could naturally see all the people staring at Yi Futian. "I will be fine. I was able to take care of myself at the Mountain of the Way. There is no one here at the Divine Palace who can touch me," said Yi Futian confidently. Li Jin was used to Yi Futian by now. Given the power that he had displayed, it was indeed true that few people could threaten him. "Fine, then we will split up," said Li Jin with a nod. They all went in different directions. "You should go too," said Yi Futian to Wan Shui and Luo Yu. He had helped them as much as he could on this journey. He had used his song to empower Wan Shui's sword. The next time he fought, he would have to rely on himself. "Very well," said Wan Shui with a nod of his head, and he left as well. Yaya turned and prepared to leave, which shocked Yi Futian. "You are leaving as well?" Yaya nodded. "Yes. I am going to spend some time here, cultivating." "All right." Yi Futian knew why Yaya was doing this. Although she had not attracted much attention in the past, it was not certain that no one had been watching her. There was nothing out of the ordinary about her and Xinjing knowing each other. After all, it was unlikely that she would not know anyone in the higher heavens realm. But if she were always spending her time with Yi Futian, it would be impossible to avoid drawing attention. "And what about you? What are you going to do here?" Yi Futian asked Little Phoenix. "I am going to do my own thing. What does that have to do with you?" pouted Little Phoenix. She would not admit that she had been following Yi Futian. "I'll travel with you once I get back. Until then, go off and play," said Yi Futian with a smile. Little Phoenix stared at him. Did this guy take her for a child? "If you're going to go, then go." Little Phoenix spread her wings and flashed away, leaving Yi Futian alone. If someone really attacked him, then having Feng Yin by his side would be a burden. Now that he was left alone, he could relax a little. He could do whatever he wanted. He continued forward. He sensed an aura off in the distance and said, "If you want to steal these from me, then just try it. Why hide? You don't want to shame old Demon Luo." When he said this, a burst of mighty demonic energy filled the air. A group of figures appeared in the sky above him. It was indeed Luo Yuming and the others from the divine capital of Xiling. He had been wounded by Yi Futian at the Mountain of the Way, and he had spent all this time healing. It was obvious how much bitterness he felt towards Yi Futian. The trip to the land of proving the way was over, and Yi Futian was the only one who had many pieces of fruit of the way. And his fruit was the most precious. How could Luo Yuming not be greedy? The will that burst forth from Luo Yuming was terrible. Endless death will swept out, covering the space below him where Yi Futian was. The other cultivators from the divine capital of Xiling beside him prepared to attack as well. They blocked off all the different directions in the air above Yi Futian. "You made everyone else leave. You're not scared that I would attack the people from Taishan Mountain, are you?" Luo Yoming's eyes were cold, and his voice was full of killing intent. "If you can take the fruit from my hands through trickery or artifice, do you think that you and the divine capital of Xiling will be able to withstand Lord Taishuan's wrath?" said Yi Futian coldly. Right now, Lord Taishuan dominated the higher heavens realm. The old demon of Xiling had been defeated by him. If he wanted to attack the divine capital of Xiling, who could stop him? The strength of the elders was the greatest protection for the younger generations. Right now, the disciples of Taishan Mountain were a little bit weak, but no one would dare to harm them. A strand of sovereign power appeared upon Luo Yuming. He obviously knew that he was no match for Yi Futian in terms of combat ability. If he wanted to seize the fruit, he would have to use the power of his ritual instrument. Boom! Someone suddenly launched an attack. Death spears pierced through the air, rushing towards Yi Futian. You must have a death wish. Yi Futian swept his gaze through the air, and suddenly sword will filled the sky. The death spears were immediately destroyed, and the sword will continued onward, leaving sword slashes in the air. Poof! Sword light pieced through the air, and slash marks appeared on the demonic cultivator. Blood spurted from his head as he stared at Yi Futian below them. Then, he gradually slackened and fell to the ground below. He had been killed by a single sword stroke. He's gotten stronger. When Luo Yuming felt the power of that sword, his heart trembled. Obviously, cultivating for 2 months, had Yi Futian even stronger than when they had fought. His sword had pierced through the air. A common Nirvana-level cultivator was no match for him at all. Moreover, Yi Futian had used a killing move right away. This made Luo Yuming and the other cultivators from the divine capital of Xiling look at him coldly. They could not forget this easily. I know that you have a Renhuang implement, but how do you know that I don't? I don't want to cause any trouble, and I don't like it when other people cause me trouble. If anyone else attacks me, they will die, said Yi Futian coldly. He was not only speaking to Luo Yuming. He was reminding everyone who was watching him in secret. It was not good that these people were always thinking about him, so he had executed one as a warning to the rest. Moreover, the man from the divine capital of Xiling had attacked him first, and he had just counterattacked. Although he was only a musician from Taishan Mountain, Lord Taishan had personally mentioned him by name. If an elder came after him due to this matter, he would have to think about how Taishan Mountain would respond. When he heard Yi Futian's unmistakable threat, Luo Yoming's face became livid. Imperial power was still blooming from him, but it was just like Yi Futian had said. He had a Renhuang-level ritual implement, but how did he know that Yi Futian did not have one as well? If it really came down to a fight, his opponent would probably not hesitate to kill them. If things were like they had been before, they would not be up to the task. All the rest of you, stop following me. Otherwise, my sword will be merciless, said Yi Futian. Everyone watched as he flew through the air, going faster and faster. The sword light cut a swathe through the air as he went off into the distance. A group of figures walked out and watched the retreating figure with cold expressions. But in the end, none of them followed him. Gai Shishir walked out as well, golden divine light flashing on him. This man had offended many of the cultivators of the divine palace. It would be impossible for him to enter the palace without causing a disturbance. Within the divine palace, all the disciples returned to their places of cultivation. At that moment, there were several figures standing around and chatting on a cultivation platform within one of the halls. One of them was outstandingly good-looking and had a celestial aura about her. It was Lu Qingyao. He seized both the water of the stream of life and the fruit of the way, asked the youth, standing up and bowing to Lu Qingyao. Lu Qingyao nodded. My cultivation has been too shallow. I must spend some time locked away cultivating. This man is nearly a demon. He defeated all the other cultivators by himself and took over the divine tree of comprehension. This has nothing to do with the level of your cultivation, Sister Lu, said a woman standing down below. At that moment, another figure entered, looked at them, and asked, Someone took over the divine tree of comprehension by himself? Yes, it was the swordsman from Taishan Mountain, Xinjing. He fought everyone by himself and defeated all comers. No one was a match for them. Gai Shishir of the Golden Divine Nation, Li Sun of the Divine Swordly family, and Qin Zhang of the Sky-Burying God clan were all defeated in that battle. None of them could stand before him. Can this be true? The person who had entered gazed at Lu Qingyao in shock. Lu Qingyao nodded slightly and said, I had originally thought that besides those personal disciples from within the palace, I could be ranked among the strongest of those who had been chosen to go, even if I was not the strongest. But I would never have thought that the gap between us would be so great. Maybe Xinjing was incredibly strong, but it is still my fault that I lost. Xinjing did not even become a Nirvana-level cultivator until the battle. So you are saying that he took so much of the fruit by himself, yet he did not prove himself worthy of becoming a Renhuang, but instead only managed to reach Nirvana? A surprised look came over the young woman's face. She had heard that when people went to the land of proving the way, they would often use it as an opportunity to reach the Renhuang plane. But this time, one person had taken most of the fruit. Lu Qingyao nodded again. After taking over the divine tree of comprehension, he spent more than 2 months cultivating there. Will was flowing over him constantly the whole time. It is possible that he was able to use this to forge a law body. It is highly likely that he became stronger. When added to the amount of fruit of the way that he got, it would be enough to lessen the time he would need to cultivate by several years, stabilize his attainment of the Nirvana plane, and even start to forge a body of the Great Path. In that case, it seems that a genius has come to our divine palace. There was a bit of excitement in her eyes. This was not the only place that people were talking about this. The news was spreading all throughout the divine palace. For example, Li Sun was in Sword Palace, telling someone about all of these events. There were many swordsmen behind the man he was talking to, sword were wrapping around them. But no matter how powerful they were all standing behind the youth in the black robes. He was the strongest member of the divine swordly family of that generation, Li Dozi. Now, he was the strongest person in the Sword Palace below the Renhuang level. His swordsmanship was nearly perfect. Many people said that he could kill anyone below the Renhuang level with his sword. Of course, there were several people within the Divine Palace who were not inferior to him in terms of swordsmanship. I had originally planned that after you entered the Divine Palace, I would shut myself away in cultivation and not come out until I had reached the Renhuang level. Now it seems like there may be someone whom I can test my swordsmanship on before I break through to the next level, said Li Dozi softly. He was at the peak of the Nirvana level, and had forged a law body. He would soon break through to the next level. And now, another powerful swordsman had entered the Divine Palace. Li Dozi stepped away. Where are you going? Asked Li Sun. Was Li Dozi going directly to seek out Yi Futian? I am going to Sword Comprehension Mountain, answered Li Dozi without turning his head. I will wait for him there. Yi Futian was a swordsman of Taishan Mountain, and his swordsmanship was outstanding. Now that he had entered the Divine Palace, there was one place that he had to go. That was Sword Comprehension Mountain. Thus, Li Dozi was preparing to go there to wait for him. Xinjing's name had circulated throughout the Divine Palace in a very short time. The disciples of the palace all knew his name, and knew that he had defeated the proud cultivators of the higher heavens realm all by himself, and had taken over the divine tree of comprehension. Many of the personal disciples of the Divine Palace who had not gone to the land of proving the way wanted to go and see him. At the same time as this, the news that Li Dozi had gone to Sword Comprehension Mountain to wait for Xinjing made its way through the palace as well, which excited many people. It was said that this swordsman from Taishan Mountain had easily defeated Li Sun. So, how would he compare to Li Dozi, the foremost swordsman under the Renhuang level at the Divine Palace? It was said that Li Dozi would soon reach the next level, and would soon become a sword emperor. He was the best swordsman in the Divine Palace under the Renhuang level. It would be difficult to find any swordsman in the higher heavens realm who could match him. Yi Futian did not know that Li Dozi had gone to Sword Comprehension Mountain. He did not even know that there was a Sword Comprehension Mountain in the Divine Palace, or what it was. After he asked the others to leave, he strolled through the palace alone, going where he pleased. He was very relaxed. Since the Divine Palace was so casual, there was no need to stand on ceremony. The celestial wool of the island was extremely thick in the air. There must be many places here that were good for cultivation. He wondered if he would find a place that would help him break through to the next level. The will is so strong. At that moment Yi Futian sensed something. He flashed over to a place in the distance, and soon came to a place between several high mountains. The ancient mountains surrounded this place, and incredibly thick wool was spreading out from it. Yi Futian flashed around the area around the mountains. Suddenly, he could sense an incredible amount of pressure in the area. It seemed to be powerful enough to crush the very sky. He felt his body tighten as the incredible pressure fell upon him. A figure was sitting on a huge rock in front of him, with his back to him. He had short hair, and he looked neat and clean. His robe was incredibly broad. He was sitting there motionless, just like a statue. I am Xinjing from Taishan Mountain. I apologize for disturbing your cultivation, said Futian to the man with a slight bow. This figure was also at the nirvana level, but his aura was thick with power. His heavy breathing was powerful as well. His every breath seemed to be filled with the will of the Great Path. A swordsman of Taishan Mountain. The man still had his back to Futian. Have you come to prove yourself worthy of following the Great Path? Yes, after going to the land of proving the way, I have come to the Divine Palace, answered Futian. Since you are a swordsman, you should go to Sword Comprehension Mountain. This is not a place for you, said the man indifferently. A look of surprise came over Futian's face. Sword Comprehension Mountain? Yes, that is the place for cultivating swordsmanship, the man continued. He had been cultivating here all along, and thus had not heard the news that had come from the outside world. Futian looked around at the mountains and asked, Sword Comprehension Mountain is the place to go for cultivating swordsmanship. So what is this place? I thought that this would also be a good place for me to cultivate. The man was not the least bit surprised by Futian's words. After a moment, he rose slowly as Futian watched, then turned and looked at him. Futian looked up at the figure, and suddenly felt a burst of incomparably majestic pressure of the Great Path descend. The figure seemed incredibly tall, and he stood there like a god. The pressure fell upon Futian, and at that moment Futian felt that he should surrender. As Futian looked at the mountains, he seemed to be able to see them moving. Divine power of the Great Path burst forth from them. The figure who was standing there became one with the mountains, or perhaps it was just his will integrating into them. His eyes seemed to be beholding infinite power. See for yourself. The figure stood there calmly with his hands clasped behind his back. The power coming out of those mountains pressed down upon Futian. They seemed to come to life, and each one contained the power of the Great Path. Crack! The stones beneath his feet shattered and were ground into dust. I see. Futian could feel the mountains pressing down on him. At that moment, he seemed to see many figures. The mountains seemed to contain the will of the Great Path. Their power was truly frightening. Every mountain seemed like it was a statue. Futian floated up into the air. The man glanced at him, then stepped forward, causing a huge roar to ring out between heaven and earth. But Futian stepped forward as well. Boom! Two forces collided in a violent explosion in the air, making all of the mountains shake. The man looked at Futian in surprise, then looked at the mountains around them. You moved the mountains with a single thought. He stared at Futian. You are a swordsman? I am Xinjing, the swordsman of Taishan Mountain, said Futian. In fact, he was surprised. This man had put a lot of pressure on him. In his previous battle, he had defeated all his opponents, and he had thought that no one within the Divine Palace would be a match for him. But he had run into an incredibly strong opponent just while walking around the palace. I am the personal disciple of Divine Palace, Zhuanghong, answered the man. He looked at Futian. I heard that Lord Taishan has not personally taken a disciple in a long time. Are you his youngest disciple? Futian shook his head. Lord Taishan said that he would never take a disciple again. I have not even been cultivating at Taishan Mountain for a year. How could I be Lord Taishuan's disciple? You are so talented, and yet Lord Taishan has ignored you? Asked Zhuanghong with a smile. Have you come to the Divine Palace to try and become a personal disciple, or have you just come to cultivate for a short while? I've just come to cultivate, said Futian. Well, the Divine Palace is the best place in the higher heavens realm to do so. Just this place where we are now is good enough to cultivate in for several years. What about Sword Comprehension Mountain, which you mentioned before? Asked Futian. That is a holy land for cultivating swordsmanship. It is surrounded by 81 sword mountains. If you can completely comprehend the way of swordsmanship on Sword Comprehension Mountain, you will certainly be able to forge a wheel of the great path out of swords and become a sword emperor," said Zhuanghong. Sword Comprehension Mountain was the place where the swordsmen of the Divine Palace went to cultivate. Many of the elders of previous generations had broken through to the next level there. "In that case, I would like to go there," said Yi Futian quietly. "Of course you do," came a voice. Yi Futian looked up and saw a figure standing on the peak of one of the mountains. He clasped his hands together and bowed to Zhuanghong, saying, "Brother Zhuang." Zhuanghong nodded slightly and said, "What did you mean by that?" "Li Dozi of the Divine Swordly family has already climbed Sword Comprehension Mountain and is waiting for him there," said the man with a smile. He obviously already knew who Yi Futian was. "Li Dozi," muttered Yi Futian. This was not the first time he had heard that name. He is the foremost swordsman of the Divine Palace below the Renhuang level, and he only has the final 3 sword strikes left to comprehend. Zhuanghong looked at Yi Futian. Li Dozi was actually waiting for him. Zhuanghong looked at Yi Futian curiously and asked, "What did you do?" He knew a little bit about Li Dozi. He was proud and aloof by nature, but his swordsmanship was unparalleled. There were few people in the Divine Palace whom he considered worth his time, and it was said that he was rushing towards the Renhuang level. There were only 3 swords left for him to comprehend on Sword Comprehension Mountain, and once he did so, he could forge a sword wheel of the Great Path and reach the Renhuang Plain. If he was waiting for Yi Futian on Sword Comprehension Mountain, then this man before his eyes must have done some incredible things at the Land of Proving the Way. "Nothing. This is probably because I defeated his little brother," said Yi Futian. "No, given Li Dozi's personality, if it had just been the fact that his little brother was defeated at your hands in the Land of Proving the Way, he would not go through the trouble of waiting for you on Sword Comprehension Mountain. He wants to test himself by fighting you. Thus you must be an uncommonly skilled swordsman yourself," said Zhuanghong with a smile. Yi Futian had called himself the swordsman of Taishian Mountain. Xinjing defeated all the proud sons of heaven by himself at the Land of Proving the Way, including Bai Xiu, a personal disciple from our own palace, said the man who had come with a slight smile. Zhuanghong looked at Yi Futian. So that's how it was. In that case, there was nothing strange at all about Li Dozi waiting for him on Sword Comprehension Mountain. "Are you going now?" he asked with a smile. A man who could move mountains with a thought was naturally no ordinary man. "What is this place?" asked Yi Futian. These mountains were all mountains of the way and were holy lands for cultivation. Since he had come here, he naturally wanted to spend some time cultivating. "These are the celestial worthy mountains," answered Zhuanghong. "A celestial worthy from the Divine Palace once used this place to comprehend the way, and his will still exists in all of these mountains. It is very well suited to one of the techniques of the Divine Palace. Here you can sense the way of pressure and power. You so must have cultivated this technique, Brother Zhuang," said Yi Futian. Zhuanghong nodded. "In that case, I am going to spend some time here cultivating," Yi Futian continued. "What about Sword Cultivation Mountain?" asked Zhuanghong. "He is the one who is waiting for me. I don't want to go to him," said Yi Futian with a smile and a shrug. Zhuanghong was stunned, but what he said made sense. "Then go ahead and cultivate," he said with a smile. Yi Futian nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground. Then he brought out a piece of fruit of the way and popped it into his mouth, biting into it right as he sat there. Zhuanghong looked at Yi Futian in shock. He was so shameless. Yi Futian looked at Zhuanghong's darkening expression and blinked. He took another bite. "This piece of fruit of the way is very large," he said while he was chewing. "It is truly worthy of being from the divine tree of comprehension." Upon saying this, he continued chewing with relish. He quickly finished eating the fruit as Zhuanghong watched him wide-eyed and slack-jawed. "I am going to cultivate now, Brother Zhuang," said Yi Futian when he had finished eating. He closed his eyes, and suddenly, the sound the roaring great path rang out from within him, filling the air in a flash. It resonated with the mountains. In that instant, Zhuang Hong felt a terrible pressure. He looked up at the mountains around them, and saw that they seemed to come to life. Faces appeared upon all of them. "Amazing!" said Zhuang Hong approvingly. Xinjing's feeling for and comprehension of the Great Path was simply astounding. No wonder he had been able to move the mountains with a single thought. As he thought of this, he returned to the stone that he had originally been sitting on, and shut his eyes in cultivation. For a time, the two of them had terrible power of the Great Path bursting forth from them, putting pressure on everything in the vast area. Futian kept cultivating there quietly. Although he was traveling around under the identity of the swordsman Xinjing, he could not really only cultivate swordsmanship. In order to reach the Renhuang level, he had to forge a wheel of the Great Path, and he naturally did not want to forge just one kind. His world tree life spirit gave him a great advantage in terms of cultivation that he would be able to continue to use when he reached the Renhuang plain, so how could he waste it? So, he ate another piece of fruit. At this moment, he needed the fruit of the way far more than anyone else. A day passed. Sword Comprehension Mountain had many ancient peaks, and each one was its own sword mountain that contained mighty sword will. Many people had gathered there. Some had come to cultivate, and some had come to join in the fun. The news that Li Dozi had come to Sword Comprehension Mountain to wait for Xinjing had spread, and many people wanted to watch. Li Dozi was the foremost member of the younger generation of the Sword Palace. Who would be stronger? Him or the swordsman from Taishan Mountain? At that moment, many people were standing before one of the sword mountains. Someone asked, "Has Xinjing still not come?" Someone said that Xinjing is cultivating at the Celestial Worthy Mountains. Someone beside him answered, "The Celestial Worthy Mountains are not a place for swordsmanship. What is he doing there? Who knows?" Many people were discussing this. Wan Shui and Yaya were there as well. They had not come because of the news, but because they wanted to comprehend the way of swordsmanship. Dong! At that moment, the sound of a bell ringing filled the air. Everyone looked off in the distance. It seemed that a wave of divine power was spreading throughout the heavens and the earth. The bell rang again, and suddenly a group of figures soared through the sky in the directions that the divine power was coming from. The divine palace had summoned its new disciples. Of course, many of them did not go but stayed there cultivating. Soon many people were gathered together in a public square in the divine palace. Many of the disciples of the divine palace had come to join in the fun as well. Up on a stairway, there were several elders of the divine palace as well as some of their personal disciples. They were looking down at the new arrivals, and one of them said, "Here we go again. I wonder how the new disciples will be this time. Given their trip to the land of proving the way, there should be many powerful figures among them. There are also many people from top forces who are on the quota here. They are prepared to enter the divine palace. Li Dozi's brother, Li Sun, is here as well." Someone pointed to where Li Sun was. He was going to enter the divine palace to cultivate. Someone looked off in a certain direction and smiled. "How is it that you had time to come here today, brother?" At that moment, a figure with an imposing presence appeared. He had a powerful aura that seemed to be innate. It was the prince of the heavenly mandate realm, Tianyu. "The master must have asked you to come here and choose disciples," said one of the young men with a smile. "These new disciples are certainly lucky that you came out here to greet them personally," said someone else beside him. Tianyu smiled slightly and nodded. He walked to the edge of the stairs and looked down at everyone. There was another outstanding-looking person beside him. The two of them were so imposing that few people dared look directly at them. But everyone's attention was on them. One glance at the two of them was enough to tell that they were extraordinary, even within the divine palace. "I heard that a genius appeared during this trip to the land of proving the way," whispered Tianyu. "You're interested in that matter too?" asked the woman beside him with a smile. "Li Dozi went to Sword Comprehension Mountain because of him. He must be outstanding in some way, so I want to meet him. I wonder if he came here because he wants to join the divine palace," said Tianyu. There were few people in the divine palace who could compare to him, but Li Dozi of Sword Palace was one of those few. "He probably won't come," said the woman. I heard that he is cultivating at the celestial worthy mountains. Zhuanghong is there as well. Zhuanghong. He must be close to the Renhuang level by now. Etienne said quietly. The woman nodded. However, you must be even closer than Li Dozi and Zhuanghong, right? Etienne looked off into the distance. What does it matter how close I am? I still have a long way to go. And even once I do take that step, I will still have a long road ahead of me. The Renhuang level was not his destination, it would only be the start of his cultivation journey. At that moment, he involuntarily thought of two people, Gu Donglu of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and Yi Futian. Where had they gone after the dissolution of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven? How far had they gone in their cultivation? Whenever he thought of this, Etienne was reminded that he could never let himself relax. He needed to advance faster than the two of them. They would fight again in the future, continuing the battles that they had fought before. At that moment, the elders of the Divine Palace walked out and began selecting disciples. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Yi Futian. He had been cultivating at the Celestial Worthy Mountains all along. He could not miss the chance to cultivate in such perfect surroundings. He was prepared to spend some time here at the Divine Palace, which must have many incredible places like this. Nearly a month passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Futian spent the whole time cultivating at the Celestial Worthy Mountains. Li Dozi spent the whole time at Sword Comprehension Mountain. One day, brilliant sword light shone from the highest 3 peaks of Sword Comprehension Mountain. Sword will rushed into the sky, and everyone all throughout the Divine Palace looked up and saw a dazzling sword. Li Dozi had comprehended yet another sword. He only has 2 more to go. Everyone thought. In less than a year, the Divine Palace would have a sword emperor. That swordsman from Taishan Mountain hasn't gone there yet? Someone asked. He has been cultivating at the Celestial Worthy Mountains all along. Is he trying to avoid Li Dozi? According to what the people who went to the land of Proving the Way said, this Shenjing is extremely proud. He defeated all kinds of heroes all by himself. He is not afraid of fighting. He must truly just be cultivating there. Moreover, someone went there and felt all the will there. He is certainly resonating with the Celestial Worthy Mountains. He is not only cultivating in swordsmanship. At that moment, a divine power covered the Celestial Worthy Mountains, as if something was coming to an end. In a flash, infinite wool of the Great Path entered Yi Futian's body, making him become incredibly tall and mighty. He opened his eyes and slowly rose. In front of him, Zhuanghong opened his eyes as well and said, Have you finished cultivating? Yi Futian nodded. Yes. Where are you going next? Asked Zhuanghong. To Sword Comprehension Mountain, replied Yi Futian. Zhuanghong smiled. I will go with you. On saying this, the two of them began walking together. Some people saw Yi Futian and Zhuanghong leaving. A look of surprise came over their faces. Had he finally finished his cultivation? The two of them shot through the air off into the distance in a certain direction. They are going towards Sword Comprehension Mountain, someone said. Soon, the news was all over the Divine Palace. Yi Futian had left the Celestial Worthy Mountains and was heading for Sword Comprehension Mountain. When they received the news, many people left what they were doing and began traveling. Even those powerful personal disciples would be there at Sword Comprehension Mountain. Many cultivators had gathered together at Sword Comprehension Mountain. Some swordsmen had been cultivating here all along, and others had come because they had heard about Shenjing and had specifically come to see him. He was the genius who had defeated all the other geniuses of the higher heavens realm. Although he was already so famous throughout the Divine Palace, the more he refused to show his hand, the more the people of the palace wanted to know how strong he was. Especially since a swordsman as powerful as Li Dozi was waiting here at Sword Comprehension Mountain for him. At that moment, 2 figures were streaking through the sky towards the mountain. Everyone stared at them as soon as they appeared. He had finally come. They had all been waiting for a long time. Brother Zhuanghong! Whispered everyone when they saw the figure beside Yi Futian. Zhuanghong was another extremely prestigious figure within the Divine Palace. Apparently, Xinjing had been spending his time at Celestial Worthy Mountain, cultivating with Zhuang Hong. Brother Zhuang, people said as the two of them arrived, and many of them bowed. This made a look of surprise come over Yi Futian's face. He looked strangely at the man beside him. It seemed like he had an incredibly high position within the Divine Palace. No wonder he had put so much pressure upon him when they had first met. However, they had not fought, otherwise, he would truly know Zhuang Hong's power. Yi Futian saw some familiar faces. Fighting will appeared in many of their eyes when they looked at him. It seemed like they wanted to see just how strong this man who was so highly regarded was. Moreover, there was someone else there who surprised Yi Futian. Yi Tianyu was there as well. However, Yi Futian's gaze did not linger on Yi Tianyu. He just looked at him for a moment, and then looked elsewhere. Zhuang Hong, said Yi Tianyu. Zhuang Hong turned his gaze upon him, then at the woman beside him. Are you two together? Previously, although there had been developments in the relationship between the two of them, they had not reached the step of actually being together. But now, they were standing shoulder to shoulder. Could it be that he had been completely focusing on cultivating up to the Renhuang level and thus had overlooked things going on in the Divine Palace? Yi Tianyu smiled thinly but did not answer. His gaze fell upon Yi Futian, and he said, I am Yi Tianyu, a disciple of the Divine Palace. I am Yi Man, a disciple of the Divine Palace. The woman beside him said to Yi Futian. Although she was smiling at him, Yi Futian could faintly feel her powerful arrogance. She had a sense of nobility about her that seemed inborn. She seemed to be a good match for Yi Tianyu. Moreover, her surname was Yi, just like his. These two are not from the higher heavens realm, they come from other realms within the 9 supreme regions. However, they are both members of top forces. It is said that one of them is the prince of a divine dynasty, and the other is a princess of an ancient nation, so they both are of incredibly high status. They are both very talented and are very well suited to each other. Zhuang Hong transmitted to Yi Futian, giving him a simple introduction to these two. Yi Futian knew of Yi Tianyu but had never realized that Yi Man was also not from the higher heavens realm. Was it because they were both far from home that they developed feelings for each other? I am Xinjing of Taishan Mountain. Yi Futian nodded to each of them in turn. I have heard of the peerless swordsman of Taishan Mountain, Xinjing. Now all the disciples of the Divine Palace want to see you, and this has now become my wish as well, said Yi Tianyu with a smile, seeming very polite. At that moment, Yi Tianyu was acting completely different than when he had seen him in the heavenly mandate realm. Of course, this could be because he was in a different mood. No need to be so polite, said Yi Futian with a slight smile. Yi Tianyu said no more. He had come today only because he was curious. Li Dozi was, after all, someone who was at the same level of fame as him. Thus, the battle between him and the swordsman from Taishan Mountain was worth paying attention to. At that moment, an incredibly cold will descended upon Yi Futian. He frowned and turned his gaze. He saw a group of figures appear. These people were surrounded by an incredibly cold aura that felt as cold as ice that would never melt in 1,000 years. There seemed to be wind and snow in their eyes, and everyone they looked at seemed extremely cold. There was someone in the group that Yi Futian recognized, one whom he had left a deep impression on. After all, he had seized the stream of life from her and then taken her fruit of the way. How could he have not left a deep impression? The woman was Lu Qingyao, and there was a young man in a white robe with her. His hair was as white as snow, and his facial features were exquisite, but his aura was cold. He was the one who had the strongest aura among them. He looked back at Yi Futian when he felt his eyes on her. At that moment Yi Futian felt he had entered another world, a world of endless snow and ice. His thoughts seemed to freeze as if he was in a field of snow. His blood seemed to have been infected by ice as well. With just a glance, Yi Futian seemed to have been covered in a layer of ice, and it seemed like he had turned into an ice sculpture. Ha! A look of surprise came over Yi Futian's face. Li Dozi had not done anything yet, and someone else wanted to fight Yi Futian first? Moreover, this was a personal disciple of 2 of the palaces within the Divine Palace. That was how talented he was. two of the top figures of the age were teaching him. Lu Qingyao was his sworn sister, and Bai Xiu, the personal disciple of Lord Underworld, who had been wounded by Yi Futian, was his sworn brother. This man was also a personal disciple of Lord Underworld. This was Jiangsu, one of the top figures within the Divine Palace. Yi Futian's blood rushed faster when he felt the cold will enter him. Terrible yet majestic sword will swept out from within him, driving away the cold will. His eyes flashed like swords as he looked back at his opponent. In a flash, the space around the two of them was subject to an immense amount of pressure. Falling snows seemed to fill the sky, and there was incredibly sharp sword will among the flying snowflakes. Neither of them moved, but they seemed to have entered another world. It was a world of endless snow and sword will. Yi Futian stood facing his opponent. This Jiangsu had already formed the soul of the Wei, and his divine spirit was incredibly frightening. Jiangsu was trying to freeze his spiritual soul. What are they doing? A look of surprise came over the faces of the people on Sword Comprehension Mountain. The temperature around them was falling continuously, and sword will had already spread off into the distance. But the two of them still had not moved. It seemed that they were both in a meditative state. Their spiritual souls are fighting, someone said. Whoosh! A wild ice storm blew all around them, swallowing up Yi Futian and the others. But the fierce sword will was not diminished. It continued to flow around them endlessly. A destructive sound rang out as the great path roared within Yi Futian, destroying everything. There was a clear, crisp sound as if something had snapped. Suddenly, the ice storm began to weaken, and the sword will dissipated as well. The ice on Yi Futian melted, and Jiangsu's eyes became normal once again. He looked long and hard, and Yi Futian then said, "It seems that Sister Lu's defeat was not a fluke." Beside him, Lu Qingyao glanced at him. She was speechless. It seemed like Brother Jiangsu was also admitting how powerful this man was. "Do you wish to test me any more?" Yi Futian asked Jiangsu. "Li Dozi has been waiting here for you for a long time. This matter is now between the two of you," answered Jiangsu. The snow and ice disappeared, as he was no longer unleashing his power. Previously, he had just been testing Yi Futian to see how powerful his spiritual soul was. The will within him could not be stopped. He was clearly a powerful being. Yi Futian turned and looked towards Sword Comprehension Mountain with its 81 peaks. Each peak looked like a sword reaching up into the heavens, trying to pierce through the clouds. His eyes seemed to pierce across the distance. Within all of those sword peaks, he saw a figure sitting quietly in front of the second to last mountain. He seemed to not have realized that Yi Futian had arrived, and was not paying attention. Yi Futian started forward. At that moment, someone rose into the air, looked towards where Li Dozi was, and called out, "Brother Li, Xinjing is here." Li Dozi seemed not to hear him. He still sat where he was. But at that moment, sword will burst out from among the sword mountains, and sword light flashed all around. The sword will seemed endless as it flowed around. The one who had called forth all this power seemed to be the man who was sitting there without moving. "You are the one I have been waiting for. Let us comprehend the next sword stroke here and now," came a misty voice that resounded through the air. Everyone could hear the arrogance in that voice. He had been waiting here for Xinjing for a long time. But if Xinjing could not comprehend the next sword stroke then and there, then what right did he have to make him wait? And what right did he have to make him draw his sword? Li Dozi did not only want to fight this battle because Yi Futian had defeated his brother Li Sun. If that had been all, then he would not come here. What he wanted was to find a swordsman who was his equal so that he could prove himself. Everyone's eyes were on Yi Futian. Someone said, "All right, Xinjing. Comprehend the next sword stroke." A look of surprise came over Yi Futian's face when he heard this. He smiled and walked towards the mountains. He could see sword will flowing within the mountains. "I did not come to Sword Comprehension Mountain to challenge anyone, nor to prove anything. If I comprehend the next sword stroke, it won't be for anyone else. It will simply be because I am cultivating the way of swordsmanship." Yi Futian stepped forward as he said this. His thoughts flowed, and in an instant, endless sword will shot up into the clouds, transforming into a sword that stuck up from one of the mountains. Then another one came from a second mountain, then a third. Brilliant sword light shone from the peaks one by one, making everyone stare at the sight. Was he comprehending the sword strokes? How was he doing it so fast? Li Dozi had his pride. If Yi Futian could not comprehend these swords right in front of him, then he would not be qualified to fight him. Yi Futian was the same. He had not come here because Li Dozi was waiting for him, nor because he wanted to challenge Li Dozi. He had only come because this was a good place to cultivate swordsmanship. Everyone watched as Yi Futian walked forward. With every step, more swords shot up from the mountain peaks around him. The sword will of the great path burst forth, flowing towards him and casting brilliant light. Everyone was speechless as they watched this scene. How had he comprehended these swords so fast? Even the personal disciples were staring at Yi Futian, especially the people of the Sword Palace of the Divine Palace. They were looking at him particularly sharply. Sword Comprehension Mountain was the place you had to go if you were a swordsman. But as far as they could remember, no one in their generation had comprehended the swords this fast. Had Li Dozi, the most powerful person below the Renhuang level in the Sword Palace, even been able to do that? That was amazing. Zhuanghong looked at Yi Futian speechlessly. It was enough that he had moved the mountain with a single thought, and now he was able to comprehend swords so effortlessly? Yi Tianyu and Yi Man came up to him, and Yi Tianyu said, "He comprehended the swords with a single thought. Is there anyone else in the Sword Palace who can do that?" "Historically, there probably was someone," said Zhuanghong. "But as far as I know, no one in this generation has done so." When Li Dozi first joined the Sword Palace, he was able to comprehend 49 swords in a single day, which shocked everyone in the Divine Palace, and the Lord of the Sword Palace took him as his personal disciple. "So, he wants to break Li Dozi's record," said Yi Tianyu softly. "You came here with him, so must have been able to sense how extraordinary he is. Have you ever fought him?" Zhuanghong shook his head, saying, "This man is extremely interesting." Yi Futian had moved the mountains with a single thought when he came to the celestial worthy palace, which had made Zhuanghong very interested in him. Later, he had spent his time cultivating and had eaten a piece of fruit of the way right in front of him. He was truly shameless. "Who do you think is a better swordsman, him or Li Dozi?" asked Yi Tianyu. He was also quite interested. "We will know when they fight," answered Zhuanghong. Li Dozi had been cultivating in the Divine Palace for many years and had been taught swordsmanship personally by the Lord of the Sword Palace, so his current combat ability was incredible. Even though Yi Futian had made a name for himself during the battle at the Land of Proving the Way, he would not dare say that he would definitely defeat Li Dozi. It was hard to see which one of them would be stronger. Endless sword will flowed between the peaks as Yi Futian strode forward. Sword will flowed out from each peak that he passed. It was as if the swords were resonating with the great path. He shone with celestial brilliance as the sword fill swirled around him. The sword will was even flowing through his veins and engraved and on his bones. His blood surged and seethed. Is he even human? Wan Shui had been cultivating swordsmanship on Sword Comprehension Mountain for a while, but his progress had been slow. Now that he saw how well Yi Futian was doing, he was speechless. He was one of the best swordsmen of Taishian Mountain. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen to come here. So why was the distance between him and Yi Futian so great? "Look at his eyes," said Luoyu beside him. She was staring at Yi Futian's eyes, which at that moment were extremely enchanting. They were deep beyond all compare. They were like sword eyes, and also like eyes of the way. They could see through the worldly great path with a single glance. Perhaps he has cultivated some special power that lets him see the sword will within Sword Comprehension Mountain. Wan Shui was also fixated on his eyes. In fact, it seemed that he had actually guessed the truth. Yi Futian naturally did not know what they were all thinking. At that moment, he was completely immersed in a state of selflessness. He could not see other people, only swords. Within his divine spirit, those mountains were no longer mountains. They were made of sword will. The sword will that each mountain contained was different. It seemed that the elders of the divine palace had inscribed the sword will on each mountain. In his current mystical state, each of the sword mountains seemed to transform into swords. Unreal figures practiced swordsmanship, engraving it upon his mind. An endless sword will flowed into him, making it feel like he was under incredible pressure. His life will was so magnificent that it pushed his body to its limits. He took out a piece of fruit of the way and put it in his mouth. He's doing it again. Zhuang Hong had the urge to hit Yi Futian. Everyone else watched with mouth and eyes wide open, especially those who had competed with him in the land of proving the way. Those who had been defeated in battle by him were even more speechless as they watched this. This was too much. How many sword mountains is that? Someone whispered. He seemed to be asking himself. The sword will is flowing from 32 sword mountains, and they are all resonating with him. Someone answered quietly. They all trembled inwardly. Although Yi Futian was slowing down, he had not stopped yet. It was just that the length of time between each step was growing. He finally stopped walking forward. He returned to his original place and stood there quietly, sensing the world around him. The sound of sword will whistled throughout him. He finally stopped, said many people. However, after only a short time, he moved again. He was submerged in endless sword will as he stepped forward, and powerful sword will flowed out from the mountains behind him once again, shooting towards him. Interesting. Many people thought to themselves. Yi Futian had very quickly surpassed everything that Li Dozi had done. Li Dozi and Yi Futian had spoken to each other arrogantly. Now, the swordsman from Taishan Mountain had responded to Li Dozi with his actions. He had come here to comprehend the way of swordsmanship. It had nothing to do with Li Dozi. 48 swords. Many of the people on Sword Comprehension Mountain were very interested in Yi Futian now. It was very common for people to come to Sword Comprehension Mountain to cultivate the way of swordsmanship, and most people would not pay them any attention. But Yi Futian had attracted a lot of attention because of the issue with Li Dozi. Then he had shocked everyone with the number of swords he had comprehended. Now everyone forgot about their cultivation, and they watched him comprehend the way of swordsmanship. As Yi Futian continued forward, the swords of the 49th sword peak whistled as they flowed towards Yi Futian. Within about an hour, he had comprehended 49 swords. This had taken Li Dozi an entire day. At that moment, Li Dozi was still seated in cultivation at the second peak, not caring about anything else. It seemed as if none of this mattered to him. His body shone with brilliant light, and his sword will surge to the heavens. It seemed like he would be able to cut through the very heavens with a single thought. Li Sun appeared not far behind him. He had been watching Yi Futian all along. He sighed inwardly. He would never have thought that such a genius swordsman would come from Taishan Mountain. At that moment, Li Dozi suddenly asked a question with his eyes closed. 49 swords? He seemed to be talking to himself. Yes, 49 swords. Li Sun had a dark look on his face. Li Dozi nodded slightly, then continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. He still lacked 2 swords, but he was not far from the Renwan level. He had needed a strong swordsman to appear so that he could test himself. It was good that Yi Futian was here. He was not surprised at all that Yi Futian had completely surpassed what he had done before. He was completely calm, and he waited quietly. He had already confirmed that Yi Futian could make it to where he was now. Yi Futian stopped once again after having comprehended 49 swords. He sat back down in his original place. He had finished his fruit, and his whole body was covered in endless sword will, like he was in a cocoon. This time he stopped for a while. It was not that he was unable to understand the next ones. It was just that he had realized the first 49 words were different from the ones that came after. The first 49 swords were of a single style. This meant that no matter how many there were, at their most basic level, they were all the same sword. But after these swords, the rest were different. It seems like he sensed it, thought the people of the Sword Palace as they watched Yi Futian. The first 49 swords were the foundation of Sword Comprehension Mountain. A genius swordsman of the Divine Palace had once put forward the idea that all of the different sword styles in the world could trace their roots to these 49 swords. As long as you had these 49 swords as your base, you could create infinite different sword styles. After the genius swordsman had created these 49 swords, the sword cultivators of the Divine Palace had carved their sword will into the mountain peaks. Afterward, many powerful sword emperors had taken these 49 swords as their foundation and created many different sword styles. These were carved into the later mountains. Thus the current sword comprehension mountain had been created. Futian sat there calmly, without any distractions. It was as if he had entered into a world of pure swordsmanship. The images of 49 swords appeared around him, and each one was different. It felt like these 49 swords were carved into his mind. Even though this was not some incredible sword art or ultimate school of swordsmanship, Futian could still feel the brilliance of those swords. If he could completely comprehend these 49 swords, then he could cultivate any sword art in the future. It would be possible for him to create even greater sword arts with less effort. Time passed, and Futian was still sitting there without even the slightest reaction. It seemed as if he was completely immersed in comprehending the way of swordsmanship. How has he still not moved? A look of surprise came over everyone's face. Half a day had already passed. He had comprehended 49 swords in about an hour, but he had not moved since then. "He's waiting," said someone. They waited for more than a day. Futian was still sitting there, not reacting to anything around him. In the past, Li Dozi comprehended 49 swords in a day, but it seemed like he was able to advance quickly from there. Xinjing comprehended 49 swords in an hour, but he has not moved since then. Could it be that he was resorting to trickery? Maybe he had not truly comprehended them, and is now spending all this time to do so? Someone surmised. One day was actually a very short period of time, and it was normal to be comprehending for this long. But Futian had performed so brilliantly before. He had comprehended 49 swords in an hour, which was at odds with what he was doing now. Moreover, Futian had not reacted to anything in all that time. He was just cultivating. Everyone waited like this for 3 days. Everyone thought that it would have been quicker, but Futian sat there the whole time, comprehending the way of swordsmanship. Some people ran out of patience and said, "It looks like we expected too much. Let's go." On saying this, they flashed away. Once they had taken the leave, other people followed, feeling a bit disappointed. They did not know how long they would have to wait. They had their own cultivation to work on and did not want to waste too much time here. However, at that moment, the endless sword will flowed back into Futian's body. He opened his eyes and looked forward. He stood up. "He is finished." Everyone was speechless. The time they had waited for had finally come. 3 days. "Perhaps we expected too much," said Yi Man as she saw Futian move. "We've already waited 3 days, might as well watch," whispered Tianyu. Yi Man did not say anything else. Futian walked forward to the 50th peak. 49 swords in 3 days, and from now on, he will be even slower. "I don't know if I can wait until he finally fights Li Dozi," someone said. Futian continued forward step by step and walked past the 50th peak. Just as everyone was discussing this, the sword mountain suddenly burst forth with sword light that shone upon Futian's body. He was bathed in brilliant sword light, and he continued walking forward. Then, the 51st mountain lit up. He had comprehended a sword in a single step. Those who had been about to leave suddenly froze, as if they were completely unable to move. They stared at Futian in shock. He had comprehended 49 swords in a single hour, then had sat in contemplation for 3 days. And just when everyone had been sure that he would spend even more time here, he had finally returned to his former state. By the time he had taken a single step, a sword had already been comprehended. But how was that even possible? After the first 49 swords, the rest were no longer representative of a single sword style. How could he have comprehended one of them with a single thought? A group of figures flashed over towards Futian. They stared at the figure that was bathed in the endless, brilliant light of the way. No one in the divine palace could compare with the speed with which he had comprehended the first 49 swords. Was he trying to create some sort of unprecedented historical event here? Could it be that the 3 days he had spent in contemplation had been used to form the basis for today's performance? This guy is putting the disciples of Sword Palace to shame. Zhuang Hong had stayed the whole time. How could the swordsmen of the Sword Palace maintain any of their dignity after watching Yi Futian? Although Li Dozi had comprehended 49 swords in a day, he had needed to spend a little bit of time after each sword, as each one grew more and more difficult. But Yi Futian had gone right to the 51st sword after the 50th, as if there had been no difference between them and the first and second swords. He had comprehended them in a single thought. Yaya was among the crowd as well. She had comprehended many swords in the past few days as well, but at that moment, she was also speechless seeing how easily Yi Futian comprehended these swords. When had the swords of Sword Comprehension Mountain been this easy to comprehend? At that moment, Yi Futian was walking through the mountains. He looked at the 52nd sword peak with eyes still flashing with a brilliant, marvelous light. In a flash, the images of swords were imprinted in his mind. He could tell just by looking at what kind of sword will that was. Great oaks grow from the smallest acorns, and everything rises up from the cornerstone. He had spent 3 days contemplating swordsmanship. He had thoroughly comprehended everything on the basis of those first 49 swords. He had achieved mastery through a comprehensive study of swordsmanship. Now, any sword that was born from those 49 swords would not fail him. Now he was even able to easily comprehend the first few swords just by looking at them. Suddenly, more sword images appeared in Yi Futian's mind. Sword will move towards him from the peak, and sword light shot up into the sky. He began to walk forward again, as light and easy as a cloud. He had comprehended the 52nd sword. Although Yi Futian was carefree and unrestrained, the cultivators who were watching him were absolutely speechless. Although he had paused for a moment, it had only been for a brief period of time. He had still comprehended the next sword with a single thought. Many people were thinking the same thing as Yaya. Could the swords of Sword Comprehension Mountain really be so easy to comprehend? It seemed to have been absolutely effortless. But if so, why could the disciples of Sword Palace not do it so easily? Could this swordsman from Taishan Mountain really be that talented? None of the disciples of Sword Palace could compare to him? Afterward, he contemplated the 53rd sword, the 54th, the 55th. He began to slow down. He was no longer able to comprehend them in a single moment. But even though he was slowing down, that was only compared to everything that he had done before. As far as those watching were concerned, he was still doing it in the space of a single thought. He looked at each sword mountain for only a moment, then he would comprehend the sword. He was going so fast that within an hour he had comprehended up to the 72nd sword. How many days did it take for Li Dozi to comprehend 72 swords? The disciples of Sword Palace asked each other. They were naturally comparing him and Yi Futian. 7 days, someone answered. The memory was still fresh. After all, when Li Dozi came to the Divine Palace to seek the way, he had gone to Sword Comprehension Mountain and had caused a stir. Thus, many people still remembered it. The amount of time that he had taken to comprehend all those swords was something that most people could not match. Now he had been surpassed. In fact, the word surpassed was not strong enough to describe what had happened. Li Dozi had taken 7 days to comprehend 72 swords. Yi Futian had done it in an hour. This made everyone feel as if they were in a dream. A single hour! It was almost frightening. It is meaningless to compare him to Li Dozi, said the man who had spoken before with a sigh. As far as I know, this is the fastest that anyone in the history of the Divine Palace has comprehended 72 swords. Many people heard him say this, and they blinked in surprise as their hearts trembled once again. A swordsman from Taishan Mountain had come here and broken the record. At that moment, many elders opened their eyes within various halls and temples in the Divine Palace. Their senses stretched out through space and descended upon Sword Comprehension Mountain. One of the elders in Sword Palace even stopped cultivating. He stepped high up into the air and looked across the distance towards Sword Comprehension Mountain. At that moment, several figures walked to his side and looked off into the distance, whispering, 72 swords. 72 swords, and in only 1 hour, answered the elder softly. He seemed very calm, but he was disturbed on the inside. Otherwise, why would someone who was as high level as him care about some junior? Moreover, why would he go out himself and reveal to the world that he was paying such close attention? Is that a record? Asked the man beside him. Yes, answered the elder with a nod. It was only one word, but everyone there could feel the weight of that word. He had set a record for contemplating the first 72 swords, and now there were only 9 left. But the record for these last 9 swords could probably not be broken. After all, this depended on the cultivator's level, and Futian was not at a high enough level. Comprehending the 81st sword meant that you would forge a sword wheel of the Great Path and become a sword emperor. And the elder had heard that Xinjing had just reached the nirvana level at the land of proving the way. How could he become a Renhuang so quickly? But even so, this record for comprehending 72 swords was enough to prove this man's genius talent. Is he a personal disciple of Lord Taixien? Someone asked. Such an outstandingly talented swordsman who had cultivated at Taixien Mountain could not be just an ordinary cultivator. Moreover, he had been part of the quota of people who went to the land of proving the way. This implied that Taixien Mountain had known how outstanding he was. Lord Taixien said that he would never take another disciple. Perhaps they are not master and disciple in name, but are in reality. Someone answered. Everyone nodded to themselves. This was probably the case. Such a talented swordsman must have been personally taught by Lord Taixien. If that is the case, then it is truly a pity, sighed the old man. He was a man who appreciated talent, and he wished to take a disciple. But since this man was a disciple of Lord Taixien, he would not be able to steal him. Also, Xinjing had not expressed any interest in entering the Divine Palace. Moreover, there was only one person at the Divine Palace who could compare with Lord Taixien given his current level, so how could he even think of stealing his disciple? Even if the Sword Palace made a move, they would not have the advantage. At that moment, Futian was not thinking about any of this. How could he know that an elder in the Divine Palace had already taken notice of him? After the 72nd sword, Futian's steps slowed, but he continued forward. He looked at the 73rd sword peak. His eyes seemed to be filled with radiant light. He could clearly feel the true will of swordsmanship within that peak. This was the reason that he had been able to comprehend the first 49 peaks so easily. But at that moment, even though he could feel the will within, and he wanted to link up with it, it would not be easy. The image of a sword appeared in his mind, seeming to be extremely profound. This was an ultimate sword art that had been formed from the first 49 sword arts. Even he would have a hard time comprehending this one. Futian stopped for a moment. Finally, the 73rd sword peak shone with brilliant light. It resonated with Futian, and a bridge of sword will seemed to form between them. He's still so fast. Everyone was shocked by this. Endless sword will appeared around Futian as well. Sword will flowed through his veins, and he had forged a swordsman's body. He continued forward and began comprehending the 74th sword. This time, he spent half an hour comprehending it. The 75th sword took 2 hours. The 76th sword took 5. The 77th sword took an entire day. Everyone waited 3 whole days before he comprehended the 78th sword. There were only 3 sword peaks left that he had not comprehended. In less than 10 days, he had comprehended 78 swords, and there were only 3 left. Everyone felt numb. They had no words to express the astonishment in their hearts. They had never seen talent like this before. However long it took him to comprehend the final swords, the people here would wait that long. Before Li Dozi had come here this time, he had also only had 3 swords left, and now he only had 2. But how long had it taken until he had reached this point? And how long had it taken Xinjing of Taixien Mountain? Yi Futian's body had transformed into a sword body of the Great Path, and sword will flowed all over him. He looked towards the last 3 sword peaks. Sword will wrapped around the 79th sword peak. From what he could see, this was not just a simple mountain but was instead a sculpture of a sword god. The Great Path filled the mountain. He saw the image of a sword god and then saw many sword shadows appear, each one looking incomparably powerful. You cannot comprehend this sword. Take some time to sit and contemplate it, said Li Dozi as he sat there. Yi Futian looked at him, then smiled and nodded. He did not continue trying to comprehend it. It seemed as if he had taken the other man's words to heart, and so he sat down and began contemplating. This made everyone look surprised. Yi Futian really trusted Li Dozi that much? In fact, Yi Futian had not stopped because of Li Dozi's words. He had done so because, as soon as he had seen that sword art, he had realized that he could not comprehend it. The first 49 swords were one level, and the next ones had been another level. These last 3 were at a level all their own. If he wanted to comprehend them, he needed to thoroughly understand all of the previous sword arts. Thus, when he heard what Li Dozi said, he sat right down and began cultivating. In fact, even if Li Dozi had not said anything, he would have done that. Li Dozi did not look back at him, but when he sensed what Yi Futian was doing, he rejoiced inwardly. He rejoiced that this swordsman from Taishan Mountain was even more talented than he had imagined. He rejoiced that even though they were foes, he was still willing to listen to his advice. This was an opponent who was worthy of respect. He was looking forward to their battle. Yi Futian was cultivating in front of a sword peak, acting like nothing in the outside world mattered to him. At that moment, the only things he was thinking about were swords. The images of countless swords appeared in his mind, but Yi Futian still was not able to comprehend their most important elements. Although he could clearly see what kinds of swords they were, he could not understand their essence. He knew that this sword art was fast, extremely fast. You would become one with your sword. There would be swords everywhere, and you would be everywhere. After comprehending for a while, Yi Futian shifted his gaze from the sword peak and looked to another one to his right. This was the mountain that Li Dozi was at, the second of the sword peaks. Their 2 mountains were not very different, and in fact, it could even be said that they were parallel. At that moment, Li Dozi was immersed in his cultivation. As Yi Futian was looking at the sword peak, sword will flowed across his body, making everyone look surprised. What was Yi Futian trying to do? He had still not comprehended the 3rd mountain. Was he planning on skipping it and going right to the 2nd one? Yi Futian could sense endless sword will gathering at the sword peak. Thousands of swords appeared in his mind, producing a certain resonance with each other and with the Great Path. This formed a particular frequency, and in the end, all the swords merged into one, making the sword will become even more terrible. So sharp, Yi Futian said quietly. Although he was not able to comprehend these 2 swords, he could still sense what the essences of these 2 sword mountains were. In the past, the cultivators of these sword mountains had informed everyone that they could use the 49 sword styles as the basis to create more sword styles. In the end, all the swordsmanship was the same, and each style had the same 2 essences: speed and sharpness. Incredible speed and incredible sharpness were what every swordsman sought after. The sword was the king of the battlefield, the master of all attacks. It was fast and fierce. If a sword were not fast, then at this level, it would be hard for it to hurt anyone. If it was not sharp, it could not break through anyone's defenses. Swordsmen pursued ultimate speed and ultimate sharpness. They all pursued a superior form of swordsmanship. Yi Futian had not been comprehending for very long. He stared at the sword peak with a profound look in his eyes. His thoughts entered the mountain, but he soon withdrew his divine spirit. He understood now. No wonder Zhuanghong had said to him that when he comprehended the 81 swords, he would be able to forge a sword wheel of the Great Path. In fact, one could say that sentence in the negative as well. If you could not forge a sword wheel of the Great Path, then you could not comprehend the 81st sword. The 2 were connected. He was absolutely unable to comprehend this sword right now. He did not know if he had to actually reach the Renhuang plain before he could comprehend it, but at the very least, it was impossible to do in such a short time. Once he had understood all this, Yi Futian returned to the third mountain. He looked at the endless vast swords and the countless sword shadows. He sat there in contemplation for 7 days. No one left over the course of these 7 days, and even more people came to watch. He only had 3 swords left, and they wanted to see if he could comprehend them all, or at least how many of them he could comprehend. Once he had done so, would Li Dozi fight him? At that moment, Yi Futian was dazzling. He seemed to have formed a true sword body. And it was not just him. The sword peak was shining brightly. Endless sword will flowed over it. A beam of sword light shot up from Yi Futian into the air, cutting through the sky. It moved incredibly quickly, then disappeared in an instant. A sword slash appeared in the air. Whoosh! Then there was a second sword, and then a third. Sword after sword shot into the air, and beams of sword light bloomed. Soon, endless sword marks appeared on Yi Futian's body, and countless sword shadows were flying through the air. It seemed to be responding to Yi Futian. Sword shadows shrieked across the sword peak and then shot up into the clouds. He had comprehended the 71st sword. Xinjing had done the same thing as Li Dozi. Only the last 2 swords were left. Moreover, the time that Xinjing had taken to do so was not at all comparable to the time that Li Dozi had taken. It was a new record for sure. "He's going to go all the way," whispered Zhuang Hong. "He is going to continue. He is going to comprehend all the swords except for the last one. He is truly a masterfully talented swordsman," Yi Tianyu said. He now wanted to fight Yi Futian more than ever. How would he have felt if he had known Yi Futian's true identity? Would he still want to fight him? The disciples of Sword Palace were speechless. Would Yi Futian be able to comprehend all the swords? He had already comprehended so many in such a short time and had caught up to Li Dozi. At that moment, Li Dozi opened his eyes as he sat there cultivating before the 80th Sword Mountain. He stood up and turned around. His long robe whipped in the wind. Sword will flowed out of his eyes as he looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian had comprehended 79 swords, just like him. Yi Futian could naturally feel Li Dozi's sword will. He looked back at him. He was the foremost junior member of the divine Swordly family, the strongest person below the Renhuang level at Sword Palace, and one of the strongest people in the divine palace. He had been waiting for him here. If he had not been able to comprehend this many swords, then he would not have had the right to face him, and would have no right to be arrogant. But he had not comprehended all these swords because of Li Dozi. He had done it just for the purpose of comprehending swordsmanship. But at this moment, he and Li Dozi were standing at the same point. They were both right in front of the 80th sword peak. Li Dozi looked at Yi Futian and said, "I am Li Dozi, a member of the Li family and a disciple of Sword Palace." Li Dozi obviously wanted to fight. The fact that he had introduced himself like that showed how much he respected his opponent. The fact that Yi Futian had made it this far showed that he was worthy of respect. He would fight Yi Futian to test his swordsmanship and to seek the path. His swordsmanship was not quite good enough, so he had to seize any opportunity he could get to improve. He was not sure if this talented, brilliant, famous swordsman from Taishan Mountain would be able to give him this opportunity. "I am Xinjing, a musician and swordsman from Taishan Mountain," said Yi Futian. Previously, he had introduced himself as a musician, but now that he had displayed his talent for swordsmanship, he had begun introducing himself as both a musician and a swordsman. "The two of us have comprehended the same amount of swords. Neither of us will have the advantage in this battle," said Li Dozi. As he said this, he raised his hand. In a flash, endless sharp swords appeared on all the peaks, then floated up into the air. They shone with brilliant light and reflected off of each other. All of the swords pointed at Yi Futian. Previously, Zhuang Hong and Yi Futian had moved mountains at Celestial Worthy Mountain. Now Li Dozi was using mountains as his swords. Everyone looked up at the 79 peaks. Swords floated in the air above them all, and all of them were pointed towards Yi Futian. Terrifying sword will spread out from each one of them, and at the same time, they were trembling and resonating with each other. And not only that, but sword will was flowing around the swords as well, and each thread of sword will seemed like an actual sword. Li Dozi stood on the 80th mountain like a sword master. He was bathed in endless sword light. What powerful sword will! Everyone was looking up into the air at the floating words. This was Li Dozi's power. He was the most powerful person at the Sword Palace below the Renhuang level, and he was not far from reaching the Renhuang plain. Li Dozi waved his hand and then chopped it towards Yi Futian. Instant sword! He spat. This was the instant sword of the divine Swordly family, but Li Dozi had used the endless sword will from the mountains to form it. At that moment, endless sword light pierced through the air and shot towards Yi Futian in an instant. There were 79 sword mountains and 79 swords. Yi Futian was about to be destroyed by this sword will. It seemed like he would be turned into dust. As Li Dozi attacked, Yi Futian seemed to produce a certain resonance with the sword mountains. As the swords descended from the sky, he pointed upwards. As he pointed, a beam of brilliant sword light erupted above, and a light curtain swept out around him. No one could see Yi Futian being covered by all the swords. It just looked like a chaotic scene. 79 swords descended, surrounded by endless sword will, and they smashed into Yi Futian. But Yi Futian pulled out a single sword, and this sword resonated with the sword mountains. The 79 sword peaks linked up with his sword, forming a celestial sword curtain that protected Yi Futian from above. The disciples of Sword Palace trembled as they beheld this scene. The two of them were displaying dazzling swordsmanship. It was simply terrifying. Both Li Dozi and Xinjing were geniuses with the sword. When he saw that he had been blocked, Li Dozi still had no expression, and there was not the slightest trace of disturbance in his eyes. He stepped forward, his robe flapping in the wind. Not a single sword above Yi Futian had been destroyed, and they produced a sharp sound. The sword will around them grew stronger and stronger, and more swords flew over from the mountains. Li Dozi stretched out his hand downward. A powerful pressure surged down, and every one of the swords shrieked as they cut through the sword curtain bit by bit as they were forced downward. Yi Futian stretched out both his hands, and the sword will flowing off the sword mountains not only transformed into a sword curtain, many sharp swords formed and appeared around him. Go! He said. Countless swords spiraled upwards, sweeping out from within his sword curtain and smashing into his opponent's swords and violently destroying them. A powerful storm of sword will whipped up between them. They are well matched, thought everyone. Their swords seemed to be of equal power as they faced each other, and were destroyed. At that moment, they were not the only ones who were watching the battle. They could faintly sense that there seemed to be people from the divine palace whose divine spirits were descending upon them. They were observing the fight. Many Renhuang-level figures must have been secretly watching. At that moment, there were several sword emperors within the divine palace standing together and looking off into the distance. Li Dozi has been cultivating at the divine palace for a long time, and his sword arts are quite impressive. Xinjing is incredibly talented, and he has a powerful ability to comprehend swords. But in terms of comparing their sword will, I am more interested in Li Dozi, said one of them. It is unlikely that he will lose, said someone else. No one else expressed their thoughts. The elder nodded, then continued to watch the battle from a distance. Even he could not see the outcome of this battle. After all, the two of them were displaying incredible power. Li Dozi stared at Yi Futian. The two of them had both comprehended 79 swords, and thus were well matched in terms of how well they were able to use the sword will of the sword peaks. Victory or defeat would be determined by their own power then. Li Dozi's body shone brilliantly. He formed a seal with both hands, and dazzling light bloomed from his body. Endless sword chi flowed over him and swept up into the sky where it formed a divine sword. When this sword was formed, there was endless chanting between heaven and earth, and it seemed as if all things were bowing down to it. This was Li Dozi's sword spirit. In the instant that it appeared, strange illusions appeared in the sky, and endless sword light shone. Golden runes descended from on high, filling the vast area. Each one seemed to contain sword will. The sword spirit split apart. The one sword split into two, then into three, then into countless swords. Soon, the sky was filled with swords, each one with a rune filled with sword will etched upon it. Futian looked all around him as they fell. The endless runes were flowing towards him, summoning sword will from the mountain peaks. Li Dozi's swords covered Sword Comprehension Mountain. Sword will surged within Futian. His sword spirit appeared, and although it was not as brilliant as Li Dozi's, it had a more powerful aura, which made a terrible burst of sword light sweep out around him. Crack! There was a sharp sound. The swords imprinted with runes fell swiftly towards Futian, leaving golden sword marks in the air itself. Whoosh! Futian looked up, and with a single thought, a sword pierced through the storm of sword chi, leaving a slash mark through the air as it cut through the sky. At the moment that the two swords met, they cut through each other. They both shattered into pieces and then disappeared. However, the sky split open, and there was a horrific noise as more golden divine swords fell from the air towards Futian. Heaven-splitting swords appeared all around Futian, destroying the oncoming golden swords. But up in the sky, the golden swords had formed a river of swords that was rushing wildly towards Futian to swallow him up. Futian looked up into the sky. All of the swords would reach him in a moment. Powerful sword will surged from him, and he let loose with the cleave of all things. In a flash, countless words slashed into the air with the cleave of all things. They were not only fast, but they were also cutting in different directions, completely destroying the river of swords. Countless people were watching from a distance. The area where the two of them were fighting had been swallowed up by swords. This sword will. The cultivators who were watching were speechless. Any one of those swords could have killed a Nirvana-level cultivator. With so many swords falling, they could have destroyed an army of saints. The 79th sword peak resonated with the two of them, and sword will surged up into the sky. Li Dozi looked at Futian and stepped forward. He was floating up in the air, an endless sword will gathered together around him, integrating itself into his sword spirit. At the same time, numerous divine swords appeared around his sword spirit. They all shot forward at once, as if propelled by a single thought. Whoosh! The swords fell, making it seem like they were in a world of swords, and the apocalypse was coming. Heaven-slaying sword light shone from a massive falling sky soared up in the air and shot towards Futian. Endless sword will thundered above Futian's head as the cleave of all things swept all around him. He raised his sword spirit with both hands and sliced it into the sky. The sword will flowed backward, destroying everything within it. Slice! Slice! The terrible sound of swords slashing rang out, and the air itself seemed to be cut by terrible sword marks. A divine sword descended from the sky through the backward flowing sword will, resisting all methods used to stop it. Even the fleeting divine storm could not disrupt it. It cut through the storm of fleeting divine swords as it fell towards Futian. The divine swordly family sword of Doomsday versus Lord Taishuan's fleeting divine sword. Which one is stronger? Everyone was shaken as they watched the magnificent scene unfolding before their eyes. They wanted to see which of the two combatants was stronger. The sword of Doomsday was the ultimate technique of the divine swordly family, but the one that Li Dozi was using now surpassed even that. He had integrated what he had learned in the divine palace into it. Each sword seal in the river of swords contained incomparably terrible killing power within it. Futian's eyes grew cold when he saw the sword of Doomsday piercing through the storm. He pointed into the sky, and the fleeting divine swords suddenly dissipated, then reformed and shot towards Li Dozi. The fleeting divine swords could not destroy the sword of Doomsday, but neither could the sword of Doomsday destroy the fleeting divine swords. The two of them used different sword techniques. Their attacks had destroyed each other, but they could not pierce each other's defenses. Li Dozi looked at the oncoming swords, but his expression was unchanged. His body transformed into that of a sword god, an endless sword will burst forth from him. Swordsmanship flowed through his veins, and sword marks were etched into his bones. His whole self seemed like a sword. His thousands of swords gathered together into one, an incomparably brilliant sword light shone from him. If he could not block the fleeting divine swords, then he would not try to. Crack! Divine sword light pierced through him, but he still looked unperturbed. Countless sword runes appeared all over his body, giving forth powerful sword will that collided with the oncoming swords. Even amidst the destructive storm, he still gazed down at Yi Futian. He had already forged a sword body, which he had transformed into. The fleeting divine swords would never be able to destroy him. He wanted to see if Yi Futian could withstand the sword of doomsday. A sword body of the great path! Everyone trembled as they stared at Li Dozi. This was crazy. As the two swordsmen fought, it was not a battle between two swords, but rather a battle between a man and a sword. As he watched the sword of doomsday coming towards him, Yi Futian's figure flashed, and he disappeared from where he had been. The sword of doomsday seemed to have locked onto him, and it pursued him, but Yi Futian pierced through the heavens and the earth like he was a word himself, and flew up to the highest part of the sky. Li Dozi withstood his sword. Could it be that Xinjing does not dare to directly face Li Dozi's sword? Someone asked. However, Yi Futian had not yet forged a sword body of the Great Path, so there was nothing unusual about this. But this Xinjing was so fast. He was skilled at the Great Path of space. Whoosh! The sword of doomsday flew back to Li Dozi and entered his body, reconnecting with his sword spirit. His sword will grew even more ferocious. He had felt his opponent's fleeting divine sword threaten his life spirit, and so he had summoned his sword's spirit back to defend himself. Yi Futian had reached the highest part of the sky, and he was level with the mountain peaks. He looked at Li Dozi. He had cultivated his defenses to be incredibly formidable, so even the fleeting divine sword could not destroy them. He had a boy of the Great Path, and his flesh was made of pure will. He was truly at the limits of the Saint Plane. Li Dozi's flesh resonated with the Great Path. He looked up at Yi Futian. Was he trying to avoid his sword? He closed his eyes and sensed the Great Path of swordsmanship with his divine spirit. An incomparably brilliant light shone from all the sword peaks, and many divine swords shot forth from them, floating through the air as they covered the sky. In a flash, the entire area was completely covered in flying divine swords. Burying swordsmanship! The disciples of Divine Palace felt their hearts tremble. Moreover, this was not the end. Li Dozi continued to form sword seals, which flew through the air endlessly. Suddenly, countless swords appeared within all the sword will, all of them pointing at Yi Futian. The sword light that streamed from them was powerful enough to split the air itself. Rending swordsmanship! Everyone trembled once again. Li Dozi stepped forward, and everyone could see that he was flying among not only swords but also human figures. These human figures merged with the swords as they flew through the air. Transforming swordsmanship! The disciples of the Divine Palace were shaken to their core. This was a sword technique that only someone who had formed a soul of the way could perform. Li Dozi was still a step away from doing so, but he had still managed to use transforming swordsmanship, meaning that he was breaking through his limits. He had sought out Xinjing so that he could test himself and break into the next level. In the end, there were thousands of swords pointing at Yi Futian, and he was buried within them. How is this sword? Li Dozi said to Yi Futian. Previously, Yi Futian had evaded his sword, but how could he do that with this one? You have a lot of swords here, but this is all just a bit too flashy. Since you have cultivated the way of swordsmanship, you must know that a single sword can cut through 1,000, answered Yi Futian. Li Dozi looked at him and said, Show me. One sword could cut through 1,000? How could that be? He had so many swords, and none of them was anything less than a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Even those watching the battle thought that Yi Futian was being arrogant. He actually thought that Li Dozi was being too flashy. Every one of the swords that he had formed was incredibly powerful. How could Xinjing cut through them all with a single sword? His fleeting divine sword was not strong enough. It would not be able to defeat Li Dozi's sword technique. Yi Futian looked down, with sword will flowing all around him. All of the sword peaks lit up with sword light. Come here, swords! Called Yi Futian. Suddenly, countless swords flew from the peaks towards him, circling in the air above him. The people watching could see many of the peaks lighting up, including the 80th. This? Everyone looked shocked. He had comprehended the 80th sword. There was only one left. In the instant that the 80th sword peak lit up, the countless swords roared and shook as they resonated with Futian's body. A terrible storm of sword will whipped through the sky. Return to each other. The countless swords that were resonating at the same frequency merged together, and suddenly a burst of sword will exploded, causing all the swords in the sky to clank and clatter. Attack! Shouted Li Dozi. His swords buried the sky, but at that moment, a terrible storm of sword will was building up on Futian's sword. Bang! 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 All of the swords were shattered into dust. Every sword in the sky was destroyed. Everyone watched this scene in shock. How strong was this sword of Futian's? Futian formed a seal with both hands, and the countless sword images that stretched as far as the eye could see lit up and resonated with each other. At that moment, it seemed like there was only a single sword. Go! Said Futian, and the sword shot out. Everything in this sword's path was destroyed. The sword of Doomsday in front of Li Dozi shot out to meet it, but it was still shattered by the oncoming sword. The sword reached its destination, appearing right in front of Li Dozi's forehead. One sword to break all methods. Everyone's eyes were fixated there, staring at the scene in front of them. Futian did not exaggerate. He did it with his sword. All swords resonated into a sword, and no matter what was thrown at it, be it burying, splitting, turning, or even the divine sword of Doomsday, they were all smashed and destroyed with only his sword. Feeling the sword might spreading out from the sword in front of Li Dozi's brow chakra, many gradually came to their senses again. As the first person of the divine swordly family, and the direct disciple of the palace lord of the divine sword palace, and the premier swordsman under Renhuang, Li Dozi was defeated by Xinjing, the swordsman from Taishan Mountain. Li Dozi, who was one of the strongest figures in his generation at the divine palace, had lost some of his luster in the eyes of the others. However, everyone was more shocked by Futian's strength. This disciple, secretly taught by Lord Taishan, who had given him instruction on swordsmanship and music, aside from his absolute domineering comprehension of swordsmanship. There were 81 sword peaks on the Sword Comprehension Mountain. He only heard that the last sword peak remained unsolved. Now he relied on the comprehension of the 80th sword peak to defeat Li Dozi by the sword. The battle of the trial and the battle today was enough to spread the name of Xinjing from Taishan Mountain all over the world. After today, there would definitely be a place for him in the future of the upper heavens realm. Of course, the premise was that he would not fall before he got there. Li Dozi gazed at the sword in front of his brow chakra. He felt extremely complicated at the moment. He had lost to a swordsman from Taishan Mountain. This battle was initiated by him, and it wasn't simply because he wanted revenge for Li Sun, as that would be meaningless. What he wanted was to use Futian's sword to refine his own sword, so he kept waiting until Futian had resolved the sword before him. Otherwise, he thought that the other really did not even have the qualifications to challenge him. His patience was rewarded. Futian had finally arrived, and he did not disappoint. He exhibited super abilities in swordsmanship, and in the end, the 80th sword of the solution finally pointed to him. So, this is the 80th sword, Li Dozi mumbled. Just as his voice fell, the infinite sword will between heaven and earth resonated, and an extremely brilliant divine light erupted from his body, just like a sword. The resonating swordsmanship finally united, and an extremely bright glow of the swordsmanship bloomed from his body, directly breaking the sword in front of his brow chakra. Futian didn't interfere but merely looked at Li Dozi quietly. The 80th sword peak and Li Dozi had created a certain resonance, and there was sword will flowing to his body. Li Dozi leaned slightly forward toward Futian, saluted him with the sword, and then turned to walk toward the last sword mountain. This bow appeared to be showing Futian his gratitude for testing his sword. Even though he was defeated, his strength was, in fact, progressing. Although Li Dozi was the first person of the descendant of the divine swordly family, the family had high hopes for him, and Li Dozi had always carried these many hopes and dreams on his back. However, he never thought that he would be unparalleled. There would always be someone else out there stronger than him. For example, in the Divine Palace, there was a person that even he would need to respect, someone by consensus of the Divine Palace regarded as the first person of the descendants. Now there appeared a genius talent who had defeated him. This was not an entirely unacceptable reality. What he wanted to do was to continually surpass himself, not just be invincible in the world. In the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, there were countless outstanding figures. Who could truly be invincible? That man was hailed as the first of the descendants at the Divine Palace, and was even reputed as the strongest this generation had seen in the upper heavens realm. No one could compete with him. Maybe there was no one who could match his likes in the entire 3,000 realms of the Great Path. In the way of cultivation, only by constantly surpassing oneself could one surpass all others naturally, even those who he once looked up to. His sword did not seek to be unparalleled but only to move forward. As long as he did not retreat, he would not dishonor the swordsmanship. Futian watched as Li Dozi was walking away. Li Dozi had come to the last sword peak to comprehend. It was as if he wanted to unlock the last sword to cast the divine wheel of the Great Path, and complete this last step to break through into Renwang. Everyone at Comprehension Sword Mountain understood Li Dozi's intention. No one would look down on him because he was defeated. How many in this generation at Divine Palace dared to boast that they could best Li Dozi? If someone could, then there was probably only one person who could do it. What right did they have to look down on Li Dozi because of his defeat? Li Dozi's defeat was not because he was weak, but only because he had met a stronger opponent. Futian had unlocked one more sword than him, and perhaps it was because of this sword that Li Dozi was slightly at a disadvantage. Suppose Li Dozi had unlocked the Battle of the 80th Sword a little earlier. There were no telling about the outcome. Of course, there were no ifs. Defeat was defeat. It's just that, even in defeat, Li Dozi was still the peerless swordsman, the extraordinary figure of the Divine Palace. Likewise, Futian walked toward that last sword mountain. Everyone thought that he had already broken the record of Sword Comprehension Mountain, and only the last sword was left. Could it be that he would not overlook this sword? However, he was not yet at the realm, so it should be difficult to resolve it. Futian studied it for a moment, and then gave up. He knew that he could not unlock the sword for the time being. Turning around, Futian moved away, wanting to leave. Everyone was slightly relieved. He had given it up after all. If Futian were able to unlock this sword, it would be an unimaginable horror, as he had just broken into nirvana not that long ago. How about it? Tianyu smiled and asked Yi-Man, who was beside him. Yi-Man looked at Futian and said, "The speed of his unlocking the sword is unparalleled, and his perception is extremely outstanding. He's a rare talent. If he is willing to stay at the Divine Palace to cultivate, there must be many powerful characters who would be willing to accept him as a direct disciple. That goes without saying. His battle with Li Dozi was probably seen by many at the Sword Palace," Tianyu whispered. He was obviously correct on that account. Indeed, the Sword Palace had watched this battle closely. "Let's go." Lifting his feet, Tianyu walked toward Futian. Futian naturally noticed Tianyu coming this way and stopped. Tianyu laughed, saying, "Brother Xinjing's sword would be hard-pressed to find its equal at the Divine Palace." "Not even you?" Futian suddenly asked. Tianyu was surprised when he heard the question. Clearly, he didn't expect Futian to speak like this. There was no match in the Divine Palace, and Tianyu himself was also a disciple of the Divine Palace. Next to him, Yi-Man frowned when she heard Futian's blunt words. This was clearly a sign of contempt for anyone other than himself. To her, this was a great disrespect to Tianyu. "Just thinking out loud, please don't take it to heart," Futian said with a smile. "It's okay." Tianyu didn't mind. He appeared quite diplomatic in the Divine Palace. "Of course, not including him," said Yi-Man, who was next to him. Tianyu may not have cared, but she cared. She looked at Futian with cold indifference. Even though Xinjing was talented enough, he lacked respect for others in his speech. Yi Futian glanced at Yi Man and smiled. If there is ever a chance, I would like to experience it for myself. As he finished speaking, Yi Futian walked past Yi Tianyu. Since their first battle, hopefully, Yi Tianyu had not just been sitting around and had made no progress. They tested the land of trials, and the top disciples from the Divine Palace each had their own share of fruits of the way, and Yi Tianyu also had this qualification. If he was progressing, then Yi Tianyu must have been progressing as well. It was just that his level of strength at this point was an unknown. However, it was bound to be stronger than the previous battle. Yi Man had great confidence in Yi Tianyu. Yi Tianyu was a little surprised. His intention was to be friendly with Yi Futian, but Yi Futian seemed to be of the mind of rejecting such goodwill. How did he and Zhuang Hong come together before? As Yi Tianyu watched Yi Futian's departing figure, Yi Man's face displayed some displeasure. She said, "This victory over Li Dozi presumably made him think that he is invincible when it comes to Divine Palace. He is a little too conceited. It's normal for such characters to be proud like this." Yi Tianyu didn't take it to heart but felt that this cultivator from Taishan Mountain was very sure of himself. Yi Man was speechless when she heard Yi Tianyu's response. Presently, Yi Tianyu's personality seemed to have changed, and there was no telling if it was related to what had happened in the heavenly mandate realm. Actually, trying is also fine. It could be exciting. Zhuang Hong, who was next to him, said with a smile. Yi Tianyu glanced at him and asked, "Why didn't you guys try it before?" "He didn't ask me to try." Zhuang Hong smiled. "Now, do you think Xinjing can be beaten?" Yi Tianyu asked. "I'm not sure, and now there's only one person at the Divine Palace who could say that with certainty," Zhuang Hong said. He was not so delusional. He wasn't even sure if he could beat Li Dozi. Except for him, no one could boast of confidence in defeating Xinjing, who had bested Li Dozi. For a definitive victory, indeed, it was only him. Yi Tianyu nodded in agreement, demonstrating just how much they respect this, that they were all talking about. Publicly recognized at Shangxia Divine Palace as the premier talent who represented this generation, and regarded by the elders of the Divine Palace as the future leader of Divine Palace, he was the hope of the Divine Palace. It was thought that he might become its strongest character. Yi Futian didn't know what Yi Tianyu was thinking. Yi Tianyu did not recognize him and therefore wanted to be on his good side, but he and Yi Tianyu were destined to stand on opposite sides, and naturally, he would not be too friendly with him. At this time, Yi Futian flickered. Suddenly, he seemed to detect something and stopped involuntarily, asking, "Who's there?" Just as his voice fell, two shadows descended like swords. They came in front of Yi Futian. One of them showed a surprised look and asked, "Did you feel it?" "Well," Yi Futian nodded and looked at the other. "What can I do for you? You have excellent swordsmanship, and someone in the Sword Palace wants to see you. Would you be willing to go?" the person asked Yi Futian. A surprised look flashed across Yi Futian's eyes. At Sword Palace, someone wanted to see him. Li Dozi was the first person of the descendants at the Sword Palace. This battle must have attracted the attention of Sword Palace. Now, they wanted to see him. Their intention was self-evident. He also guessed that the person who wanted to see him was not a simple character. Otherwise, it was not sincere enough. Li Dozi was a disciple under the Palace Lord. If he defeated Li Dozi, who should he be under? "I do not wish to go," Yi Futian replied. The Renhuang opposite him was stunned for a moment when he heard his reply. He looked at Yi Futian, somewhat bewildered. This was the first time they encountered someone who refused so quickly, without hesitation. Xinjing must have already guessed this person's identity. Even so, he still refused without hesitation. He must be, without a doubt, a disciple of Lord Taishan. Seeing that the other was still looking at him, Yi Futian couldn't help but ask, "Is there anything else the elder wishes to say?" Several Renhuang from the Sword Palace looked at Yi Futian, shocked. Then one of them said, "Sorry to disturb you. Then allow me to bid you farewell." Yi Futian smiled and bowed with his hands together, then flickered away. Several Renhuang from the Sword Palace looked awkward. One murmured, "He's pretty confident. We are getting old, and we don't understand young people's world anymore." Those on the side also remarked with a sigh. Even if he was really the secret disciple of Lord Taixien, the palace lord of the Sword Palace was not some nobody. If he wanted to meet Yi Futian was more or less obliged to accept. Even if it were just some random advisement, it would only do him good. But he made everything so simple. "Let's see where he's going," they continued. If Yi Futian was unwilling to meet with the palace lord of Sword Palace, where was he going? "Watch him," another also said. They weren't deliberately following Yi Futian to hurt him, but that they were feeling mad about the whole affair. At the same time, they were curious to see how he planned to cultivate in the Divine Palace. Yi Futian was well on his way. He didn't really have any thoughts about not wanting to meet the palace lord of the Sword Palace. He just didn't think it was necessary. After all, he would never cultivate under the palace lord of the Sword Palace, so there was no need to waste time. With so many treasured holy lands in the Divine Palace, like Celestial Worthy Mountain and Sword Comprehension Mountain, wouldn't it be nice to just cultivate there? He had brushed aside the people from Taixien Mountain and Little Phoenix, just so that he could cultivate in peace for some time. Since there were such great conditions for cultivation, he couldn't let it just go to waste. Next, Yi Futian went around different places to cultivate. There were palaces for enlightenment, mountain caves to seek the way, and even in the process of this, he had some confrontations with the disciples of the Divine Palace. It was not intentional on his part, but now that Xinjing's name was well known, there were some genius-level characters at the Divine Palace who wanted to practice with him. They would deliberately find excuses to fight him. The result was always the same, and he brutally beat many disciples of the Divine Palace without mercy. There was even a woman with outstanding talent who was also beaten badly by him. He didn't show any pity or exception, which shocked everyone that he could have been so brutal. In a brief time, Xinjing made a fierce reputation for himself at the Divine Palace. Many looked towards him, and wanted to beat him, but most of them would not succeed. Everyone really felt that there was only one person at the Divine Palace who could definitely beat Yi Futian. But why would he make a move? Now, his only goal was to cast the dive wheel of the Great Path, not just the divine wheel of the Great Path in the simplest sense, or he would have done it already. He had been suppressing his own realm, wanting to cast the divine wheel of extraordinary magnitude. Now more and more people in the Divine Palace were paying attention to Yi Futian's movement. At this time, Yi Futian came to a place with beautiful scenery. Stepping across the stairs, there was a lake in front of him. It was very vast, like a miniature of the Sea of the Path. At the end of the lake was a most sacred palace, and this scenery seemed familiar. When Yi Futian went to the Sea of the Path for trial, he had seen something like this scenery before him. Except over there, the landscape was a little ethereal and surreal, and over here, the scene in front of him was more real. It was as if an actual fate palace right in front of him. "What place is this?" Yi Futian whispered. He moved forward and walked to the edge of the sea. There was a very strong will of the way that permeated from the front, which compelled him to move over there to take a better look. He faintly felt that there seemed to be something calling him, but of course, this slippery feeling was hard to discern. Was it real or not? It was difficult for him to say. No matter where this was, Yi Futian understood that it must have been an extraordinary place. In the direction of the two banks, a group of sacred palaces congregated, exuding a solemn feeling. Traces of sword will whistled and turned into a sword, and the sword entered into the Path River. Yi Futian stepped forward and walked on the sword that he had summoned. He drove toward the Path River. No matter where this was, the receiving receptionist had already told him when he entered the Divine Palace that he was once in. He could go anywhere in the Divine Palace as long as he was physically able to do so. However, he would be doing so at his own risk. Because of this, he had been wandering around inside the Divine Palace as long as it was suitable for cultivation. There was no restraint in his heart because his goals were very simple. Cultivate, and cultivate some more. To cast the divine wheel of the Great Path as soon as possible, and set foot into the realm of Renhuang. Everything else could wait until the entry into the realm of Renwang. The Saint Plane may be regarded as powerful among common folks, but among those top forces, it was far from enough. But his talent was destined to be the center among all the top forces, not existing in some mediocre crowds. Therefore, the only way was to become stronger. From the moment when Futian stepped into Path River, there was an uproar at the Divine Palace. The news spread quickly, and at this time, somewhere inside the Divine Palace, a group of disciples from the Divine Palace were talking amongst themselves. Xinjing stepped into the Path River? Someone asked. The person next to him nodded. It is said that the sword has entered the Path River. No one blocked him? Asked the man who just spoke. No one. Are the ancestral lands of the Divine Palace to be polluted by outsiders? That disciple's expression slightly changed. And they didn't stop him? Perhaps the elder at the Divine Palace had their own thoughts on this. But even if he had entered the Path River, it is still impossible for Xinjing to enter the ancestral temple. The person next to him did not seem to mind, saying, even though his talent was unmatched, but over the years, who have you ever heard of entering the temple? It's him. The person next to him whispered. That legendary figure from the Divine Palace was the first in the world, an undisputed first at that. Yes, and now, he is there. If Xinjing goes, he might meet him there. The person next to him said. Xinjing really knows how to choose a place. He had to choose the ancestral temple. Unless he asked around and knew of the place? At this time, not just the disciples of the Divine Palace, but even many of the prominent figures were also closely watching Futian's every move. At the Sword Palace, the Sword Emperor, who had invited Futian on that day, was there. Looking into the distance, he could vaguely see a sacred palace. He actually went there. The Sword Emperor looked disturbed. Futian had gone to many places these days, but now he had found his way there. Extraordinary people will go to extraordinary places. It is expected that he would eventually find his way here. It's just that he's been wreaking havoc in the Divine Palace, and many disciples have suffered at his hands. He needs to be put in his place. The person next to him said with a smile, kind of expecting Futian to be humbled. He was really getting out of line and needed to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, he would really think that there was no one to defend the Divine Palace. Moreover, he went to various places to cultivate and often reaped great rewards. It would be refreshing to see him being humbled for once, not always getting whatever he wanted so easily. At the Sword Comprehension Mountain, Li Dozi was still unlocking the last sword. At this time, that last sword mountain was shining brightly, and there seemed to be swords flowing. Likewise, there was also a terrible breath of swordsmanship that flowed upon the body of Li Dozi, which was felt by many. They knew faintly that after that battle, Li Dozi was getting closer and closer to the breakthrough. Li Dozi unlocked the sword here, but Xinjing went to the Path River instead. Wan Shui, Luoyu, and Yaya were still here unlocking the swords. At this time, Wan Shui came to Yaya's side and said, "He has gone to Path River." "So I heard," Yaya replied. "The premier person of the current generation at the Divine Palace is there. I heard that this person could have become an emperor already, but would not enter the gate of the Great Path even when he could, all for creating a most extraordinary divine wheel of the Great Path." It was said that this person not only ranks number 1 of the current generation at the Divine Palace but was also known as the first person under Renhuang in all of Upper Heaven's realm. Said Wan Shui. Yaya looked indifferent, and Wan Shui had no idea what she was thinking, so he continued. At the end of Path River is the Divine Temple, an ancestral land of the Divine Palace, mysterious and unknown. If he goes there, will he? What do you want to say? Yaya looked at Wan Shui. Should we persuade him to come back? Wan Shui said to Yaya. Futian's talent could be described as unparalleled. Naturally, he trusted him implicitly. Before, he had heard a lot of things about Futian, and none of them caused any concerns except this time. He was a bit worried. The first among the current generation of Upper Heaven's realm at the ancestral lands of the Divine Palace. No matter the former or the latter, it was enough to give people pause. After all, Yi Futian was not a disciple of the Divine Palace, so it was difficult to predict what kind of danger he would encounter should he embark there. Yaya seemed to be deep in contemplation. The ancestral land of the Divine Palace? A look of worry flashed across her eyes, and upon seeing Yaya's expression, Wan Shui knew that she felt the same as him, fearing any accidents that could happen to Xinjing. If any accidents occur in the ancestral lands of the Divine Palace, will the Divine Palace blame him? Yaya asked Wan Shui. Huh? Wan Shui looked at Yaya without blinking. What would happen if there was some accident at the ancestral lands of the Divine Palace? Not what would happen if something happened to Yi Futian. Looking into Yaya's eyes, he thought, is this girl for real? What accident could happen at the ancestral lands? Wan Shui took a breath and asked. Like, if it was demolished or something else? Yaya asked in a low voice. Would the Divine Palace blame us? Wan Shui was speechless. He looked at Yaya with a strange look. He was worried about Xinjing, but this woman worried about the ancestral land of the Divine Palace. What was the thinking behind that? It seemed that Xinjing's friend was not normal. When he came to his senses, Wan Shui whispered, I shouldn't think so. Oh. Yaya nodded. I'm going to continue to cultivate then. Wan Shui glanced at Yaya and said, Sorry to disturb you. Then he turned away. Sorry for the disturbance. Yi Futian's entry into the Path River caused a great sensation in the Divine Palace. The disciples of the Divine Palace were all focused on this event. This person who had defeated Li Dozi, the first person of the current generation of the Sword Palace, had now gone to the most sacred place in the Divine Palace. For so many years, only one person had stepped into it, and now he was in it. Xinjing, a swordsman from Taishan Mountain, would he be able to enter? Yi Futian had no idea that his trip had caused such great unrest. He didn't even know the exact place he wanted to go. He just had a feeling that this place was extraordinary, a place where hidden paths might certainly be suitable for cultivation, so he wanted to take a look. He even had doubts in his heart. Why is this place so quiet? He wondered. In the Path River, there was no one else but him, and there were no disciples of the Divine Palace. This left Yi Futian somewhat baffled. Were the disciples of the Divine Palace that lazy? Was it because they didn't cherish the spiritual resources in the Divine Palace? He had no idea about the kind of place that he had come to. It was not because the disciples of the Divine Palace did not want to come. It was a question if they could get in. The sword entered the Path River and drove toward the palace. In Yi Futian's present state, he thought that he would soon reach his destination. Although this river was very long, it could not be easily crossed. However, he found that even as the sword moved forward, it was still in Path River, and it seemed to stop when it reached the center of the river. Or rather, the distance to the palace ahead always remained the same. He looked down at the sword under his feet. The sword was still moving forward, even causing some ripples as it shuttled in the water. However, no matter how far he moved, it seemed that he was still in the same place. What's going on? Yi Futian looked confused. He couldn't get close? It seemed within reach, clearly in front of him, but at the same time, it seemed to be far beyond the horizon. But he was in the pinnacle of Saint Plain, so there was no way he did not understand his own feelings. This time, the mysterious palace was real and solid, unlike the nebulous quality of the land of proving the way. If so, how could it be? He couldn't understand it. Unless there was way to prevent him? This was the only explanation. However, what kind of will of the way could possibly produce such a condition? Yi Futian appeared deep in thought, and he stopped. The sword did not move forward. Everything seemed to be standing still. Space will of the way, Yi Futian whispered. Only the space will of the way could produce such a spectacle. He and his sword were in a space of the Great Path, bound by the Great Path, unable to fathom its truth. But this time, he didn't even feel the existence of the space will of the way in reality. If there was really a space of the Great Path, then it must also exist in the void. Psst! The sharp sound of sword roar emerged, and swords appeared around Yi Futian's body. Some of them directly broke through the sky and shot toward the front, wanting to cross the Path River and reach the palace. However, he realized that although the swords were extremely fast, they could never reach the destination. He integrated his spiritual will into them, but he still couldn't sense the cause. Many swords now appeared at his feet. Futian sat directly on the sword and closed his eyes, quietly experiencing everything around him as if to imprint all that he saw in the Path River into his mind. If everything was so clear, then what was the power that prevented him from moving forward? Futian himself also cultivated the way of space, but at this moment, he fell into the way of space again. It only showed that his way of space was still not quite where it needed to be and was far from perfection. Otherwise, he would not have been trapped by the way of space. South close yet so far. Futian's eyes were tightly closed, and everything seemed to have stopped. Time and space stopped flowing in Futian's mind as if he was the only one between heaven and earth at this moment. He sat there quietly. At this moment, he was like a lonely boat in the vast ocean. Loneliness surrounding him, he wanted to find the answer. As time passed, Futian sat there as if he had never moved. This caused a lot of discussion inside the Divine Palace. Sure enough, and as expected, even though Futian had defeated Li Dozi, he was still trapped in the Path River and could move no further. This was Path River. It led to the ancestral land of the Divine Palace, and there were no other shortcuts. Only by crossing the Path River could one gain entry into the ancestral land. For many years, how many excellent characters wanted to enter but couldn't? Futian's talent was widely recognized by people of the Divine Palace. Even if many of them were unhappy with him, they still had to acknowledge Futian's powerful perception. However, this was the Path River, after all. Sure enough, he was still trapped inside, unable to move forward. Even some others had gone to the place where the Path River was and watched the figure who was stuck in the Path River, unable to move forward. The figure sat on the sword seemed lonely. It was as if he was the only person in the world. Zhuang Hong also came. He looked at Futian and felt some strangeness. Where couldn't this guy go? But he had come to the Path River. Never mind that the Path River was difficult to cross because even if he could, there was still the one that restrained inside to consider. But Futian seemed to understand everything in this instant. There was no one at the Path River. This beyond reach alone was enough to repel countless geniuses because they simply could not get across. It was just a short distance away, yet it was beyond reach. The sword didn't move, and Futian didn't seem to have stopped moving at all. But he got it. He now knew what it meant to be beyond reach. What's going on? Just then, there was a cry of exclamation at the edge of the Path River, and many people looked in Futian's direction in shock. It's getting closer, isn't it? They were shocked to find that Futian was getting closer to the divine temple of the ancestral land. How could this be? He didn't seem to have moved? Someone frowned, puzzled. Moreover, Futian was still approaching the divine temple of the ancestral land. He sat there as if he had done nothing at all. Awesome! Zhuang Hong praised. What an incredible display! Brother Zhuang, what is going on? A disciple from the Divine Palace asked. How would I know? Zhuang Hong replied. The man looked at him, dumbfounded. If he didn't know what was going on, why the excitement? However, I could venture a guess, Zhuang Hong replied. Everyone at the Path River of the ancestral land knows that this place is beyond reach, probably because it has the way of space hidden within it. Therefore, the only thing that could unlock the way of space in this place is the way of space. To overcome the way with the way. Zhuang Hong's deduction was correct. Futian opened his eyes and saw that he was very close to the divine palace of the ancestral land. There was beyond reach in the Path River, and the only thing that could unlock it was to reach for the beyond. Futian finally understood at this moment. It was not that no one wanted to come here, but that they could not get here. But how many at the divine palace could get through beyond reach? Beyond reach, reaching the beyond. Anyone who wanted to cross the Path River must first need to understand the way of space and unlock it. Except reaching the beyond, he couldn't think of any other ways to solve it, but perhaps other top geniuses had other solutions. The sword was already near the palace in front, and every time he moved forward, he was getting closer. At this moment, suddenly, another invisible force descended, causing the forward-moving sword to stop. Time and space seemed to have once again fallen into a state of arrest. This time it was not a stillness dictated by him, but was forced upon him. Everything seemed to have stopped flowing. Even the will of the great path between heaven and earth had stopped. In Futian's perception, everything seemed to disappear at this moment. It was as if there was only this path river in the world. There was no path, only river. The swords beneath Futian disappeared into thin air. He was suspended alone on the path river with no will of the way. It was as if he could float there naturally. But except for this, there was just nothingness. What is this now? Futian was a little speechless. Was this path river so difficult to cross? It was just that beyond reach seemed simple and easy to unlock, but the truth was that it was extremely difficult. If it was any other person, they might have never been able to take that step. However, he had just made that step and immediately fell into such a situation again. Where was this exactly? What place is this path river? He wondered. And what exactly was that sacred palace in front of him? Why was this place so difficult to enter? It seemed that no one came here, not because of their laziness in cultivation, nor because it was an ordinary place for cultivation, but because everyone knew that they may not be able to cross. So, what place was this? What was the sacred palace in front of the path river? What would happen after crossing over? When his thoughts turned to this, Futian was a little jittery. He suddenly realized that the place he came for this time might not be quite so innocuous. But the matter at hand seemed to be how he could cross the path river to reach that sacred place. Futian, who seemed to have been stuck in a space of absolute stillness, lifted his feet to walk forward. There were ripples under his feet as if he was stepping on water. There was a booming sound coming from inside his body. It was as if the way inside his body was extending outward, moving forward. However, this was the same situation as before. Shockingly, Futian found he was standing in the same place, unable to move forward. This was Futian's face was becoming incredibly entertaining to behold. This time, it was obvious that they were not being trapped by beyond reach, which could not be unlocked by the method used previously. So, what was it this time? He stopped again. Many disciples of the divine palace gathered by the shore and watched Futian's every move. It would not be easy to cross the path river. Just as they were thinking about it, traces of invisible breaths inside Futian's body spread throughout the world and seemed to link with heaven and earth. Soon, he seemed to once again getting a grip on perceiving the real world. Lifting his feet, Futian took a step, and his body disappeared from where he was. His figure crossed the path river directly and appeared at the end of the path river. Countless eyes were fixated on this scene. Everyone looked at Futian in amazement. Was it really as simple as stepping over? This made a lot of people feel strange. In all these years, the path river that had only been crossed by one person in the past, had it really blocked Futian? At this moment, had Futian really crossed the path river? Ahead, there should be other obstacles blocking his way. Once Futian took this step to cross the path river. Beyond reach and reaching the beyond seemed to be separated by one step. Once Futian took this step to cross the path river. Beyond reach and reaching the beyond seemed to be separated by one step. Unable to pass, he would always be in the path river. But if he was able to, he could cross it in one step. At this time, Futian was standing in front of a golden great path. The divine palace in front stood towering above the sky, magnificent and sacred, impervious to spiritual will. There were palaces standing on the left and right of it. To Futian, each palace exuded the might pressure of the great path. This golden great path was an ancient great path, which contained extremely powerful might of the great path. To walk through might not be an easy task. Furthermore, the end of this ancient golden great path was sacred and ethereal. There seemed to be someone standing there, but it was somewhat unreal. Was someone finally there? It seemed that someone was here, after all. At this time, Futian had realized that this place was unusual, and whoever could come was definitely the most top genius at the Divine Palace. Futian didn't know that, at the moment, only one person had ever come to this ancestral land of the Divine Palace before him. It was the premier person of the current generation of the Divine Palace, hailed as the most unparalleled genius of Upper Heaven's realm. Unparalleled in the world meant overshadowing Yi Tianyu and Li Daozi. With everyone else at one level and him at another level, he could not be called unparalleled. What is this place? Futian was becoming more and more curious. What exactly was this sacred place? Could it be that it was the place of cultivation for the great figures of the Divine Palace? Or were there hidden secrets in the Divine Palace? No matter what place this was, he wanted to go in and take a look. Futian lifted his feet and walked forward. Just one step, and there was an extremely violent storm of the great path that came from this ancient golden great path. There was great pressure everywhere on this ancient great path. Futian had a feeling that divine gods were standing there, guarding the front of the ancient path that he walked on. All these statues of the gods seemed illusory, and yet solid at the same time. His spiritual will felt it, and the oppressive forces of the great path that bloomed from it also felt so real. This moment gave Futian a familiar feeling, like the feeling he had when he was at a place of comprehension in the Divine Palace, Celestial Worthy Mountain, where he met Zhuanghong. But the coercion of the gods here was even more real and terrifying. It was stronger than that of Celestial Worthy Mountain. The blood inside Futian's body roiled and roared, making a booming sound of the great path. He lifted his feet and forcing his way forward. He let out a violent roar. His clothes fluttered, and his hair was flying. His body seemed to bear a great amount of weight, and it was not easy to take even one step forward. Boom! Futian moved forward one step at a time. Each time he took a step, there was a roaring sound of the great path that burst from his body. The great path was unified into one. It turned into a path of boundless power, forcing each step forward. He walked past the palace, but on this road of the golden great path, this distance seemed insubstantial. The road of the illusory great path seemed so long in his eyes. At this moment, Futian suddenly developed a strong sense of crisis. In the perception of will, he seemed to perceive a ghostly figure again. It was as if the god of the underworld appeared directly in his mind. He seemed to see a pair of ghostly eyes, piercing his mind and attacking his spiritual soul. This is... Futian's face showed concern. On his journey to the trial, he had met a direct disciple from the Divine Palace, Bai Xiu, who seemed to be a disciple of Lord Underworld. So, what kind of ability was this? There were all the ways preached by the Divine Palace hidden within this ancient road of the Great Path. Various types of abilities erupted here and transformed the ways to attack those who were coming forward. If so, would he be subjected to later attacks of melody? Sword method? Or any other aggressive attacks? The flesh and spiritual soul had to brave tremendous force of oppression at the same time. Futian struggled to move forward under such oppression. Sure enough, he had not taken a few steps before he heard a melody. The great path resonated with it, and sharply increased the intensity of the previous oppression. Boom! Under the terrific impact of the great path and its power, Futian's body stumbled backward. He slid several steps before he could get a hold of himself. His brows were knit tightly together. His eyes glanced at the ancient road of great path ahead. Was this road really that difficult to get through? But just exactly what road was this? One had to withstand all kinds of attack methods of the Divine Palace, and the combat strength of each force seemed to be determined according to his own strength and the strength of his realm. The stronger he was, the stronger the attack power of the great path. There was nowhere to hide. Futian stopped. Instead of rushing forward, he took his time to adjust his breath. Previously crossing the path river required comprehension, but now what really mattered was one's own true great strength. There were no shortcuts on this road, and there were no tricks to get around it. Forcing his way through was the only option. At this time, on the other side of the path river, many were standing on the bank of the river. They looked ahead, but Futian was no longer visible. Futian had already disappeared in the path river. Has he gotten over and entered the ancestral land? Someone asked. Not yet. A genius talent who knew something about Path River shook his head and said, It's just a small step to cross the Path River. The road afterward is even more difficult to walk. More difficult? Someone mused. Then why did this Path River trap so many other extraordinary characters? Difficulty is relative. It is not that the Path River was not difficult to cross. Even many of the disciples of the Path boat at the Divine Palace could not cross the Path River. There are only very few who could cross. Look, someone is trying right now. The speaker pointed ahead, and there were already several people who were walking toward the Path River. When Futian crossed, they wanted to try it themselves also, but they were still there, unable to advance after the first step. So, how difficult is it to get into the ancestral land? For so many years, there was only one person who entered it. It was more than just difficult. The person next to him said thoughtfully. That person looked in the direction of Path River when he heard this. How outstanding was that unusual character who had crossed the Path River and entered the ancestral land of the Divine Palace. Even the disciples of the Divine Palace had not many opportunities to see him, much less speak to him. He was not just a direct disciple, but the disciple of the 9 halls. The 9 halls taught one person jointly, unheard of in the Divine Palace. It was said that the Divine Palace intended to train him to become the true premier person in the upper heavens realm in the future. He was also moving toward that goal. No one else could surpass him, as it was difficult enough to even catch up with him. He was in his own realm. No one else could be mentioned with him in the same breath. After rumors spread that he was a descendant of the divine gods, some people claimed that there was divine blood in his body. Some even said that he was the reincarnation of the Almighty. No matter the rumors, it all served as a testament to his strength. Today, an outsider appeared in the Divine Palace and also had forced his way into the ancestral land of the Divine Palace. He had already crossed the Path River. Would the two of them meet in the ancestral land? Would Xinjing, a swordsman from Taixian Mountain, cross the road? It was probably very difficult. Indeed, incredibly difficult. Futian was still in front of the golden ancient road of the Great Path at this time. His body was radiant all over, and there was a roaring sound of the Great Path resounding inside his body. There was a strong and powerful breath of the Great Path circulating inside of him. His entire person seemed to have turned into a sword, an indestructible and omnipresent sword. The sword moved forward. It traversed the void and stepped onto the ancient road of the Great Path. Extreme pressure of the Great Path came forth and slammed on him, but from inside Futian's body, there was a whistling sound of the sword. Sword will reach for the sky. It crossed through the pressure of the Great Path and continued to shuttle forward without slowing. On the contrary, he seemed to want to speed up and pass through it quickly. Boom! The melody sounded again. That was the power of divine sound, which caused the Great Path to resonate in unison and expanded its oppressive forces. Psst! Sharp and shrill sounds were heard, and Futian's body also seemed to emit the sounds of melody, resonating with the sword. A power of the fleeting swordsmanship now swept out and defied the Great Path. All around Futian, a terrifying storm of the Great Path now surged. Boom, boom, boom! This ancient road of the Great Path was alive, and it seemed to be able to perceive everything that Futian was doing. As Futian accelerated forward, godlike statues appeared at the same time. An infinite sword will erupted and swept toward Futian. Bang! Futian felt this continuing increasing strength, and he suddenly stomped. The Great Path inside his body roared, and the sound of a thundering elephant came out. It resonated with the Great Path. The divine elephant stomped on the sky. It was like a bona fide divine elephant had come down to the world. The shadow of the divine elephant shrouded the body, towering like a demon god, stabilizing the body by sheer willpower. It continued to step forward savagely. This was the secret method of the divine elephants, the divine elephant stomping the sky. If this ability had erupted outside, Etienne should have recognized him easily, but according to his observations of the Divine Palace, It was true that it did not interfere with the quarrels of the outside world and did not participate in the friction between disciples. Otherwise, as an outsider, he would not have been allowed to wreak such havoc in the divine palace, plunder many treasured lands to cultivate, and beaten many of divine palace's own disciples. No elders had come forward to mediate but had just let them do whatever they wanted. Therefore, the grudge between him and Etienne would not be mediated by the divine palace. It did not matter if the divine palace knew his identity. He seemed to be goaded by this ancient road of the great path to become extremely competitive. The more he was not allowed to set foot in it, the more he wanted to force his way through. Under the technique of divine elephant stomping the sky, he was even more centered, and the power of the great path was more violent and terrifying. Every step he took shocked the earth and suppressed all the offensive attacks. He would like to see how the road of the great path could block his way. Boom, 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 statues descended, and the entire ancient road of the great path was full of incomparable power. On this road of the great path, there was a tremendous storm. The great path roared between heaven and earth, trying to destroy all existence. In Futian's mind, godlike statues appeared. At this moment, he was withstanding such indescribable pressure of might. The celestial soul attraction also bloomed, and the divine will rushed toward the sky. To counter against the attacks of the divine will within the great path, the divine elephant stomping the sky was integrated into the momentum of heaven and earth. Every step was earth-shattering, and the sword wool of the great path surrounded his entire body. Futian's entire body was holy and radiant, like the furnace of the great path. Each step he took was forcibly passing through this golden road of the great path. In the golden ancient road of the great path, the roaring sound of the great path continued as Futian forced his way forward. He used all the will of the way that his body could muster in order to fortify his own might to the extreme. His goal was to cross the golden ancient road in the most aggressive manner possible, and reach the end. Those elusive and surreal statues collapsed and shattered, and the pressure that had descended finally dissipated completely. Futian stood at the end of the ancient road, which was also in front of that sacred palace. A holy and solemn atmosphere enveloped this space. Faintly, the ancient noble atmosphere could be felt, which made Futian even more certain that this place was very likely very important in the divine palace. It seemed it was fate that he had mistakenly broken into it as a place of comprehension and spiritual cultivation. He thought it was a place of common comprehension before, but he did not expect that it would be so difficult to get in. Judging from the level of defense, could other disciples of the divine palace step in here? If the answer was no, he could totally believe that. But ahead, there seemed to be a person. The great doors of the sacred yet ethereal palace were wide open, but that figure sat outside the palace. He was dressed very simply, and his hair casually fell on his shoulders. He sat atop the stairs with his eyes closed, not releasing any breath released from his body. Although Futian was here, he still sat there quietly as if he was completely unaware of it at all. It was as if he was the only person in this world. Futian glanced at the man in front of the palace above the stairs, and all he saw was his back. Although he did not know the man, he could feel his loneliness. He sat there as though he were independent of this world, that all the entanglements of the world had nothing to do with him. What kind of realm was this? One was reluctant to disturb his cultivation even in the slightest. Here, it seemed that any little movement would be a transgression. Futian stood there quietly for a moment. He then slowly raised his feet and walked up the stairs, step by step, toward the upper ground. After a while, he came behind the figure, facing the sacred palace that was in front of them. It was a palace filled with great mystery. The cultivator who had been sitting there, had he entered it already? The person seemed to have been sitting here for a long time, so he should have gone inside already. Futian looked at him again, and when he saw that the other was still irresponsive, he raised his feet and prepared to walk past him. "You are not a disciple of the divine palace?" At this time, a voice came out, and it was from the mysterious figure who had been sitting there. His voice was clear and powerful. It was as if it could imprint itself onto the minds of the others. Even though he was speaking, he sat there with his eyes closed, not turning his head. He did not even look at Yi Futian. No, Yi Futian replied. I was invited by the Divine Palace for the trial, and then entered the Divine Palace to cultivate, and came here. May I ask, what is this place? Yi Futian asked. He was becoming more and more curious. What was this place? It was so mysterious, solemn, and magnificent that even the most genius talents could not come here at all. Ancestral land? Divine temple, the man answered. Yi Futian heard his words, and his heart trembled slightly. Even though he had guessed that this place was highly unusual, the response still shocked him. The ancestral land of the Divine Palace, the Divine Temple. Divine Palace was the premier holy land in Upper Heaven's realm as well as its most prestigious holy place for spiritual cultivation. This was the ancestral land of the Divine Palace. No wonder it was so difficult to get in. Just that river and the ancient road of the Great Path alone were enough to deter most people. It was basically impossible for the disciples cultivating at the Divine Palace to come. He had come accidentally, but the figure sitting in front of him was surely an exception as well. If not a disciple of the Divine Palace, then don't enter the ancestral land of the Divine Palace. Go back. The figure continued. His voice was extremely calm, without any trace of emotion. It was as if stating something that was extremely ordinary, and his tone did not betray any feelings. Yi Futian didn't get angry when he heard the response. It was not entirely unreasonable. The ancestral land was of great significance to principalities of spiritual cultivation, and it was unlike ordinary places of cultivation as it may truly contain the core of inheritance. Since he was not admitted to the Divine Palace to cultivate, he was not a disciple of the Divine Palace. It would be inappropriate to say that he was seeking inheritance in the ancestral land. However, it had taken him a lot to get here, and to not enter now as he was right in front of the door was, more or less, an unreasonable request. Although, in theory, it was inappropriate for him to enter the ancestral land of the Divine Palace, the Divine Palace had not stopped him after all. The guides had also said that any location was allowed so long as one could reach it. Therefore, he had gotten here with his own power, and he would enter the ancestral land as long as he could. He did not consider that against the rules of the Divine Palace. I still want to go in and take a look, Yi Futian said. The other did not respond. Yi Futian looked ahead and lifted his feet, walking toward the Divine Temple. He spat. Just because one is not a disciple of the Divine Palace does not mean they should not enter the ancestral land of the Divine Palace. However, the elders of the Divine Palace once said that as long as one could enter, then one may enter. So, my apologies in advance. As he was speaking, he continued to move forward, wanting to enter the ancestral land. Quite right. As long as you are able to enter, you may enter. However, whether you can enter the Divine Temple is not really decided by you. At this time, a hollow and ethereal voice came and sounded in Yi Futian's ears. He glanced at the person in front of him, frowning. The person who spoke was not the one in front of him. There were others in the Divine Temple? He stopped advancing. His eyes were fixed on the Divine Temple. What's your name? That ethereal voice was heard again. This time, he faintly felt that the person who spoke was the Divine Temple itself, not the figure who was in front of him. It was someone using the temple to speak. Xinjing of Taishan Mountain, Yi Futian replied. Wrong, the other responded. Yi Futian's expression changed. How? He asked. You are not a cultivator from Taishan Mountain, nor are you Xinjing, the other said. Yi Futian's heart trembled slightly. Suddenly, caution flashed across his eyes. He refocused his eyes. I did come from Taishan Mountain, Yi Futian responded. Everything is an illusion. Is it true just because you came from Taishan Mountain? The other continued. Yi Futian understood that his disguise might have been detected by the other. He felt as though, standing before this divine temple and being shrouded in that sacred breath, he no longer had any secrets. Everything would be easily exposed. What is true, and what is false? Yi Futian continued. Is what's true and false really that important? It didn't matter what his true identity was. If the divine palace did not participate in external disputes, then it mattered not who he was. Whether he was from Taishan Mountain or the heavenly mandate realm, there was no difference to the divine palace. The other was silent for a moment, as if to contemplate Yi Futian's statement. A few moments later, a sigh came from the divine temple. You are right. What is true, and what is false? The world is false, and so is the great path. What is the point of pursuing the truth? After a moment of silence, the other let out a gentle sigh. It was a sigh that made everyone felt a sense of desolation. Yi Futian was surprised when he heard this. What did it mean? The world was false, and the great path was also? He didn't understand. I don't understand. Yi Futian looked in front of him and said, Why do you cultivate? The other did not respond to Yi Futian directly but asked instead why he cultivated. Yi Futian also asked himself for what did he cultivate. He thought about it for a moment but realized that he understood nothing. In the past, I cultivated in many things, and it is the same now, but my mentality at the moment is that I must cultivate. There are too many things that require cultivation. Yi Futian sighed with emotion. It was as if he no longer remembered his original intention for cultivation. What for? The pride of being born an emperor? He seemed to have forgotten the lofty ambitions he once had. Now, he was asked the reason for his cultivation. It was mostly that time was carrying him forward and that he no longer had a choice not to cultivate. I had to cultivate. A low mumble was heard as if to discern Yi Futian's answer. This reflection told the stories of many cultivators. Out of those who cultivated in the world, how many still remember their original intention? Too many of them were forced to continue with their cultivation. Sailing against the currents, if not advancing, retreating was the only outcome. Yet retreat was not possible. That mysterious breath disappeared, and the ethereal voice seemed to no longer exist. Elder, Yi Futian asked, but there was no response. May I enter? Yi Futian asked. There was still no response. It was as if the other had completely fallen into a state of quietude, leaving Yi Futian to choose for himself. At the very most, he probably would not interfere. I will assume that Elder's silence means agreement. Yi Futian bowed slightly and said. Since there was no outward disagreement, then it was up to him. As long as he could enter, he would enter. As he was speaking, Yi Futian continued to move forward. Yi Futian passed by the figure who was sitting there, trying to walk past him. However, at this moment, he suddenly stopped. An extremely powerful force of the great path fell on him and compelled him to stop. As his eyes slowly moved, Yi Futian looked at the figure sitting there, and on the other's body, an extremely bright divine light was released. Boom! An extremely unbridled breath slammed into Yi Futian's body. It even rushed into his spiritual will. The breath of the great path inside his body roared as if it encountered a great threat, hence the roar. The young man who had been sitting there opened his eyes. He looked forward. Anyone who was not a disciple of the Divine Palace had no right to enter the ancestral land of the Divine Palace. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.